Warning: the information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up! Yeah! We pledge! We pledge! We pledge! We pledge! Yeah! Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statement, followed by a 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. After that, we enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate. This is where the arguments can clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And finally, each side delivers a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'll drop the Q&A in the chat for you guys. And keep in mind, the Super Chats, PayPals, and Cash App questions will get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free chat question. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of the priority options. And once the formal debate wraps up, we open the doors for the Chaos and Chill panel. This is where the community can hop in, challenge debaters, ask follow-ups if the debaters choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But it's always where things get wild regardless. Today's debate prompt: feminism is beneficial for society. And for today's debaters on the affirmative, we have Bass Guitar, known for breaking down hot button issues and stepping into heated debates with an unapologetic edge. He doesn't soften his stance, he sharpens it. And tonight he's here to test ideas and press the truth. and you can find his channel linked in the description below. And for the negative, we have Athena Asteria, aka Her Perspective Podcast, a voice known for fearless open panel clashes, sharp debate appearances, and bold social and political commentary. Her channel also can be found in the description. With that being said, we're going to move right into opening statements. So, Bass Guitar, you're going to start us off. Whenever you're ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right. So, first off, when we're talking about feminism, what do we mean? Feminism is it's a movement that's advocating gender equality in civil, political, economic, and social spheres. Typically, it's kind of categorized in three or four waves of feminism, which kind of cover 100 or so years of time. There's also, if we look at where feminism kind of comes from, there's kind of like a proto-feminism that's born directly out of the Enlightenment. In fact, I would say that feminism is actually, it represents the logical progression of Enlightenment liberalism. I know I triggered about 90% of Speakeasy's audience by dropping the L word there. But it historically emerged from norms that were changing due to the Enlightenment. So, for instance, and when I talk to my opponent here, when we get into the discussion, I think she'll probably want to roll back some of those changes, and it'll be interesting to see how far back she wants to roll those back. If she wants to completely get rid of everything, which I highly suspect the answer to that is going to be no. And if she says that she wants to, I think we'll discuss it and find out that the actual answer is no. So on top of it just being a natural progression, it actually demonstrates there's actually demonstrable economic benefits of socialism. Because economics benefits everybody, it benefits the society as a whole, and so feminism is beneficial for society. So let's take a look at kind of how feminism emerged out of the Enlightenment liberalism. So Enlightenment liberalism emphasized individual freedom, equality before the law, and autonomy. Now, when the Enlightenment started, obviously there were several classes of people that did not have individual freedom, equality before the law, or autonomy. But I think that as time went on, that more classes of people were able to get individual freedom, equality before the law, and autonomy. And that's one of the things that feminism actually pushes for specifically for women. Now, we can look back at there's an intellectual lineage that goes back through like John Stuart Mill, Mary Wollstonecraft, and so on. That kind of shows how feminism evolved out of the Enlightenment. Now, one thing that I want to kind of talk about, which is kind of in this proto-wave of feminism, this proto-feminism, is this concept of companionate marriage. Now, if my opponent is going to talk about things like, well, marriage should be viewed from a biblical context or something along those lines, one thing that we need to remember is our modern concept of marriage is radically different from anything even resembling what was marriage in the Bible. In biblical times, including Christianity, marriage was more or less an economic proposition. Women, daughters were essentially the property of their fathers, and they were sold for a dowry to a spouse in essentially an arranged marriage. That's not how we do marriages, at least in the West today. It's kind of frowned upon. I would venture to guess, if my opponent is married, that she probably is not the subject of an arranged marriage, and she probably wouldn't want an arranged marriage for her kids. She probably chose her spouse based off of who she loves and who she respects and who she wants to build a life with. Those are all liberal Enlightenment values. That's where that comes from, right? That whole concept. I mean, before it wasn't like the idea of you like going out and just marrying somebody because you love them. That was just like bonkers until like about 200 years ago, which, like I said, that emerged out of the Enlightenment. And so, this idea of a companionate marriage, it defined the marriage as a partnership between the two spouses, rather than a hierarchical institution where the man essentially owned the woman. Now oh gosh, the word is slipping my mind, but there's a concept in Blackstone's commentary on the British Constitution where he talks about this coverture. That's what it is. Where essentially, as a woman got married, she lost pretty much all of her legal personhood, and she was essentially just like an artifact of the man, of her spouse. So in that aspect, I think that's a good thing. I think if my opponent married her spouse for love, if she married him for love, I think that's a good thing. I don't think that's something that we should try to tear down. And I think that's a result of feminism and the Enlightenment liberalism, which, like I said, feminism is just the extension of Enlightenment liberalism. Now, on top of that being beneficial for individuals in that specific instance, feminism also has a positive impact on the economy. Gender equality in labor markets correlates strongly with economic growth. In fact, closing the gender gap is predicted to increase global GDP by more than 20 to 35% over the next several decades. As women enter the workforce, you have more labor, you have more people innovating, you have more entrepreneurs. I've worked for women who have owned their own businesses, and I can tell you, there's nothing like bad about it. It's not like they were incapable of running their own businesses. They created their own businesses, they were successful, and they added value to the economy. It benefits the economy. Now, she might try to come up with some, there might be some instances where maybe, but I think even if we were to take a look at any instances that she comes up with, if we were to roll those back wholesale, that's going to create like devastating effects on the economy. It would not be good. I mean, if you were to take out half of the workforce, there's so many fields that are even dominated by women nowadays, where trying to replace those with men working those same fields would just wreck the economy. So women's engagement in education, it leads to better health outcomes, greater family welfare, greater intergenerational benefits. This is speaking. My parents are very well educated, including my mom. My mom had a master's degree in education. And I can tell you from a personal experience that greatly benefited me as she raised me as I was growing up. The fact that she had a master's education, or master's in education. She was also a teacher for years, and that was also had a profound effect on me. Economies with stronger gender equality laws, they tend to have policies that, like I said, spur innovation, institutional responsiveness. There's so many things in the economy that just benefit from that. I mean, if we were to look at we can look at any countries where maybe don't have as much women freedom, and we can look and try to decide if those economies are doing better. Take a look at Iran, for instance, more of a pre-feminist society. I don't think that their economy is doing better than Europe's and the United States'. I think our economies are generally much larger and much stronger than those, and I think we have much more innovation. You don't have men that are traveling to Iran because of the innovative culture there. You have men that are traveling to, you have all kinds of people traveling to the U.S. because we have when you have double the workforce and double the people who are educated and double the people that are innovating, you have double the innovation. You have much more innovation and economic growth. So once again, to sum up, the feminism is good for society. It benefits society because, the Enlightenment in general, it's created so much economic growth that the feminism is just an additional expanse of the Enlightenment. And we can look specifically at feminism, and that has actually brought economic growth. Once again, as an aspect of that, something that grew out of the Enlightenment. This is something that that is good and beneficial for society. Like I said, it creates economic growth. So yeah, thank you, and I'll go ahead and see the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Athena. And Athena, whenever you're ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Let's dispense with the fairy tale immediately. Feminism is not and never was a morally pure movement for women's dignity. It is a top-down, elite-funded social engineering project that benefited powerful men, corporations, and the state while harming families and social fabric. The historical record matters. Early feminist leadership was not guided by compassion, but by control. Figures like Margaret Sanger openly embraced eugenics, population control, and the reduction of undesirable people, especially the poor, disabled, and minorities. That is not a smear, it is documented history. Feminism's modern obsession with choice descends directly from this mindset. Individual autonomy elevated above responsibility, children treated as liabilities, not lives. Economically, feminism was a gift to elites. When women were pushed en masse into the workforce, the labor supply doubled, wages fell. That is not ideology, it is basic economics. The biggest winners were corporations and government, who gained cheap labor and higher tax revenues, while families lost stability and children lost parents. This was strategically pushed right after men were exhausted from war. This shift was not accidental. Wealthy industrialists and philanthropists such as John D. Rockefeller and Andrew Carnegie heavily funded education reform and social restructuring. The purpose was not enlightenment, it was standardization. Modern education systems stopped educating and started conditioning, producing compliant workers who believed men and women are interchangeable, family is optional, and biology is irrelevant. This is indoctrination, not education. Feminism survives only by denying biology, because biology destroys its premise. Men operate on a 24-hour hormonal cycle. Testosterone resets daily. Men are hormonally consistent, neurologically optimized for sustained stress, threat responses, hierarchy, and long-term risk. Women operate on a 28-day hormonal cycle with dramatic fluctuations in estrogen and progesterone that affect cognition, mood, energy, and risk tolerance. Across a single month, a woman's hormonal profile can resemble the difference between a young man and an elderly man. That is not an insult, it is endocrinology. This is why men wake up to glass breaking and women wake up to babies crying. One nervous system is threat oriented, the other is attachment oriented. Feminism dismisses this as social conditioning because admitting biological design collapses the fantasy of interchangeability. History also contradicts feminist mythology. Women were not inherently more peaceful. Queens were more likely to initiate high-risk conflicts than kings, not because women are evil, but because female rulers often compensated for perceived vulnerability with aggression. Feminism sells moral superiority. History records outcome. Caretaking is another sacred cow. Women make up the majority of caregivers and also a disproportionate share of abuse cases in caretaking positions, not because women are monsters, but because proximity combined with emotional volatility increases risk. Feminism never acknowledges this because it undermines the narrative of inherent female virtue. Now let's talk results, because ideology is judged by fruit. Since second and third wave feminism, marriage rates collapsed. Divorce rates exploded after no fault divorce. Single parent households surged. Children experience higher rates of poverty, incarceration, behavioral disorders, and academic failure. Meanwhile, women, despite having more rights, education, and career access than any generation in history, report record levels of anxiety, depression, antidepressant use, substance abuse, and personal debt. Feminism promised fulfillment through independence from men, family, and tradition. What it delivered was burnout, isolation, and regret. Women do best within stable structures, strong families, and under the direction and protection of competent men. When cut loose from structure and told independence equals virtue, women become more depressed, more medicated, more indebted, and more vulnerable. Not because women are stupid, but because freedom without structure is destabilizing. Scripture warned us thousands of years ago, woe to those who call evil good and good evil. Book of Isaiah 5:20. When there is no wise guidance, the people will fall. Book of Proverbs 11:14. Feminism didn't elevate women, it removed guardrails, denied reality, and blamed men when the system collapsed. That's my opening statement. I'm done.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, that is going to wrap up the opening statements from both sides. Great openings from both sides. We're going to move into the rebuttal round here. Each debater will have 5 minutes uninterrupted to directly respond to their opponent's openings. So it's not a back and forth yet. And then when your 5 minutes are up, we move to the other side. And then after this, we'll get into the open hour. So with that being said, I'm going to hand the mic back over here to bass guitar. Whenever you're ready for your rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, so it sounds like a big aspect of Athena's argument is that women and men are not interchangeable. Now, while that might be true in some cases, for instance, I don't think you can take, a 5'2" woman and put her on a defensive line of a football team. I don't think you can exchange in that way. I think there probably are ways that women and men actually are interchangeable, or in some cases, women might be better. I can tell from my personal experience, my wife has certain traits that are significantly better than me in certain ways, there are certain things that she's a lot better at me at, and there are certain things that I'm better at. That doesn't mean that everything that she does, that doesn't mean that what she does could have no value in the workplace. And in fact, even in my job, I work with tons of women. And I don't think necessarily they're any better at their job than I am. I mean, I crunch numbers all day. I can tell you right now, a calculator does not care what you have between your legs when you're putting the numbers in. Okay, women and men can do calculations, can do scientific things. If it's not physical, if it's not like physically restraining, I don't think that there's that big of I don't think the gender gap is that relevant at all. I've known plenty of brilliant, my mom was a brilliant math teacher for years. I mean, that's part of why I like math so much and I was so good at it was because my mom was good at it. So I don't think that there's any reason to say that, well, because she's a woman, she can't do math, I don't think that that's necessarily the case. Now, she mentions that women have worse outcomes, that they're more depressed, more medicated, more indebted. I'd be curious to know, what those studies are comparing them against. Because, if we're looking back to say, well, are they more depressed than they were, when they were subsistence farmers? Because there might be kind of a hierarchy of needs thing going on there, right? If you're subsistence farming, you're not really having a whole lot of time to think about how depressed you are. That's not to say that it's better for everybody to be subsistence farmers than it is to live, in modern times where, you and I can have this discussion over the internet and have this conversation. I think women can learn just as well as men. I think they can be educated. I think, you're obviously, you're intelligent. I don't think that there's anything that we're doing here today that would necessarily say, well, because you're a woman, you can't interchange it. I mean, that literally we're both opponents on a debate show, and you're saying that we can't interchange, that we're not interchangeable. So yeah, I kind of want to get more into the. I guess there's one other thing that you said that I would kind of dispute is that we talked about when women entered the workforce that wages fell. My understanding is that the big push for women to enter the workforce was World War II. So I'd be curious as how the labor force doubled when men were off at war. The whole purpose was that we needed a workforce to be able to fill that need. Now, if you're saying that when they came back, that was one of the most explosive growth periods of the United States history, was post-war America. So I'd be curious to kind of like maybe you have some numbers and we can like dig into that and look into that. So, yeah, and I'll go ahead and cede the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. And with that, we're going to hand the mic back to Athena. Athena, whenever you're ready for your rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Okay, I'll try to stay in order. I'm going to address your first opening statement and the notes that I took from that. So, gender equality is just false. Men and women are not equal. You could say we're equal in value because we both bring different qualities to society, but we're not equal. We're not physically equal. We're not emotionally equal. We're not mentally equal. You can say, oh yeah, there are really intelligent women, and there are, but the outliers don't make the rule. The reality is men make up the majority of inventors. Women, you said that having more women creates more innovation, yet most inventors are men. You admitted that women are incapable of doing certain things. And this is why I bring up the hormonal cycle. Women are having to take medication like birth control to suppress their natural body's processes to keep up with men. This is why we're not equal. There are long-term effects from birth control that are harmful. It affects fertility. It can cause cancer. It affects even who women are attracted to. Studies show that women are more attracted to feminine men. And they pushed for sexual liberation in the feminist movement, which just caused a lot of harm, especially with the birth control. Now there are no consequences for sleeping with someone. You don't have to worry about getting pregnant. You still have to worry about STDs, which is why STDs are pretty much rampant. You said, let's see. You said that these other countries where women don't have rights, like Iran, you gave an example of a country that is Muslim. Islam is very harmful for women, and I say that unapologetically. Christianity teaches to deny the flesh, to protect women because it's what's right. I would say that Islam exploits women versus what Christianity teaches. It teaches men to give up literally sacrifice their life, love their wives as Christ loved the church. And if men are doing this properly, this is why I support biblical patriarchy, not secular patriarchy, because secular patriarchy and some other religions with their patriarchy, they exploit women and harm women. Biblical patriarchy does not do that. It teaches to protect women. It describes women as worth more than rubies. It says that women are like the crown of the husband. It honors women and their place in society. It doesn't force women to have to compete with men in order to be seen as valuable. The fact that they are able to bring forth life into this world is cherished and honored, versus feminism demonizes this. You said that women are in these caregiving positions, but again, it's disproportionate the amount of women who are committing these abuses in these industries. Give me 1 second. Oh, you said that women would be forced to leave the workforce, and that's not what I'm necessarily pushing for. I'm against women going into corporate and those types of situations because that's not conducive to a woman's biology. Even the Proverbs 31 woman was an entrepreneur. She had her own business, but her main goal was to support men and the family. When men are not competing with their wives, it's two people working towards the same goal. It's the law of synergy. You have two people that are working together rather than working towards separate goals. Okay, so I mentioned that outliers don't make the rule. Women have a lot more fluctuations statistically. Women have more fluctuations in career. You already acknowledged the physical differences, and I'll end it there.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. Great rebuttal from both sides. Before we move into the open hour of back and forth, let me talk to the audience real quick. If you're watching right now, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to tonight's debaters. All right, their links are in the description. We host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reasons, politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. We put it in the arena. So if you're enjoying the format, make sure you stay locked in because we got a lot more coming for you guys. And also a reminder for the live chat after closing statements, we're going to be doing a 30-minute Q&A. So I've already dropped the Q&A in the chat for you guys there. But just remember the super chats, PayPals, and Cash Apps, these will get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free Q&A. So if there's something you really want answered, send it through one of those options and we'll make sure it gets asked. And finally, thank you to both of our debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspectives into the arena. And whenever one of you is ready to start the open floor exchange, just hop in and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah. So you said you support biblical patriarchy and not secular patriarchy. Do you support arranged marriages?
I don't think there's anything wrong with arranged marriages. I think that they actually have a higher success rate. I think that the dating structure was very different than it is now. People are encouraged to go outside of the family. It used to be there would be communities and people would intermingle and parents would watch to see who their kids gravitated towards and which families would be beneficial for their family, not just financially, but spiritually, in every way, going in the same direction, shared morals, shared direction. So arranged marriages with communities, when it's not, oh, I'm just doing this to benefit, I think like to benefit financially is actually a good thing.
So are you in an arranged marriage?
No.
Do you have kids? Do you mind me asking?
I do have a son, yes.
Okay. Do you plan on setting up an arranged marriage for him?
No. Well, I plan on allowing him to interact with families that have children with shared morals going in the same direction in life. Mm-hmm. And from there, I kind of not control, but act as like a blinder from the type of people that I would not want him to marry, the type of people who would just the type of women who would destroy his life.
Okay, so all right, it's interesting because you said biblical, and I think that's like a really important thing. Eve never chose Adam, and Adam never chose Eve. They were assigned to each other. So I think it's very important to kind of make that distinction. And maybe that has something to do with. I mean, there's probably the accessibility of divorces, but I think people's individual happiness is important. I mean, you got married because you were happy, because I assume your spouse makes you happy, right? That's probably one of the reasons why you chose him.
No,
your spouse doesn't make you happy.
Sorry, you're not speaking subjectively. I'm divorced, so I am unmarried.
Okay, you're unmarried right now. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, I won't go. I won't go into that. So your spouse didn't make you happy, and you were free
I mean,
to
I was happy
leave
for
them.
some of the marriages. It's just kind of irrelevant. I'm not trying to get into um, personal nuance. I'm trying to look at
Hmm.
things objectively and
Yeah.
statistics and how it affects people on a mass scale.
All right. Well, I mean, I think that's you know the reason why I'm harping on this is because this whole idea of like equality in the marriage and the way we approach marriages, which like I said came out of the Enlightenment, that I think directly led into feminism. Do you want to roll? I know. Do you want to like roll back like what feminism did? How far back do you want to go?
Pretty far back. Um,
So do
so
you want to get? That's why
ideally,
that's what, so, but not so far back that like we undo the companionate marriages, right? You don't want to go that far back. That's what it sounds like.
I don't think that women should be voting unless they are also up for the draft. And I don't mean like fighting in combat, but essentially part doing things in the war efforts to help. I also don't think women should vote if they're not contributing financially, because women take more than they're actually putting into the system. Statistically speaking, I know that there are women with successful careers. I understand that that
Yeah.
does happen, but outliers don't make the rule.
Well, and they do. I mean, they do a lot of they by contributing in non-financial ways. I think they also allow for greater financial growth, even when they're not like necessarily working. They allow for greater financial growth, right, from their for their spouses and stuff. Uh, so I mean, even if they're not directly contributing to like by paying taxes. Well, I mean, technically, if you live in most states have like well, what's split. I'm tired. The words slip in my mind, but basically, where if one person earns it, both people earn it legally. Do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so so technically under the law, they are actually earning and they're contributing and they're paying taxes, even if they don't have a job and their spouse is doing that. So legally, they are. Do you think women should be equal before the law?
I think equal in value, not ability. And there's a reason why women are believed more in, I don't know if I can say this, I'll just say grape cases and abuse and all of that. Women are more believed because there's this idea that women are more virtuous, but women have more rights than they ever have, but they still have the same protections. I would even argue that women have more rights. Like men have zero reproductive rights. They don't get to decide whether that child is born or not. The women get to decide that. And so men don't even have a say in that. So I would say that women actually have more rights. Like even if you go into bodily autonomy, men don't get to choose whether they're circumcised. The parents do. Um, Men have to sign up for the draft. Women don't. What happened to equality? It's like women want to be equal where it benefits them, but then protected where it doesn't, because the reality is we're not equal.
But I think we should be equal under the law, and that's kind of what I mean. I would like I said. I mean, I agree. Like they're not physically evil, or sorry, physically equal, right? And that's obvious, right? Like the example that I gave was, you wouldn't expect like a petite 5'2", 105-pound person to play on on a defensive line on a football team. But at the same time, if there's a 5'2", 105-pound guy, right, he's probably not getting that job either, right? I mean, we'd agree on
Um,
that, right? How,
yeah,
how many
but
how many five
okay.
foot two dudes are just because he's a dude doesn't mean he can accomplish that job, right?
So when you look at very athletic women, like bodybuilders, they actually did a competition. They did several competitions with women who were bodybuilders and random men off the street. The men won, hands down. And they did the same thing with bodybuilding women who are like 6'2", 6'3", huge women, with men who were, I guess, dwarfs, little people, whatever is the
Mm-hmm.
politically correct way of saying it. I don't know. Little persons. They were male little persons. And I'm pretty sure that they also won, or it was really close. So you know, again, outliers don't make the rules. There might be a very, very small select amount of women who can do some of these jobs that men can. I would even say that I am probably one of those women. I'm 6 foot tall. I have a homestead. I, wrestle 200-pound rams to the ground. I slaughter them, process them, and all of that. I don't think most women can do that. And to
Mm-hmm.
expect them to do so is kind of outrageous.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why I would just, but like I said, I mean, I don't think there's, small dudes who could do that either, right? There's
No,
plenty
I
of small guys
no,
who
no, no,
couldn't do
no.
that.
I've seen very okay. So before I had a construction business with my ex-husband, and we'll just call it what it is. There were a lot of Mexican employees, and some of these guys were really tiny. And to watch them work, I mean, those were strong men, and they were small. They were like 5'2", tiny men.
Mm-hmm.
But boy, were they tough. They were not weak.
All right, well, yeah, I'm just so getting outside of the physical thing. I mean, get outside of like the physical realm, because I would agree that there's probably there's definitely some imbalances there, and yeah, there might be some women who can do it and some men who can't, but the mean of both is probably going to be it's bimodal, right? But what about non-physical jobs? Do you think, let's say, bookkeeping? Do you think women can do bookkeeping? Or do you think their gender plays a role in that at all?
I definitely think that if jobs took into consideration women's hormonal cycles, women could um, probably perform better than they do if they had some time off for their cycles. But women are compensating for their natural biological processes with medication and drugs in order to keep up with men. It's unnatural. There is a reason why in biblical times women had time away. I mean, they were seen as unclean. Like back then, they didn't have like running water like we do now. So in reality, they were unclean. It's just true. Now we have running water, so a woman can be more clean. But if she has to take, even if it's just over the counter, and birth control to help with the mood swings or the cramps or the fatigue, all of that, it's we're still not equal. Like if you compare the level of fluctuation in a woman's 28-day hormonal cycle, she goes through what like a man goes through from at young adolescence to like elderly, like old age. That's how big the fluctuation is
So,
every single month.
so I just want to make sure we're on this. I understand what you're saying. You're saying that women could actually do as well in bookkeeping or accounting or insurance or any of these other fields as men, as long as the month end close dates are not lined up with their periods.
So
Is
I
that what you're
don't. I
saying?
would have to look at the stats on that to see like because I know that there are things that women can do. Obviously, women are not incompetent. This is why I said the Proverbs 31 woman was an entrepreneur. It's not that women are incapable. It's that our hormonal cycles, we are fighting against that to compete with men because we're not equal to men. We're not designed as equal. We're supposed to have more times of rest. There's actually jokes about this. You can see tons of videos with these gym girlies, and they'll show themselves super active one week. The next week they're tired. The next week they're bouncing around.
Once again, we're not talking about physically like intensive
No,
jobs here.
it
Because I
doesn't
said
have to be.
there's probably a decent case for that. I want to get out of that. I want to talk about like more intellectually rigorous things where you're sitting at a desk.
And
You
fatigue
get
affects that.
you get a claim that comes in and you're like, okay, well, car A hit car B. Here's where it hit. okay, I've looked at like 1,000 of these over my career. Who's at fault for this accident? I just want to know. So you're saying that like women's hormones would affect them being able to assess who was
absolutely
at fault for an accident.
There's actually evidence of this. They did a study with women and asked them the same question all throughout the month and got different answers. They did this over an extended period.
It was like something like for an insurance claim, like who's at fault for an accident. That was the kind of question they were asking? No. What was the kind of question they were asking?
I would have to look up the exact question. They asked multiple questions and they got different answers depending on where they asked in the month that they were asking the women.
Yeah, well, I can speak. I've asked my wife, "Do you want ramen soup?" and she'll give me different answers at different times of the month. Sure, but that's asking what you want to eat. That's not asking who's for your job, who's at fault for this accident, or they spent $350 at Home Depot. How do I classify this? This expense. I think those are fundamentally different questions, and I could be wrong. Maybe they were asking like, how would you classify this expense for $350 at Home Depot? And most people are saying, oh, supplies, and then they go and they say it's actually for labor. Maybe they misclassified it. I could be wrong, but I'd be curious to see because those are fundamentally different questions, right? I mean, we'd agree on that.
Yeah. I would have to look up that specific question. Again, that's not one thing that I prepared actually for this debate, but I do know it from previous ones. And I could definitely look that up and I'll post it in the comments because it's an interesting one. I would say that even like outside of things like what do you want to eat, women are very volatile and depending on where they are in their hormonal cycle of the month. Women actually, single moms, so without a man, they're more likely to abuse children even. They're less consistent in the way that they discipline their children. So I would say absolutely, women need the direction of men. Men are like the guardrails for women. And whenever you just kind of push women and say, oh no, you're equal, you can do what you want. Well, that's why they have so much debt. That's why they have so many sexual partners now and can't pair bond.
Most people have more debt nowadays. And I mean, if most people have more debt nowadays, and if we're looking historically, I mean, up until like the 60s, women couldn't even have any debt. Right. So, I mean, obviously, if you look at like the 60s and 70s, compared to like the 20s, of course women are going to have more debt because they weren't legally allowed to have debt in the 20s, right? So I think that's that's a weird thing to bring up. That's like saying like, well, people in the 2010s, they have more cell phones than at any point in time in history. And it's like, well, yeah, no shit. Like, of course, they didn't exist 40 years ago, 50 years ago. Except for the Motorola bricks. I don't know if you remember those.
Yeah, I do remember those.
But I mean, if we're looking at like administrative stuff, I think, administrative type jobs, I think that women are just as capable as men. I think that whole they're not equal is kind of dumb. I see it every day at my jobs. My entire career, I've seen women work in these jobs and excel, and I've never... I can be honest, I've absolutely... There's nothing in any of my decades of experience working with women where I could have said, don't give her this job now because it's the 17th of the month and she's not going to be able to do it because of that. That's just never even like entered my mind. I've seen women be absolutely capable. I've had women bosses who were just as capable, and I've never thought the same thing.
Medicated.
They were competent. Yeah. They were capable.
Medicated women, yes. Antidepressants, birth control, ibuprofen or Tylenol, Advil, Midol, whatever you want to call it. Yes, medicated women. Yes, it's not good for long-term health. And studies actually show the more a woman acts as a man in more masculine roles, her hormones are even more imbalanced. And same actually goes for men. Men who work in more feminine roles have lower testosterone.
What kind of roles like are you saying are like feminine? because you seem to say that like accounting, bookkeeping, insurance, that was all masculine. We agreed. NFL football is more masculine. We did agree on that. All right. Um, you know, more physically intensive stuff is going to skew more towards men. So what type of jobs are you talking about that are like women are like feminine jobs? If it's not like administrative or like, those types of things, or like
So I
financial.
actually addressed this in my opening statement that women are neurologically designed for, our nervous system is designed for attachment, and men's system is more threat oriented. Men tend to be
But
more.
didn't you also say that? Didn't you also say that women are more likely to like abuse their children and more likely to
Mhm.
abuse people in care positions? So that
Yeah,
so
single
that seems like they're
mothers.
not fit for that job either. So what jobs are we talking about?
Yeah, and women actually gravitate towards caretaking jobs. You can see this. They gravitate more towards the attachment, but the attachment styles used to be within communities and under they had not checks and balances. What's the accountability? Not just from the man of the household, but also from other women in the community.
Okay. Um,
Can I actually address something that you said in your rebuttal? I forgot. I actually
yeah,
wanted to
sure,
address
sure,
it.
go for it.
You were talking about how socialism is benefit society. I've never seen it benefit society. Actually, the only time I have seen socialism work was
I
actually
didn't say
within a
that. I don't think
Christian.
I said socialism.
I'm pretty positive you did. But
No,
the
because
only
I'm not a
time.
socialist. I'm a capitalist, so I don't think I would have
Oh,
ever said
well, then
that.
maybe I misheard. Because I was going to say the only time.
That does not sound like something I've ever. But maybe I misspoke. I think I might have said that feminism is beneficial to. I'm trying to look through my notes for there. I don't even know what I would have said that for. Uh, but talking about physically, not being able to physical. I'm exhausted right now. I'm not gonna lie. So like, I'm not on my A game right now. But that doesn't mean that I don't think necessarily I could. Uh, this is, yeah. I mean, this is. That's why the whole idea that like, well, women can't do bookkeeping because they, especially because historically that was kind of that skewed towards women.
So, okay, so here's my question to you.
Mhm.
Do you think it's important for women to have children in order for society to keep going on?
I would probably say yeah. I think having, but I think the whole birth rate arguments are kind of you know Malthusian, in the sense that like for decades and decades and decades, everyone's like, oh my god, there's going to be too many people. There's going to be too many people. I think yeah, the birth rate's slowing down. I don't think it's as big of a deal as people are saying.
Well, people aren't replacing themselves and it's projected to get even worse. But you could at least admit that it is important that people reproduce, correct?
Yeah, I mean for humanity, yeah, I would
Okay,
say
yeah.
definitionally,
So
yeah.
men and women both go through puberty.
Hmm.
Women go through their 28-day cycle every month. Then women also go through pregnancy, postpartum, and then premenopause and menopause. So you're telling me with all those hormonal changes, it's not going to burn out women having this same expectations for her to compete with a man? It's unrealistic.
I mean, I don't necessarily think so. Like I said, I mean, my mom was a stay-at-home mom for years, and then when we grew up, she was like, "All right, I'm going back to work," and she was very successful at that. She went and got her master's degree, and then continued her, she continued her education, and then continued her career after that.
Did she already go through menopause?
No,
Okay. So she went through menopause later.
yeah, when she was working, yeah.
Do you know about how much?
I'm assuming. I don't know. I haven't talked to my mom about when her menopause. So
Yeah, a lot of
uh,
men don't know a lot of the hormonal issues that women go through because we're shamed for having those and seen as weak. So women have to medicate themselves in order to try and compete with men, and it's not healthy for us.
I just want to try and get a clarifier here, just like looking at this as an audience member here, just to clarify, are we right now, is this debating the like average biological differences, the individual capability, or like job specific requirements? Because these are like three very different places, and I see
Yeah,
we're
I mean,
kind of
I think we both agree that like biologically there's obvious differences. And I think we both agreed that yeah, there might be some women who can do certain jobs that certain men can't do it, but there's going to be it's bimodal. There's going to be like certain physical traits that men are going to on average be better than women on average. I think we agreed on that. So I don't think we're talking about that. As far as you were talking about
because like you had mentioned like some anecdotes there, and like so I was thinking, are we talking about like individuals capabilities or job specific requirements then maybe?
well, I think I was using, we're bringing up my mom. The reason for that was because that's like an example. That's a specific example of what I think is an overall trend. I think women are perfectly capable of getting. I mean, right now they're outpacing men in higher education by far, right? So I think for educational achievement, I think that's they're obviously, I mean, there's plenty of arguments too that maybe the education system isn't necessarily skewed for teaching men the correct way, even though I don't think it's changed that much.
Okay.
But
I would argue it definitely supports women and not men. But
So
again,
just sorry, just to maybe bring us just back here, because like even if the capability difference exists in some fields, I think the core question here is remaining like, has feminism improved like the societal outcomes overall? So I think right
yeah,
now we're kind of like in this capability debate, but
yeah,
we're kind of getting
yeah,
away
okay.
from the overall thing.
how it affected society.
Right,
Yeah,
because
well,
I
I mean,
think
I
you
think
both agree that it did change society. So I think the argument or the debate is, was the change good or not?
well,
Yeah, I would
yeah,
say that women are more medicated. I think that women are on birth control. They're on antidepressants. People consume more caffeine, sleeping pills, all
that's also
sorts of things. Just
there's
to
that's also because there's a whole lot of that stuff that's more readily available right today for everyone, not just women, but for men as well, right?
well,
I
not
mean, they
birth
didn't have
control.
like they didn't really have like antidepressants in like the 1930s, right? I
Well,
mean,
they
they
had
probably
herbs.
had some, but it's probably going to be much more limited. So so talking about society as a whole, I mean, one of the issues you brought up in your opening was you said that during World War II and immediately after that the labor market was thrashed and it was so awful, but it seems like that was actually the most explosive growth in like in American history for our economy. And it was because I would argue it's because we actually had like double the workforce, you know?
I would say during that expansion, or I would say that the majority, I mean, I could look up the stats, but the majority of women were still at home at that point. But they did get a taste for working, and women did start to leave the home and prioritize career rather than their families.
Yeah. Well, so they started to do that, but I mean, but it resulted in economic growth after World War II, right? I mean,
But
because
at what
women were working,
extent?
they were working in the workforce. I don't know how many of them like quit. I'd have to look at labor force participation over that, during that time. But I don't think that's, I think it's pretty clear that as women started to go in, and that's also correlates with when we had some of the most explosive growth, and 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 technological advancements as well, right? That all of these things correlate, you know. Now you're also saying like, well, but women are more unhappy. Well, I think, like I said, it's happiness is a weird thing to measure, right? Because you ask if you were to go back and to like 1200 AD, right? And you ask some peasant farmer, "Are you happy?" we're probably going to be like, oh yeah, sure, I got my gruel, I've got my burlap sack that I'm wearing, I'm sure I've got everything that I need. But then if once I would argue that even though that peasant might be happy in medieval England, in medieval Europe, I think they would probably be more happy being unhappy in our time with all the opportunities and everything that they can do. You get what I'm saying?
I think I do.
So like if you were to take the same peasant, right, and plop them into to today, right, after they get past the initial, like they might be like, oh my god, what is this witchcraft that I can see moving people on this glowing stone, right? After they get past that kind of thing and they kind of settle in, yeah, they might be like, oh gosh, this grind is really getting me, right? But I still think that person would be happier today than if you went back, if you were to take somebody from today and drop them into like medieval times that's unhappy today. I don't think they would be. I would much rather live here, and I think most people would much rather live in this time, because there's like more things to complain about, right?
I don't think that's a good comparison, because I think you're talking about peasants who lived right outside of the city versus people who lived further out in smaller communities. I would say that those people that had a thriving community did better. It used to be that women could still earn money while staying home. They had friends and family, other women who could all come together to teach their children, to work together to earn money. They had communities, strong communities. We no longer have communities, and feminism pushes very much for individualism, this whole enlightenment. It's all about me, bodily autonomy. It no longer has any, people don't have a sense of duty, obligation, responsibility. It's all about freedom. Do whatever you want. There's no discipline and direction, and it deviates from what we can see historically has always worked.
Yeah, it might be the case that that the ages have shifted for that. I don't think there's anybody that's in like their mid to late 30s or 40s or older that doesn't have like a sense of responsibility or obligations or duties to the people that they care about. Maybe if you're talking about like 24-year-olds and like historically, yeah, sure, because they started working, like these basically were starting their careers or whatever at like 16. Yeah, sure, maybe compared to them. But I think nowadays, I mean, we also live longer and we work longer as well. So on the flip side, on the other end, people were basically retiring when they were like 50, right? But that's just not necessary anymore, And part of the reason, going back to the birth rate things, that was part of the reason that why birth rates have been declining, was because you need your children was basically your retirement plan, right?
Yeah.
That was like
families used to take care of each other. But why on earth would a child take care of parents who push them off for someone else to raise them in public schools?
I don't think people do that. I think that's an absolute mischaracterization. I don't think people that attended public schools don't like their parents. I don't think that's the case.
I'm not saying that they don't like their parents. They bonded with other people, and it broke up the family.
Well, it's the community you're talking about, right?
So when it broke up the families, it used to be families were together longer. Even it depends on how far back you go.
They shared the same bed too, until they were like.
It depends on how far back you go. So it used to be men worked on their farm and the woman helped with his farm work, and the children even participated. There was a very strong family unit. Now you have husbands who are torn towards their career, wives who are torn towards their career, and then children that are pawned off on the government to raise and indoctrinate and teach. And so there's no longer that bonding and family unit. And this is exactly what happens with parents when they get older. It used to be the children took care of them, but not even the parents take care of their children now. Now they expect somebody else to do it. They work so someone else can do it. It is depriving people of community and connection. And I would even say one of the biggest things that women used to do is cooking from scratch. This has affected our health um, so much. Like we have obesity, diabetes, heart disease, all of these illnesses because a lot of working women are cooking from boxes. They're getting pre-made food from Costco or Sam's. People are not eating healthy anymore. They're not prioritizing health. They're essentially eating junk. This is why people are exhausted and tired. Yes, our life expectancy increased when antibiotics were introduced. That was like the biggest one.
Well,
But
I mean, it's not just that. There's all kind of medical science has just exploded, and I mean, not in small part to women. You know, as women work a lot in like medical fields and scientific research, right? And all this stuff is expanding our lifespan and our health outcomes. And I mean, if you look at
very
like,
little. There were not large amounts of women um, in STEM whenever it came to like innovations. There were outliers, absolutely. I'm completely aware of that, but the majority was men.
well, but like, what kind of like medical innovations and stuff are coming? I'd have to look at the proportionality of that, but
So, specifically, antibiotics is what increased the life expectancy. I can't remember the year, but that. So my, actually was a woman who studied STEM. I was in biotechnology, and that's one of the things that I learned in my microbiology classes. I could look it up really quick if you would like me to.
no, it's I agree that I mean, penicillin was probably that was the big one, right? And then
Mhm.
kind of everything kind of flowed through from that. I don't think that it's necessarily stopped. I mean, I think our ability to identify diseases has grown. Our ability to treat pretty much everything has expanded. I mean, even if you look at like things like leukemia, the outcomes for leukemia are really great now. I mean, or what is it, prostate cancer? 80% of men get prostate cancer over the course of their lives, but the health outcome of it is like 95% are going to survive. So
Yeah, and a lot of people talk about like genetics when it comes to cancer, but actually, what you eat can cause certain genes to express or silence. And the fact that we're eating such garbage food because who has time to cook from scratch when two parents are working, especially if they're both working 40-hour
both
weeks?
both parents, I this is anecdotal, but I would say that I know more men today that cook if you would assume like back in like the 50s and 60s where the man was like, oh, the woman's got to cook for me. I think nowadays you have both people cooking. I mean, I know when my wife was working, that's what we did. She'd say like, okay, you cook this day, I cook this day, you cook this day, I cook this
Were
day. And
y'all
I think,
cooking
all
from
right,
scratch, one ingredient
yeah,
for everything? Or
no,
were you
I
getting boxed
cooking,
meals,
no, cooking from
canned food?
scratch. Sometimes we call it like our emergency stash, like, oh, we both worked late, okay, let's grab this. But most of the time it's like cooking from scratch, meal prepping. I mean, there's tons of resources out there today to do that type of thing. I don't necessarily think it's the fault of feminism that there's convenient food out to be made quickly, like factor
Feminism
meals or
for
whatever. I don't
women
think
to
that's feminism.
prioritize career. And I've literally talked to thousands of women on different social media platforms, and the younger generations, they don't know how to cook. They can, do certain things in whatever career field it is that they chose. They can't cook, they can't garden, they don't know any sort of animal husbandry. I would say even men have deviated toward from like animal husbandry, right? Most
That's
people
because I
aren't
mean,
having farms anymore. They
yeah,
aren't
but that's
raising their own food.
that's because like when you were talking about like the time when like you were saying, oh, the men would go work in the farm and the women would work in the farm and all the kids would work on the farm and stuff. That's because we were subsistence farming. Like 80% of the country was subsistence farmers at the time.
Yeah, and we've
That's
we've
not a good
outsourced
living.
all of this. Now we're
I
trusting our literally what we put in our bodies for other people to govern that
do you think
instead
it's
of
more?
mothers who used to literally care about their family. Do you think these companies that are selling you this food care about any of this? They literally spray atrazine, like all of these chemicals that are endocrine disruptors. People aren't growing their own food anymore. The society has outsourced everything when
Yet
women
our
left the
health
household.
outcomes are still increasing. But do you think it's better for society for people to be subsistence farmers or to live in our society now? Do you think
I think
if
it's
we
good to
return to
have a
being subsistence
combination. It's
farmers?
good for women to stay at home. We know that studies are now showing that children who are put in daycares have a lot of trauma from that. They are more likely to have learning disability, behavioral issues. And if you look at, I've seen this so many times. I used to work in daycares, and this is actually one of the reasons, in childcare in general, this is actually one of the reasons why I didn't want to work there anymore. The things that I saw and the way that these women treated children that were not theirs was atrocious. If I had seen someone treat my child that way, actually, I'll give an example. I had, for one portion, for 6 months, put my son in a Montessori school, and I pulled him out because he had, now this is the most prestigious one that you could find in my area. He had an adult size handprint on his arm. This, you're entrusting your lineage, your extension of yourself to people who don't care about your kids.
I
It's
would disagree with
outsourced
that.
everything.
I all the teachers that I've known throughout my entire life, they've all, and I know lots of teachers, they all care about the kids that they teach.
What
Like,
state
kids
are
that they
you
work
in?
with. I've lived all over the country.
Mm. I can say that in
Virginia, Washington, Arizona, Illinois, Kentucky. So I can say, I mean, I don't know, maybe you just got a bad school or something like that, but
Texas is pretty bad. I will admit that. Their education system is awful. There's arrests all the time because of P3DOs. There was an arrest in a local school because a teacher, a woman, left bruises on a child. I don't understand why people want to outsource the most important job, which is raising children, the next generation, and teaching them. Why are we outsourcing our
well,
health?
because people, we specialize today. We're not all subsistence farmers. That's a good thing, right? When you were talking about, like, oh, well, kids don't take care of their parents. Kids do take care of their parents, but they also supplement that with, like, professionals who know, like, the specifics. If they have something like Parkinson's or something like that, there's professionals who know how to address that. Whereas a kid who doesn't, right? We're not subsistence farmers. Our society is way too complex for that now. And we
I
have to.
disagree because I practice herbalism. I'm a big believer in a lot of herbalist remedies. That should be your number one defense. Now we go to doctors who are in it for the money. I think the third leading cause, it might have changed recently, but the third leading cause of death was medical error. This was just several years ago before COVID. It did change
Well, that's
after
better
COVID.
than the disease, right? That's better than, like, right? I'd rather have a small percentage of people die from, like, medical error than have,
Third leading
like,
cause of death? That's not a little amount. It's alarming.
yeah, but what's the percentage, like, of death, right, that it's causing, right? I mean, if all the other causes of death are reducing so that medical malpractice is rising, right? I would say that's probably a good thing. I mean, we got to look at the overall numbers for that, right? Or do you
I would say
disagree with
we
that?
have more illness now. I mean, you could argue that we are able to test more. So there's some that one's kind of difficult to argue. But if you look at the Amish, they they literally grow all of their own stuff. They have almost no cancer. I don't even think I know of any Amish people who have cancer.
And you know what's great about living in our society? If you want to go be Amish, you can go be Amish.
You actually can't, but you can create a society very similar to the Amish, but you
Yeah,
can't go
you're free
into
to do
their
that
society.
if you want to do that, and you can turn off all your phone. You can get off the internet, go touch grass permanently.
Yeah,
right? You
that
can do that if you
takes
want.
that takes a community, and not enough people have the mindset because they've been brainwashed and indoctrinated by public schools.
Uh, I mean, I think now you have a reach beyond. I mean, before, right? How many people were we talking to that are all over the world right now? I
Hmm.
think our reach right now that you can build a community that spans the globe, or the plane if you're a flat earther. Um, so you could you could so yeah, we don't our concept of communities have shifted, and I would agree with that. I think our concept of communities, because the internet is so transformational and so just like beyond anything that we've ever had as humanity before. You know that
It's
I think
harder to
we're
vet
still kind of
people
trying
that
to
you're
adjust to
meeting.
that, but I think we're getting, honestly, I think the Gen Alpha and Gen Z kids, I think they're probably more capable of navigating and building communities than older people, just because they
No
are.
way. No way. They don't even know how to interact with each other.
But
I've seen
they know how to
I've
build
seen them
communities
sitting
online.
on the couch and they're just texting each other, and I'm like, y'all are sitting right next to each other. Like that's
But
a wild statement.
it's changing. But that's how like society is now, right? And you don't have to have, now, and to be fair, I think it's important. I think you should know your neighbors. I think you should go and say hi to them. And every place that I've ever lived, all the neighbors know each other, right? Maybe not like everybody, in the town, right? But everybody does. But apart from that, we don't rely on our neighbors like that. We have a whole other communities that we've built online. Um, and now I think that's kind of getting away from the. I think that's kind of getting away from the topic of the debate, because I don't think that necessarily has to do with feminism. Um, but
Well, I
yeah,
think
so
feminism breaks up the family unit, and whenever you break up the family unit, communities crumble because they got to pick: am I on the woman's side or I am on the man's side?
but
We
I
no
would say,
longer have these communities anymore. And these communities, you say, oh, well, you have access to so many people. Communities were there for a reason. You knew generations of families, they were vetted. You knew, like, if those people were people of their word, if they had character. Now, you don't know. You're starting from ground zero, and if you're meeting someone off the internet, you don't know. There's a reason why we had our society set up in communal or
that's because that's what we had to do. We didn't have the option, right?
it's because that's where we thrive. We need each other. This idea of individualism and outsourcing everything and specialization has made us completely incompetent. If
Do you think
let's say
do you think
something happens
specialization is beneficial?
catastrophic, how many people would actually survive? I think people in the city would be the first to die off. Like people could barely freaking wipe their ass. Like, have you actually spent time and talked to some of these young adults on TikTok or social media? Have you actually talked to these young adults?
Talk to them. I mean, some to some extent. I mean, not necessarily about this specific issue, but yeah, I've talked to them. I've talked to my family and everything. So, do you think specialization is beneficial for society?
I think in certain things, yes, but
Like
no.
what kind of things?
So whenever
Like
you're talking
economically?
about well, I mean, you used to have families that were shoemakers, or you had families that were farmers, or you had families that did, whatever it was that they did. I think that is important, creating communities around that. And if you look at how things are now, corporations have gotten so big. What after the fifth level, corporations aren't even they're not functional. It's just a bunch of people profiting off of all the backs of everybody else. So it's not what's the word I'm looking for? It's not efficient anymore. So we need to downscale. I'm not saying completely. I'm not saying let's go back to the Stone Ages and
Well, I mean, you're
make
like
fire. like cavemen outside.
5 minutes
and
ago, you were
like
just saying that we'd be better off being subsistence farmers. So it sounds like you kind of are saying that. Yeah, I mean, I just want everyone to realize, like, if we're subsistence farmers, say goodbye to the internet. These debates aren't going to happen. Your smartphone, not going to happen. I don't know how to make a bass guitar. I don't know how to make a guitar. I don't know how to make a ukulele. I'm not a luthier. Okay, so if we went back to subsistence farmers, say goodbye to all that type
I'm
of
not
stuff.
saying to go back that far. I'm saying that whenever it comes to who's raising our children, to the food that we're putting into our mouth, even the food that's grown, it should be local that we're getting it from. So we know that that farmer is either raising the animals humanely and in a healthy way and not put on all of these different antibiotics. And the crops are being grown without very harmful endocrine disruptors. I'm saying that we have gotten so disconnected from the things that affect our health and and the people who are raising our children. I don't think that other people should be raising our children. And I do believe in free will, like people can do what they want. But I think that I see what feminism has done in the past, 100 years. And women are more promiscuous. They have more sexual partners. They have more trauma, more STDs. They have children outside of marriage, multiple baby daddies. They're struggling mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically. I don't see where feminism has helped women.
I mean, they have a lot of this opportunity, and you're looking at like you're kind of cherry picking these specific instances, like, people that have like multiple, multiple children from multiple husbands, or, not to totally derail this, but I mean, we have the same case. Half the country thinks that this is like one of the greatest people in the world is someone who has children from multiple, partners, right? So I don't think I think that's got more to do with like where we are as like a world and in human civilization than to say it's feminism. I think that's got to do with like the internet and the ability to travel, the ability to meet different people. Before it was just, the trade-off was, well, yeah, you had these small, close-knit communities where everybody knew each other and they've known each other for hundreds of years. But the trade-off is that you don't have things like electricity and the internet and cell phones and digital cameras and computers and cars that can drive wherever, airplanes, all that type of stuff, right? You don't have any of these things. Like that's the trade-off. If you want to have these small, close-knit communities where people don't specialize, that's the trade-off. And
only if you're taking, not if you're only taking a majority of women outside of the 9 to 5 workplace so that they can stay at home and raise their children.
So if you take a majority of the women out, how would you? Just curious, how would you do that? Would you?
It would have to be slow. It couldn't be all at once.
Would you legally mandate it?
No, I don't believe in legally mandating what can and can't be done. I do believe in incentives.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, we also have incentives, right? We have tax incentives that incentivize.
Yeah, we do now. Yeah. Absolutely.
No,
for people who want to homeschool, you get, I think, if the child's disabled, you can get like 30,000 towards education, a tax write-off, or allowances towards certain education.
There have been children tax credits for like decades.
Yeah, but specifically like for homeschoolers and all of that, I think that's been something that's rolled out more recently. At least that I've not heard of it until recently.
I mean, so we expect women to be chefs. We expect women to be, so they have to be chefs. They have to be doctors. They have to be professional educators. They have to be all these things. And right, because if they stay in the home and we're not specializing, we're not outsourcing any of this stuff, right? They have to be all these. They have to be care providers. They have to do all these things. And to be honest, that sounds like exhausting to have one person do all that. And you were saying that women are less physically capable. I mean, plus you'd have
No,
you're talking about that
I said that
like a
women
week
don't
out of the
have
month they're just
stable
completely out
hormonal
of
cycles.
commission. And so a week out of the month they're completely out of commission for doing all these
No,
things.
no,
Anyway,
not
right?
completely out of commission. Whenever you work for yourself, you can pace yourself. There are times where you get a lot done, and then there are other times you get a little bit less, and you can, alter your schedule. So it's very different than going to working a 9 to 5 job. It doesn't matter your hormonal cycles. It doesn't matter if you're pregnant. Women are going back to work after like 3 to 6 weeks after having a child.
Well, I agree. We should extend paternity and maternity care. I think both parents should be at home with the baby and immediately after. I think that's something that we should work for, as a society.
We've outsourced childcare, and the repercussions are catastrophic. I mean, these children have learning disabilities, trauma from the neglect and abuse that happens in these daycares and in the education system. Again, you kind of skipped over the whole sexual liberation part, but it used to be that women went from their father's house to their husband's house. Now we know that if you look at the stats on this, the more sexual partners a woman has, the more likely she is to leave her partner. And you can see that 70% or 69% of divorces are initiated by women, and it's mostly because of irreconcilable differences, not because of abuse, not because of infidelity, because they just don't want to be in the relationship anymore. They're choosing their happiness over what's right for the family. We can see this all throughout the past years, where feminism has pushed women to prioritize their career and sacrifice their families.
Yeah, but if the parents can't stand each other, I think that's just as bad for the family.
No, you have self-control and you work it out. I can tell you that in marriages, I know people who have been married, 30 years. They can tell you they did not like each other the entire time, but they worked it out. There's no reason to leave if there's not extreme,
I'm not saying. I'm not saying that the first time you get oh, he left the toilet seat up or he didn't rinse out his toothpaste after he brushed his teeth.
Are you listening?
Divorce. I'm not saying that that's
what they're saying.
We should be.
That's what they're saying. They're literally
nobody is saying that. Nobody is saying if your husband leaves the nobody. People are saying that if your husband leaves the toilet seat up once, or you find that he didn't rinse his toothpaste spit out down the drain, you got to divorce him.
The women are saying he's such a great guy. I just want to go find myself. What it is women are no longer happy in long-term relationships because they've had too many sexual partners. They can't bond with their partner and stay with them, and they want to go out. And a lot of these women, you can see them crash out on social media crying because they're like, I thought I was going to go out and it was going to be better, and now I'm just lonely. And they're, replacing family with animals, with cats. Like, women are opting out of marriage and having children because they can no longer pair bond with men. They've had way too many sexual partners. They're way too selfish. There's no sense of duty or sense of discipline. They're selfish because feminism told them that they're more important than any sense of duty towards family and country, or let alone God.
That sounds kind of like a little preposterous. I don't believe that people are saying that you should divorce your spouse if he leaves the toilet, your husband if he should leave the toilet seat up. I don't think that that's happening. I mean, if people aren't happy, I don't see why you should be miserable in a relationship. I don't see why someone should stay in a relationship, whether it's a man or a woman,
for the children,
right? If they're not happy.
For the children.
you can make it. There's plenty of parents. There's plenty of people, and there's probably more resources today than ever in history for how to have how to successfully, manage a family after a divorce.
But what's happening? Single parent, specifically single mothers, right? The women who are leaving these relationships, the outcome is their children are, they have learning disabilities, they have behavioral disabilities, there's more incarceration rates, drug abuse, violent crimes.
There's women committing
No. The
single
children
mothers.
from the
Oh, the
single
children.
mothers.
Children.
Yes. They need their fathers.
Well, I don't think that's. I mean, there's got to be like a whole host of issues. I would say going on with that. That doesn't sound like.
But the debate is about the outcome. How has it affected society?
Well, yeah, I don't think that has to do with feminism. I think that has to do with a whole host of other aspects of society and the world as the world's evolved. That doesn't
What's
have
an
that's
example?
independent of feminism. What's an example?
Yes.
The proliferation of crack cocaine in the 80s. The large scale imprisonment of people in the United States. I think those things that's not feminism, right? Do you think the crack cocaine epidemic is in the 80s?
I will
that
say
a result
that
of feminism?
the sexual revolution was pushed by feminism, and with that also came drug use.
So men in the 80s were taking.
That's the Enlightenment you're talking about. All the people who, dabbled in different things back in their younger years, and now they're teaching kids to be liberated and enlightened.
To be fair, like a lot of the boomers that were from the 60s and 70s, they grew up to be like pretty conservative. So I don't think that those were the same people. I mean, that sounds.
Not the ones in the education system, not the ones who are pushing these agendas on children. Not
People
the
are
ones
pushing crack cocaine on children? Yeah, they should be fired.
Oh my God. No, I'm talking about certain ideologies pushed in the education system, but that was a nice stretch.
Look, the world is complicated, and trying to blame every failing of society, like I would say the internet has disrupted family life and society way more than feminism ever has.
The internet pushes feminism. Everywhere you look.
You're on the internet and you're pushing, anti-feminism.
Yes, and right? I'm pretty sure I'm the minority of women, because most women are feminist. Most women vote liberal.
Okay. So make better arguments to convince them. Or are you saying women are too stupid? Or is it just the time of the month that they can't determine who's at fault for an accident?
They change their mind all the time.
So they can't decide who's at fault for an accident. They can't decide what's best for
themselves. Depends on the time of the month.
So it just all depends on the time of the month. So I don't know. This is it's interesting, but I'm glad that we at least agree that you think that men and women should be equal before the law. I think that was a good thing that we came to. Yeah. Oh no, Speakeasy. I think we're at the end here.
Yeah, well, I mean, with only 18 seconds left there, yeah, it's pretty good timing. Yeah. So we can wrap it here, right? That'll wrap up the open floor portion. First off, great exchange from both sides tonight. What we're going to be doing now is entering into the final phase of the debate, the closing statements. Quick reminder to the live chat, the Q&A is there up. So if you've got questions for either debater, make sure you drop them in now. But remember, the super chats and PayPals and Cash Apps, these will take priority. And if it fills up the whole 30 minutes, we won't get to those free questions. So if there's something you really want to be asked or said, send it through one of those priority options. With that being said, we're going to move right into closings. Each debater will get 5 minutes to make their final case. So we're gonna start with bass guitar because you opened first, so we're gonna give you the first or closer, so that will give Athena the last word. So bass guitar, whenever you are ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right. So I started out by saying that feminism is the logical extension of of Enlightenment liberalism, and that's a good thing to have for Enlightenment liberalism. I think there's a lot of things that came out of that we don't want to give up. I mean, even Athena agreed that she probably wouldn't force her son into an arranged marriage, and she wasn't subject to an arranged marriage herself, and especially now, probably wouldn't want to be forced into an arranged marriage again. I think she likes having her autonomy and her ability to choose and make her own choices for that. We got a little into the weeds, but not too bad. We talked about how, there's economic growth. Now my opponent says that the economic growth just either wasn't there or it doesn't really affect having women. But I think it's pretty clear if we look through history that, all the countries that have expanded the right to work to women and expanded, feminist ideas and equality to women. Those are all the most productive countries in the world. Those are all like the most wealthy countries in the world. We can't find examples of countries where where women are kind of they don't have equality under the law, or they don't have their own autonomy, or all the women are stay-at-home moms where there's booming economies. I'm a big proponent of free markets. I think let people do what they want, and what works. I mean, and if there's people can convince if it's more beneficial for society, let for women to stay at home. I don't think that's the case, but if that were the case, show me some examples, of it in modern society, where we can control for things like, the internet and technology and things like that. Show me where women staying at home leads to a booming, wealthy economy. But that doesn't exist, because that doesn't seem to objectively be the case. So once again, I am glad that we were able to agree. So we did find a couple pieces of agreement. We agreed that there are probably some jobs that are more suited for women and some jobs that are more suited for men, although the ones that were suited for women seem to not be suited for women. So I wasn't, according to my opponent. So that was a little confusing there. We agreed that, people who are 5'2", 105 pounds probably shouldn't be defensive line. You shouldn't be on defensive lines. We agreed on that. So yeah, it was overall, I think, it was a good debate. I respect my opponent. I think I'm glad that she decided to come on the internet and speak up about this as a woman from this perspective. I think that's a really cool thing, that she was able to do that, share some of her experiences from her education, from her real life experiences of working. And, I think that was all really cool. And for me, that is an example of feminism, right? That she has this education and experience that she's able to draw upon. She's able to, talk about things like, yeah, I would agree. I think cooking home cooked meals is probably good. I don't necessarily think that's anti-feminist to say cooking home cooked meals is good. And she's able to share experiences about, tackling livestock and probably castrating some cows, right? That's so. Yeah, there was some cool agreements there. There was a bit of confusion, but yeah, with that, I'll cede the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. With that, we're going to hand the mic over to Athena. And Athena, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Let me be clear. I'm not here to attack women. I'm not denying injustice. I'm not pretending the past was perfect. I'm here to talk about outcomes. Feminism didn't just challenge abuse, it redefined womanhood. Marriage became a trap, motherhood became a setback. Needing a man became weakness, and the family, the one place most women and children are actually protected, was quietly dismantled. Motherhood was stripped of honor. Women who stayed home were mocked, sidelined, and told they settled for less. Raising children was treated like a wasted potential. Meanwhile, the work shaping human beings was replaced with chasing status that never loves you back. Men and women turned into rivals. Partnership was replaced with power, love with leverage, commitment with caution. Dating collapsed into confusion. Marriage turned into a risk instead of a goal. Women were told to wait, build first, have kids later. Biology was ignored. Time was lied about. Now, countless women are left with infertility, regret, and grief no one warned them about, and no one wants to acknowledge. Sex was disconnected from responsibility and sold as freedom. What followed wasn't liberation, it was damage, emotional trauma, abortion, disease, single motherhood, and once again, women paid the price. Women were told they don't need a man, yet men still build and maintain society's infrastructure. Men work most civil service jobs. Men still do their duty to society, but were removed from the homes. That didn't empower women, it exhausted them. Fatherhood became optional, and when families weakened, the state stepped in to replace what men once did. Womanhood was politicized, biology became offensive, dependence, a basic human reality, was labeled as weakness. Equality was redefined as pretending men and women are the same, even when the even when that left women exhausted, overstretched, and burned out. This is why women are opting out of getting married and having children. Shame is one of society's greatest tools to keep people from deviating into unproductive or harmful, um, deviating from being unproductive or harmful. But the shame was now in prioritizing being a helpmate and mother. Putting first was seen as failure. What was once two people working towards one goal became two people competing against the world in separate goals. The law of synergy was ignored. Victimhood became an identity. Women are now the most empowered victims, according to feminism, a walking contradiction. Responsibility became offensive. Modesty, commitment, sacrifice, and faithfulness were mocked. Dating was unstable, marriage became fragile, and even dangerous for men, because women have more rights than ever, more rights to reproduction than men, but women still have the same privileges and protections they did before. Feminism can't even pick a lane. One second they are equal and empowered, ignoring biology, stats, and history and outcome. The next, they are victims needing special protections. Trust disappeared. Children were pushed to the margins, optional, inconvenient, negotiable. This is why our birth rates are plummeting at alarming rates. And women who choose faith, family, marriage, or submission were silenced, shamed, or dismissed as brainwashed. Here's the truth feminism avoids. Women's complaints were real, but the solution made things worse. Women are lonelier, more anxious, less supported, less protected, less fulfilled. This isn't empowerment, it's collapse. The alternative isn't oppression, it's order, it's responsibility. It's men and women working together instead of fighting each other. It's motherhood honored, fatherhood expected, families rebuilt, and children put back at the center. That's not going backwards. That's a society that thrives.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. That's going to conclude the closing statements. Great work from both debaters tonight. If you're enjoying what you're seeing out there in the audience, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of the debates we host here on Swords of Reasons. Like I said, we run all kinds of matchups, political debates, cultural, social issues, philosophy, all of that. Anything where conversation is worth clashing over, we bring it into the arena. And also, don't forget to subscribe to tonight's debaters as well. Their links are in the description. Make sure you show them support for coming out and stepping into the arena live in front of you all to sharpen their arguments tonight. Before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I always like to ask a question or two for each side based on arguments I heard, things I want clarified, things I think maybe want to deserve one more pass, things of this nature. And then once those questions are answered, we'll begin the official 30-minute Q&A. So for my first question, we're going to start. Yesterday, I started with affirmative. So I'll start with the negative tonight. So we'll start with Athena. So if one of the arguments you had made tonight about with feminism being a big cause for the like family decline. So like what specific policy changes would you implement that strengthen families without removing women's autonomy like bass guitar thinks is going to happen?
Okay, so what I would do if it was possible, but I don't see it happening, is I would not necessarily get rid of no fault divorce. I would essentially make it to where if someone is choosing no fault divorce, the person choosing that walks away with nothing. They can walk away with what they had before the relationship, but when you commit to someone in marriage and you build something together, that is for the family, not that individual to split up. I think that would keep families together. It would make women second guess, do I really want to leave this man because I'm unhappy if I'm going to start out with nothing, if I'm not taking half of the resources? Because the reality is women tend to earn less than men, yet the assets are split 50-50. And if the person who's initiating divorce for no fault is leaving with half, I don't believe that that's fair, especially since they put men on child support. So I think that not rewarding bad behavior, not rewarding the no fault divorce, but I would also say that the reverse would be true. So for fault divorce, infidelity, and abuse, that the person who is initiating the divorce by causing the abuse and cheating, that they would essentially leave with only what they came with, not with what was built for the family.
All right. And bass guitar, did you have anything for that?
Yeah, actually, I, while you were talking, I was really curious about it to see if there was, because I hear this, talking point a lot about, oh, no fault divorce, it's all initiated by women. But my curiosity was like, well, who, like, do the men agree in these situations, right? Because if the women are like, hey, we should get a divorce, and then the men are like, yeah, that's fine. That doesn't seem like, I mean, it's at least, at a minimum, it doesn't seem to indicate that feminism is at fault, if both people agree. And I was curious, so I looked this up, and I found a study from Southern Methodist University. And here's what it says, that the introduction of no-fault grounds has not led to more divorce, but rather to more efficient divorce. In fact, the national divorce rate has fallen from around 23 divorces per 1,000 married couples in 1979 to less than 17 per 1,000 in 2005. Moreover, 95% of those divorces have settled out of court. So that, because they've settled out of court and they haven't gone to court, that seems to indicate that most people in that couple seem to agree. It says the system has freed couples from the adversarial and contentious nature of fault-based divorces, as well as the artificial placing of blame on a single act of misconduct when marital failure is almost always due to a complex set of factors. So, to kind of sum that up is, I don't think that there doesn't seem to be good evidence, just from a cursory look, that no fault divorce is like this big boogeyman, and it seems to be that no fault divorce, even if it's initiated by women, are actually kind of a both parties saying like, yeah, this isn't working out, we should probably come up with a different arrangement.
So can I rebuttal that really quick?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so
Sorry.
I would have to look up statistics. I mean, I've talked to a lot of people, like men and women interviewed them. And from what I gather is essentially men are advising them to just go along with the divorce because men are absolutely dog walked in divorces if they try to fight it. And then if they try to fight stuff and they don't just agree to terms, then they're accused of sexually abusing either the children or abusing the wife. Now all of these allegations come out once they don't agree to certain terms. So men are afraid and they are agreeing to a lot of these divorces because they know that they're going to lose because women are heavily favored in the court system and they use it to their benefit and they weaponize the children.
All right. And then my next question for you, Athena, would be how do we distinguish between like problems that are caused by feminism and those that are actually caused by like how bass guitar had mentioned, like modern economic pressures with like housing costs or urbanization? How do we distinguish that?
How do we distinguish it, or how do we challenge that and change that? What was
Yeah, like how do we know? How do we distinguish like which problems are caused by feminism, or and which problems are caused more by like the housing cost or urbanization? Or would you say that
Automation
it
or
it kind of walks hand in hand?
I would say it walks hand in hand. I know that, and I'm in the what they call the dirty South. I'm in Texas, and I grew up in southern Texas, and I can tell you that almost every teacher I had was a feminist, and they were very open about being a feminist, and you were shamed for having Christian values, for talking about conservatism or any of that. I had an instance with one lady who had me stand in front of the class and watch everyone eat a treat that she gave to them because I wrote about God in my journal. So there's definitely a lot of abuse that happens with the teachers whenever a child does not fall in the agenda that they're trying to push. So I would say that feminism definitely does cause a lot of this because all of these ideologies that these young people have is because of their teachers. They spend more time with their teachers than they do their parents, and they're more bonded with strangers than they are with their actual parents.
All right. And did you have anything for that, bass guitar?
no, I just find it funny. I'll just make one like little quip regarding that. Is that it sounds like the indoctrination is pretty awful if Texas is full of feminist indoctrinating teachers and Texas is still a red state, it's still conservative. It seems like the indoctrination's not going well. So
They're saying that Texas is projected to be purple. I don't know after with everything that's happened if that's going to happen. Hopefully it does not. But there's a lot of people with different ideas that are moving to Texas and
yeah, my understanding is it's more like it's more demographic shifting, like it's more people moving in as opposed to liberal.
Yeah, isn't it like Austin? Austin is
and
kind
you
of getting a
also
little.
Keep Austin weird, right?
That's
Yeah.
what's happening, right?
but you also have people who
played South
are
by Southwest back in the day. That was
yeah, you have a lot of people who here in Texas who are economically more conservative, but socially more liberal, or at least libertarian. There's a lot um, of conservatives out here in Texas who vote red, but they're like pro-choice, for example.
All right. So my next questions then are for bass guitar. My first one is, so if feminism has been like beneficial overall, what is like what? How would you address like the declining birth rates, the relationship stability that's in societies where feminism is most prevalent?
Yeah, so for the declining birth rates, like I said before, to me, it's a Malthusian red herring, right? In the 18, and for those of you who don't know, in the 1800s, there was a guy named Malthus, and he was projecting out the birth growth rate. And he was like, oh my God, if people keep having kids at the rate that they're having kids, the earth will not be able to sustain. And I think, I can't remember, his projections were like way off because there was a whole bunch of things that happened that he didn't account for. Is first off, we got a lot more efficient at growing food because that was his big thing. He's just like, we won't be able to produce enough food. We won't have enough land to house the people and produce the food to support all this population. So this is a huge, big thing. But there's just things that he just couldn't have known, like the efficiency with which we're able to grow food now would have just blown his mind, right? And then on top of that, as economic factors grew, the birth rate started to plateau. So the way that I view the declining birth rate is kind of like the opposite of that. Like it's a lot of people freaking out about something, but there's a whole bunch of things that like we just don't know what's going to happen in the future, and if we get down to be like 100,000 humans left, then maybe, yeah, that's a big problem that we should start being concerned about. But I don't think that's going to happen. As far as the birth rate goes, for me, it's just, people are worried about it, but I don't think it's, 200 years ago, people were worried that there were going to be too many people. So I think it's a bunch of setting your hair on fire about nothing. As far as the birth rate, what was the other?
Right.
And then as far as like other societal type issues,
Yeah, like the relationship stabilities you guys were talking about as well.
yeah. So
Like the divorce rate way up.
yeah, so I don't necessarily think that the divorce rate being up is that bad either. It depends on the outcomes of it, right? Like if it's something like a no fault divorce and there's no kids, like I don't think that's that big of a deal if that's involved. I've had people come to me personally and ask me like for my opinion about, just to kind of lay it all out on the table, who've said like, hey, look, I'm thinking about divorcing my spouse. I want to get your opinion on it. Both of us. And I kind of said, do whatever you can to work it out. Right. Especially because they had kids. I was like, look, do whatever you can. Because it definitely makes it more difficult, but I don't think it necessarily makes it impossible. There's plenty of people that make it work and they have good, healthy family dynamics with having, after they've remarried or whatever, between the two people, like they shared co-parenting is, I think, the term that they use for it. I think that if it can be done, I think that's good. And just overall education to be able to, better family planning as well, which kind of contradicts the birth rate thing, but, make sure if you're having kids, if you're going to have kids with someone, make sure it's someone that you enjoy being with and it's not going to, fall apart after a kid comes. So I think there's definitely an argument there. And I think there could be,
So just so I can make sure I have your answer clear too, just maybe the audience will have the same clarifying question as me. So basically you're saying like the trade-offs of like the declining birth rate, the relationship, maybe divorce rate going up. These are worth the overall beneficial or benefits that we get from feminism.
yeah, well, so specifically with the birth rate, like I said, I
Because it
don't
sounded
think
like you were saying the trade-offs, like
doesn't matter. But
yeah,
yeah, and so yeah, I mean, I think overall we live in a better world. A lot of times people try to think like, oh, the times we live in are so bad, or so bad, or so bad. In my opinion, we all live in the best like time in the history of the world. Now that doesn't mean there's no problems, right? Like, especially as the internet is kind of shifting things, and I mean, AI is going to do that more. Maybe automation has already like done crazy things with like with employment, right, over the past 30, 40 years. So I think it's things that need to be addressed. And, I don't have all the answers for how do you address it. Like, as far as like with relationships, it's probably is harder to meet people like romantic partners nowadays, maybe. Although it's in some respects, there's apps for it, right? You know, so although
All right.
Have you
when
tried any of those apps?
I found my wife, I'll I don't know if I'm dating myself or not. When I found my wife, there was like the infancy of like the apps, and so like I didn't have success with that. But it was like the apps were like not really good. And I met my wife at a bar, so and we've been together for almost 10 years now. Well, no, we've been together for like 14 years. Married for about 10. So
I can tell you the apps are absolutely horrible. I, I would not advise anyone to get on those apps unless you're looking for one thing. That is literally all it is good for.
well, man, I mean, I would imagine that there's got to be, because I mean that sounds like it would be a niche, right? That someone would be good at. Although I remember back in the day when I was, because I worked for like a genealogy company, and at the time, this was when I was in college, and at the time, genealogy companies and internet dating were like the two big internet subscriptions. Those were like the two biggest sites for internet subscription, and they would always say like the problem with the internet dating things is that if they're good, they lose the customer. So that's one of the problems. They were like, but you work for genealogy.com, so you don't have to worry about that. There's always going to be more people to find, right? More ancestors. So they're like, that's not a problem that we have to worry about. But it's Anyway.
And Athena, did you have anything for his answer to the question?
No, but I did want to comment on something. You were like, oh, well, Texas, votes red. Just so you know, Texas used to vote blue before the 80s. So
they were still conservative. They weren't like
liberal. Yeah, that's why I said there's a lot of people here that might be economically conservative, but there's a lot of socially liberal ideas in Texas, especially if you're looking at the cities like Houston, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio. You're looking at very, very liberal ideas on socially.
All right. And then my second question for you, bass guitar, was going to be should equality of opportunity accept like unequal outcomes between men and women? And if so, how do you determine when like the disparities are acceptable versus evidence of some type of like discrimination?
So yes, and I don't know. Yes, and that like,
honest.
I think it's because it's a complicated question, right? Because then there's this,
that's fair. Yeah.
Like okay, let's just think about it like STEM. Like Obama had this big thing about getting more women into STEM because they were underrepresented, right? Now, I don't think necessarily STEM fields should be 50-50 men and women, right? And shooting for that outcome just is bonkers. It doesn't make sense because it could be the case that maybe women are actually more apt and more apt for STEM type things, like and maybe the correct balance is actually like 60-40 in favor of women. So right, why would you shoot for 50-50, right? So I think the best way to address it is just and I was talking to, I remember maybe a decade or so ago, I was talking to a friend about this very question, and my thing was like, you should not, like, I don't think there should be a case where women should be where teachers or, educators or people in authority should be telling women or girls, right, when they're young, you can't do this because you're a woman, right? I don't think that should be the case. But I think, just make it available to them as an option and let things fall where they fall, right? Because I mean, there's definitely stories you heard. I mean, this is anecdotal that like, oh, women can't do science because that's a men's field, right? And I don't think that should be told. I don't think men should be told the same thing. You can't do that. That's a girl's field. Make the options available. Let the opportunity be equal. And then let it fall where it falls. And I don't know if it's even possible. It might not even be possible to know what like the correct disparity should be, right? So that's going to be tough to kind of look at. But I think we are moving in a way where the opportunity is becoming more equal, and like especially at the time, if women were, if you think about it, like okay, let's say for the past 20 years, women have been discouraged from being chemists. Okay, well now we're trying to hire chemists, but for the past 20 years, women have been discouraged from that. Is the right answer, well, we should go out of our way to hire women chemists now? I don't even know if that's necessarily the right answer. Because it might be the case where what we need to do is just remove the ideology or whatever that's saying women can't be chemists, right? If that's what's causing them to not be chemists, remove that, and then you kind of have to wait for 20 years to kind of like for it to catch up. There might be an inherent lag time in those types of fixes, which kind of makes that answer a little bit more difficult. So I don't know if that was the answer you wanted.
Well, it's not about what I wanted. It's just your answer's your answer. But Athena, did you have anything that you wanted to say to that?
Yeah, I mean, I worked in STEM. I will say that I understand, again, there are outliers, but trying to work with women in that particular industry was very difficult. I've seen women okay, so in cell culture, you flame the openings of things before you close it to prevent contamination. I've watched women flame flammable stuff, and they just panicked and didn't know what to do, and I was like, I just picked it up and put it in the sink and was like, okay, So again, I get that there's outliers, but to push women into it, because I felt like I was heavily pushed into it. I personally loved it, but my father was a physics major, so I kind of grew up with a certain level of education when it comes to the sciences that maybe most people didn't. But again, outliers don't make the rule. I don't think that women were pushed away from it maybe a long time ago, but uh, like a decade and a half ago, 2 decades ago, I don't think that women were pushed out of it. I think they were very heavily encouraged and embraced, especially since the science community tends to be a lot more liberal. There was a big push for women to be embraced in that industry. At least that was always my experience.
And to kind of maybe this is a point of agreement. Conversely, I don't necessarily think people should be pushed into certain fields because they're a woman or a man either, right? I don't think they should be discouraged from that, but I also don't think they say you should say, well, you should be a nurse because that's a woman's job, right? I don't think that, or should be. I don't think that should be the case either. I think you just teach the stuff. Don't put restrictions. Don't say you shouldn't do this. Don't discourage. Don't necessarily, if a kid says I want to be an astronaut, encourage that. Yeah, don't say, well, you should be this because you're a man or a woman or whatever. And I think, but like I said, there might be some lag time before we see that type of stuff. But
yeah. Well, when we look at the errors that women that happens under women's what's the word I'm looking for, when they're performing, some of them can be pretty dangerous. I would say even and I get the physical side of things is different, but like in the military, the only thing that I think women actually do pretty well in is being like a pilot. But every other thing, even some of the less physically intense jobs, men just perform better. So I think it should go strictly on merit. We should not have any hires because of we want a certain amount of women in there.
Well, yeah, I would necessarily. Although if we're just to kind of counter that, if we're talking about like private companies, I think private companies can do whatever they want. If a private company says we want to hire, like if we want to hire like 70% women on our board, if they're not going to be, I think they should be free to do that. If it's works for them, it works for them. If it doesn't, then the market will sort that out. So
I agree with that.
All right. Now we're going to get into the official 30-minute Q&A from the chat. Remember, chat, we're doing the super chats. They take priority. So if if it fills up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to your questions. You want to bump yourself up, send in the super chat. But starting off here, we got Stand Up and Paddle Animal Rescue sends in $10 to say, this dude woke up today and chose feminism. Ha 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 ha.
what can I say? I love my wife. So.
Oh, let's go. $10 comes in from Stand Up and Paddle Animal Rescue once again. Says, for the cause, the channel, and the goal. Be easy, stay easy, speak easy. Let's go. Thank you very much. I appreciate the support big time. And then also coming in with another $10 pull for the chat. Who's more embarrassed of this guy, men or feminists? Wicked Wally's comes in with a $5. Thank you, Wicked Wally. Says, what do you call a woman who says she's equal to men? A damn good comedian for a woman.
It's a good one, Wally. That's good.
That is a good one. I like it. Thank you, Wally. Stand Up and Paddle Animal Rescue again with another 10 coming in hard. Bass guitar. Did someone put you up to this? Did you lose a bet or come in last in fantasy football?
No, I didn't do fantasy football this year. But no, I just, like I said, I think it's, for me, it's feminism is just an extension of Enlightenment liberalism. And I don't think there's enough people defending Enlightenment liberalism. And I know that, like I said, at the beginning, I know that's triggering all of Speakeasy's chat right now using that big L word. But I think I really think there's more people that need to stand up for Enlightenment liberalism. And conservatives can be Enlightenment era liberals, like think about like Ben Shapiro, who's classical liberal. I think that all falls into the same umbrella.
Athena looks like she wants to say no.
No, I actually thought of something funny because of that joke. If I lost to him, you could argue that that's because he's a man. And if I won, you could argue because feminism is stupid. So
let's go. I like it. $10 from Stand Up and Paddle again. Thank you very much, Stand Up and Paddle, for all the support tonight. I appreciate it big time. Whatever about female bosses, there got to be a couple good ones, probability and all, but nothing could be worse than a male feminist for a boss. Athena agrees.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got another $5 coming in, said $5 super chat drive. Let's go. Thank you very much. Stand Up with the big time support tonight. T. Gillies Pie says, giggles tonight for sure. I'm confused about the points and who's supports what. I love the sideline comments, though, so I'm chipping in just because it's always a gas. Big loves and blessings, y'all. Thank you very much.
That's
big time for the support. I know. I think definitely when they see the topic and then they see there's a man and a woman on the stage, they have to double take it. Yeah, they got to double take it. It's good. Make sure they have to pay attention. Yeah. Another $5 comes in from Stand Up. Says, bass guitar self-report. Losing the internet is my greatest fear, even scarier than spiders and men. He says you're scared to lose the internet. Thank you very much for that, Stand Up. And then another $5 says, bass guitar, it's always the husband's fault. Am I right?
No, I mean sometimes the woman's not cooking the meals. She's just cooking the mac and cheese, right?
That's true. $5 from Joseph Romano. Nothing to say, just for some support. Thank you very much, Joseph. Organized Chaos TV comes in with 5, says, great show as always, easy. Thank you very much, Organized. Thank you for the support as well. $5 from Stand Up Again comes in and says, bass guitar. Do you have one price of piece, I think he meant to say, piece of actual evidence that feminism is actually good for society, besides my mother told me and she's amazing?
Well, first off, my mother is amazing. All right, so you can put that in your pipe and smoke it. Second off,
Get up.
Second, yeah, wasn't one of the 10 Commandments respect your parents, right? But both my parents are awesome, right?
Based.
No, I mean, there's economic evidence. Like I said, I mean, we could just look at the world today. That all the countries that are more feministly, feministy inclined or whatever you could say, like Western countries, Europe, the Americas, Australia, all these countries are like just powerhouses economically. So I think that's evidence of it, right? In the countries that where the women just stays at home and they're not, even of similar sizes, right? So.
Did you have anything there? You can respond during these, Athena, if you want.
Oh, okay. I would say that, it hasn't done better since women have entered the workforce. I think that when men started going, to work instead of, working on the farm, and women still stayed home with the kids, I think that the family unit was stronger. I think that the family unit is much weaker, and this is why people are sending their children off to school and people are sending their elderly parents off to nursing homes. I don't think that that's a benefit at all. I don't think sacrificing families and strong family units is worth the financial gain that you're saying, or within the industries. I think there's a way to have a balance to where both can be prioritized, where the woman stays home, the man, still works, and women can still earn money working from home and taking care of the family, making sure that their health is prioritized, that their children's education is prioritized, that the family stays together so that the children have a better outcome.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely more ways. It's the old saying: there was more than one way to skin a cat. So to share another personal anecdote. I mean, there's tons of ways that people can do this, but I don't think necessarily saying that women shouldn't be engaged in the workforce. Like I know a couple where the way that it works out is that the husband can work from home, and so what he says is he's like, okay, so I'm going to work from home on these days. You stay with so I'll take care of the kid on these days. You go into work on those days when you got to go into work, and then we'll just trade off like that. And they both do that, and it works for them, and they're both able to take care of the kids. And I think they get a nanny like once or twice a week or something like that for the days that they both have to go in. But I mean, they're both with the kid like 80% of the time, 80% of the week. I don't think that's going to be damaging or destructive. I don't think that's going to lead to the kid becoming, a violent crack addict criminal because they're doing that. So
that circumstance that I would say is probably like an outlier. Most people don't have jobs like that. And it also, I would say, depends on how old that child is, because a lot of women pump whenever they're away from their children, but nipples actually have receptors, and the saliva from the baby tells, like it goes to the nipple and it tells the body what the body needs to pull, like which nutrients it needs to pull. So it's really important to get an actual latch for that child to get the full benefits of it. And even the CDC suggests that children are breastfed up until 2 years.
All right. And next one comes in again from Stand Up. sending in massive support tonight. Thank you very much. Bass guitar. I respect my opponent. Because she's a woman, she's definitely better than me, and she should be declared the winner of the debate. I win.
Yeah,
What?
it's a circular logic. If I say you win, then it proves that feminism is beneficial for society. unless you admit that by you winning, we all lose.
I like it. I like it. Wicked Wally for another $5. Thank you very much. Wicked Wally says, y'all remember this debate the next time you hear anyone say a man can't be abused by a woman. Wally is saying that Athena abused you, bass guitar.
My bad.
Call the police. No, $10 from Stand Up again. Thank you very much, Stand Up. Says massive W for Athena and total embarrassment to male feminists everywhere. Would you say that you're a male feminist, base?
I mean, also, I was thinking about this. All the positions that I said I hold as things that I truly believe. But I haven't actually gone to. I've never been to like a feminist protest. I don't have like a pussy hat or whatever. So.
Damn, you're not official yet. You gotta get.
I don't know where that puts me on the spectrum.
You gotta get a pussy hat to be official. Okay,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah,
I think it's funny that women are like, I'm more than just my body, and then they dress up in these giant vagina suits, and I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, that's great.
Nutty world we live in. $5 and again from Stand Up, you legend. Bass guitar, nothing but love, brother. Hate the sin and not the sinner. Bass, I like it. I like it.
Thank you. My heart goes out to you. I'm gonna go like this. My heart goes out to you. Nobody
Shit.
Keep my hands clear.
Shit. Pull the Elon. Stand Up and Paddle becomes a new member. Shout out to you. Thank you for becoming a member, you legend. Uncle Tiger sneezes. Good to see you. Sends in $10 just to say, take my money. Thank you very much, you legend. Stand Up says 2 more for the goal. Thank you very much for another $5 super chat. And then we got $2 coming in from Sempiternal Chaos. Nothing to say, just showing support. Thank you very much. And also from Shantae, a $2 super chat just to show support. Thank you very much. Absolutely amazing, you guys are. $10 comes in from Kieran, well, Australian dollars. So, 10 cents comes. No, just $10 comes in from Kieran and says, bass guitar, if it was proven that women in general just aren't interested in STEM fields, would something need to be done about that?
Well, I think I kind of addressed this, Kieran, in Speakeasy's question to me, where I said it could be the case, right? It might be the case that if you removed like all like anything like, oh, you shouldn't do this because you're a woman or whatever, things like that, or you're a girl, it could be the case that it's like 20%. And I think, as long as we do our best to kind of remove those barriers, I say just let the chips lay where they lay. The markets will sort it out. People specialize wherever they're going to be most efficiently, in conjunction with what they like to do, which I think is another important factor too, right? I mean, although there's a lot of people that don't like their jobs, but they still do them. But maybe they're hopefully they're good at it, and hopefully you can get some enjoyment out of it. I know Speakeasy likes his job. All right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So yeah, I would say, would something need to be done about it? If women just aren't interested? No, I don't necessarily think so. As long as it's not like a blanket thing to say, like if you say like, well, only 10% of women are interested in it, so no women should be allowed in STEM. I would say, if that were the case, I would oppose that. But if only 10% of women are in STEM and they make up the STEM and then I'd say, yeah, sure.
So nothing should be done to like try to incentivize women to go into the field, is what you're saying?
Not beyond like removing any barriers or any kind of discouragement. No.
So you say there shouldn't be any discouragement, but how far does that go? Because I mean, kids are discouraged from doing bad things, doing because if people just did what made them happy, there's a lot of people who would like to just play video games all day. If everyone did that, where would society be? So should there be a pressure for people to go into certain industries, or at least incentives for those industries? And direction, especially if, I mean, guiding based off of ability, maybe not so much gender. I think maybe teachers, if
Yeah.
I mean, I hate the public education system, but if teachers were taught how to recognize certain strengths without a bias and to encourage that for certain industries that are beneficial for society, not just what feels good. Because, I mean, you get a lot of people who are going into gender studies, which is completely useless.
Well, what's the percentage of gender study degrees? It
It's
can't be.
increasing. I would have to look,
Well,
but I know that it's
but
way
it
too
just,
high for the amount
so
of people.
I agreed with the first part of what you said. I sorry to just kind of jump on the gender studies thing. I do think I will say this is I do think that actually a lot of times these like gender studies or art history, they get kind of a bad rap. But I actually think if we like, civilization and culture, I think having these types of, having competent professionals in these fields is actually a good beneficial thing for society. Right. I think it's important to have people who understand art history. Right. Yeah, it's probably not going to make the most money. Right. And you need to temper expectations. Right. You shouldn't be like, okay, oh, you want to go into be an art history major? Oh, great. Okay, well, you're gonna be the wealthiest person ever. Like, temper the expectations. But I think it's important, right? Because I mean, if we don't
Starving
have,
artist, yeah. Starving artist, yeah.
yeah, and I mean, and people certainly can make money as art historians, right?
Mhm.
But same with like archaeologists, right? Archaeologists aren't making massive amounts of money, but I think it's a very important field, right? Is it as important as like physical engineering where you're like trying to squeeze every bit of data out of like a silicon microchip? Right now, probably it's not as important for overall society, right? But I think temper expectations, let people do what they want. You can encourage people. If we had a huge influx of like art historians and archaeologists that couldn't do anything else, I think the markets would sort themselves out pretty quick. If that were the case. So I say, like I said, just let the markets solve for that.
All right, all right. $5 comes in from Fuck It Button. Because I love my wife is a weak cop out. If you wanted what was best for women, you wouldn't promote a fabricated reality to feel good and be worse.
What? I don't know what fabricated reality they're talking about. Just to give kind of some scope to just put this kind of funny. Right now, my wife is stay at home. I have 3 older brothers. All of their wives are stay at home. So, if anything, my family's living the trad life. All right. So I'm talking about this. Maybe it's that the grass is always greener on the other side, right? Who knows?
Would you say that having your wife's support, staying at home, helps you thrive in your career? Like I was talking about the synergy, the law of synergy. It's two people working towards the same goal. I would say that, like, the world could be seen as like your obstacles and two people working towards the same goal versus two people who are separate working towards different goals.
Well, I mean, even when she worked, I don't think we were still working towards the same goals. I don't think we didn't compete in that sense.
No. I'm saying
We
y'all are
divvied up duties at home a lot
in
more.
different industries versus now you're the main breadwinner and she gets to support you so that you can focus on your career and thrive in your career and do better. It's two people. She's supporting you in your career by staying home. And I'm sure she does a majority of the cooking and cleaning now that she's staying home and she takes care of
and when she didn't, we shared more of that duty. which is fine.
Hmm.
You know, I used to be the only one to do, and I still do a lot of the cooking and cleaning, right? I enjoy cooking, so I do a lot. I don't do a majority of it, but I do quite a bit of it, right? Especially like on the weekends, right? I'm like, hey, I'm gonna go get some steaks. I'm gonna go make some steaks. You want so for you? And she's like, yeah, steak day, right? You know.
Yeah.
So like yeah, I'll go like all out. I'll make like every once a month or so. I'll make like a huge. I'll go like do a super fancy dinner that I'm gonna make for her, right? I'll like keep on the cleaning and stuff. When she was working, it was kind of the same thing. We split more of the cooking. The cleaning was split a little bit more because we were both working, right? And even though I was making more, I wasn't like, well, because I'm making more, you still have to do more of the housework. I was like, no, we're both working the same time. So we both sharing that. You know,
Was
she
that
had
before
her.
children? Was she
We actually don't have any. We don't have any children.
Oh, you don't have any children. Oh, okay, okay.
But like I would do the dishes. Like we were talking about that today, where before we had a dishwasher, I would stand. There were days that I would stand in front of doing like 3 hours of dishes because they just piled up, right? And like I was just like, all right, this is my job, so I'm just do all the dishes, put them in the dish racks, dry them. When they're all done, do another batch, right?
So you're doing dishes, and I get when you were both working.
This is when we were both working.
Okay. But now
So, now we have a dishwasher. We were just talking about that today. It was just like, oh, thank God we have a dishwasher. I'm not going back to no dishwasher ever.
Well, yeah, you
again.
have a wife. You've always had a dishwasher.
Ha!
That was washing the dishes was actually my job when we were both working.
That's a good one. Kieran comes in for $5. Says, "Bass guitar, is capitalism compatible with feminism, and if so, how?"
Yeah, sure. Capitalism is let the women compete. If they can compete, then and they can do a good job, then go for it. You know, I've been in positions where I've worked in a couple different fields for several different companies. It's never been a calculation like, well, this person can't do the job because once a month they're going to be unhinged. Thinking back to one boss that I had, the owner of the company was a man, and he was absolutely insane. Like he was nuts. Like he was the kind of guy that like I don't know how many of you guys have worked for like small businesses where the owner thinks they run everything. They run everything in the small bit. And so they'll be like, do this, and then they'll come back the next day and they're like, no, I want you to do it a completely different way. And you're like, well, I already got like halfway through the project how you told me how to do it. No, I want to do it the other way. Okay, well I'll throw away everything I did and do it again, right? There was a supervisor that got hired between me, and she was about my same age, but she was a woman. She had a MBA, and she was great to work for. She was competent. She was able to mitigate a lot of the insanity that the male owner was exhibiting. She was very competent, and so like that's why it's never been. I think she absolutely earned her role and her wage, and if she couldn't compete, fire her and find someone else. Maybe it's a woman, maybe it's not. Who knows? So, summary, yes, I do think it's compatible.
All right. Next one that comes in, I got the Cash App from Dane here. Says, my super chat is glitching. I'll Cash App you the $5. Thank you for the $5. I did receive that. I loved my wife for 37 years. We're both anti-feminism. It's weak to say you're a feminist because you love your wife. That's unprincipled pandering.
Well, it's not just my wife. I love my mom too, right? You already covered that.
I love my mom. I love my sisters. I love my aunties.
And my poor mom. No, I didn't have any sisters. My poor mom had 4 boys.
Oh, damn.
Even the dogs were boys.
Oh, that's a blessing. Boys are like, I am such a boy mom. Like
Well, you know what they say, like it's the boys are harder at first and then easier later in life, where girls are easier at first and way harder later in life.
especially because of feminism.
And let me see here. Last super chat we got Kieran Markin for $10 says there's no such thing as gender. There is biological sex and there's individual expression. Just looking for the thoughts of the debaters on that statement.
I think that's it's an interesting statement. I'm not gonna lie, like, so yeah, there's the standard thing is what there's biological sex, gender identity, and then gender expression. I've never really understood the difference between the latter two. For me, it's always been kind of like I've heard people explain it before, and like I can, it's not so weird that I can't wrap my mind around it. But for me, I've always just kind of combined those two, so that would be under like individual expression. So
Yeah, it probably doesn't make sense because it's bullshit. So, there's men and women. They can't change their gender. You could say that there's gender roles and gender norms, and I guess you could say that that's the expression, but it's the expression of the female or the male. I would say it's more so interchangeable. But yeah, people can't choose to express something. Like, even if you look at the lady boys in other countries, they're like, oh no, I'm a man. And they're very happy to say that they're men. They understand that they're men. Like, so that whole bit is ludicrous.
I mean,
And then like the whole like isn't like the cross dresser thing, isn't that the whole idea is they just like to do it every now and then to look like a girl, but they say they're men as well, you know.
I know I'd be more like drag, maybe.
Yeah, drag. That's what I was thinking of. Cross dresser. I don't know why I said that.
Some drag queens are like, I'm a girl, and I'm like, you are 6'4", built like a linebacker. But okay, believe what you want, but it's still not true.
Yeah, I like I said, I mean, I can kind of intellectualize it a little bit, but like I can't wrap my head around it because like for me, I only know what it's like to be me. I don't know what it's like to be a man. That sounded not like.
Wait,
like,
what?
Like I know what it's like to be me, and I am a man, but I can't I can't like separate those two things in my mind. So it might be different for somebody who doesn't identify as the sex that they're assigned at birth. So
Okay.
Yeah, clip it, guys.
Clip it, ship it. And then looks like Dane's super chat finally worked. Comes in for $2. Says Athena is based. Thank you for that, Dane. And look, we got a couple minutes here. Let me look over at the chat Q&A quick to see if we had any questions come in there. Oh, it looks like we had quite a few come in here. From Mrs. Foxworth, did feminism conflate equality of dignity with interchangeability of roles? And if men and women are not interchangeable, what social costs have followed from pretending they are?
I don't know if I ever said that they're like completely interchangeable in all circumstances. So, in fact, I think I pointed out some cases, and we agreed on some cases where they're probably clearly not interchangeable. I said in certain, and as far as like roles, like, I mean, does a man wash dishes better than a woman, or does a woman wash dishes better than a man? You think a woman, like, there's a thing biologically inherent in women that makes them wash dishes better than men?
I can tell you, I have sat there and thought about the best way to put every dish in the dishwasher, because I wash them by hand and then I put them in to sanitize them. And I have thought about how the water squirts out from the bottom and the best way, most efficient way for it to be washed. And I cannot stand when other people load my dishwasher.
And then when you put them on the drying rack, you got to stack them in the perfect way. Otherwise, they won't dry efficiently. You got to make sure that there's sufficient airflow. See, There's no difference. I think about the exact same stuff, so it's not.
So if you were to clean a room, where would you start? Let's say the room that you're in. Where would you start first?
I don't know. Probably my desk because
Do
I'm
you have
here.
a ceiling fan?
Have a ceiling fan? Yeah.
You would always start with the ceiling fan. You start from top to bottom because when you dust, the
Oh yeah,
dust
then it falls
falls
down. Yeah.
down.
Well, I mean, I only do the ceiling fan like twice a year.
Okay. Yeah.
I do it before.
Kieran's bumping himself up, says for $5 bass guitar. You are too honest and good faith to be a feminist. Come on, man.
Oh.
Come on, man. And then last one we'll get in here quick. Mrs. Foxworth had another one to my own side. So I guess this is to Athena. Given that most households now require two incomes, how do we realistically rebuild a family wage, single income family economy?
So this is something that I actually talked about earlier is women working from home. Like the Proverbs 31 woman was still an entrepreneur. I'm a single mom myself. I clean houses and I bring my son with me and I still homeschool him. I also have a homestead farm that I run to save money on meat and growing some vegetables and providing like healthy food for my son. That's extremely important to me. I actually make a lot of sacrifices so that I don't send my son to public school. I make my own laundry detergent, and that's like literally pennies on the dollar. I make my own soaps. I make a lot of things from scratch. I cook from scratch. Bake my own bread. When you do all of those things, you save a lot of money. If I were to go into biotechnology industry, I would have to put my son in public school. I literally clean houses for a living so that I could continue to teach my son and homeschool him. There are sacrifices that have to be made. I don't get to go out and spend money. Like we're a very consumeristic society. I am very much a minimalist now. And I think that if people stopped spending so much, they would realize how much they could save by having someone stay home and maybe earning money by doing jobs. I know a lot of women, they will, if they have like a property and some, eggs, they either save money on eggs or they sell eggs or they'll cook sourdough or they have a garden or whatever it is that they do, like rabbits. Rabbit meat actually sells pretty well. There are so many things that you can do to earn money staying at home. I just think that the education system trains people to think you go to school, you go to work, you work for someone else. I think that we need to start thinking outside of the box. People used to be a lot more creative, and I mean, schools have absolutely killed creativity. So I think that if we start making some sacrifices and prioritizing family, that we could be in one. We could have a one person in like income homes and also moving away from areas that are extremely expensive. So I live like an hour and 10 minutes away from the big city. I'm still, close enough to smaller cities along the outskirts of the main city, but yeah, it's just making sacrifices, prioritizing family. Sorry, that was long-winded.
Wow, that's
I am a woman,
It's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Great answer. Great answer. With that right there is gonna be the ending wrap up for our Q&A tonight. Again, thank you to everyone in the live chat for all the questions, the engagement, the support. Especially, I can't stress enough how much the support is what allows me to keep bringing you guys these debates, the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week. So I appreciate every single one of you. And of course, huge thank you to the debaters for stepping into the arena tonight as well. It's, again, because of you guys, this is able to happen week after week. So I appreciate every single one of you as well. And let me check real quick before we move on. Are either of you planning to hang out for the open panel tonight?
I got to get my son down. It depends on how I feel after that.
Okay.
Yeah, so if she's going to yeah, if she's gonna step out for a bit, I'll probably stick around for like a little bit.
Yeah. It's no, you don't have to like stay the whole time or nothing like that.
It's the same link before, so like if I can just jump on, right?
Yeah. If you want to just come back and jump on, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So what we're gonna do next is we're gonna roll the debate outro song and video. It's gonna run for about 4 minutes. Perfect time for everyone to hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, whatever you need to do before the Chaos and Chill open panel begins. During the outro, I'll drop a link in the chat for anyone who wants to join the open panel, test your ideas, continue the conversation. Anyone is welcome to hop in. Just come ready, think, question, debate. If you're going to try to come up to like troll or bring personal dramas with the debaters or anyone, and you're just going to get muted, most likely muted. So, real quick, while you're ahead with this idea, just quit it. All right. And before we run the outro, one last reminder.
Unless you're really good at it.
Yeah, unless you're really good. One last reminder too, make sure you subscribe to both the debaters. Their links are in the description. And if you're enjoying these debates, hit the subscribe on the Speakeasy channel as well, so you don't miss any of the upcoming Swords of Reason battles we have Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and I will see you all in a few minutes for the Chaos and Chill.
Step into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongues, sharpen fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies with steel precision. No faith, no fear, just raw collision. We clash our swords of reason. Facts burn brighter than a prophet's flame. Egos crumble, but the truth remains. Every scar, a mark of thought's crusade. In the battlefield of minds we've made. Speak your truth, but bear the cost. Every claim can still get lost in the war of voice and vision. Feel the friction. We clash our swords of reason. No silence left for indecision. Ideas break with loud precision. We clash our swords of reason. Strike me with logic, I'll bleed my proof. We cut through chaos to carve out truth. Let the sparks fly, let the echo scream. This is no debate, it's a metal dream. We clash our swords of reason. In the storm of thought collision. Fortune, fire, pure precision. We clash our swords of reason. surrender, no retreat. In the war of words, we find a beat. Swords of reason.
And we're back. Welcome in, everybody.
Hey,
Hello.
Hey, good to see you. Good to see you.
how y'all doing?
Good.
I'm going to
How are
be
you
short.
doing, Ezra?
Look, good. I'm good. I'm just going to be short because I really got a lot of things to do here. And I apologize, Easy. Dude, YouTube was not showing you live, so I fucking,
No worries.
I feel so stupid for that. I was like, I'm gonna get that fucker today, and then all of a sudden, like, oh fuck, he's live. So bass guitar. Just give me a quick second here of your time. Can you describe? Can you like just semantically define feminism for me, in your belief? Just I want to hear it one more time.
Yeah, so feminism is a movement advocating for gender equality in civil, political, economic, and social spheres.
So can we just sum that up? Just like if I could steal man, that is that just the movement towards egalitarianism?
Not necessarily. Egalitarianism to me is more kind of like everybody is equal at the end of the day.
Sure.
No, I think in certain aspects, like egalitarian under the law, yeah, absolutely.
So, sure. Okay. So, why?
Why?
Yeah. So you sit here like women. You sit here and said women. You sit here and said women. Women like at 5'2" and men at 5'2" can't be linebackers. I'm sitting here say tell that to Rudy, right? Rudy was what 5'2" linebacker, right? Tell that to Rudy.
Well, I said defensive line, but
hold on. That was a defensive line. Originally, that's what he was doing, right? Or the real Rudy.
Okay.
Right? So tell that to Rudy.
That isn't egalitarian under the law.
Well, I'm saying no for men. I don't care about egalitarian. I said you said 5'2" men can't perform like 6'2" men. Hold on. What about Rudy?
What about Rudy?
What about Rudy?
I don't know. From everything I heard, he was kind of an asshole.
Okay, now next.
So,
it doesn't matter what you heard. Now next question. So are you familiar with the military?
Yeah.
Okay, are you familiar with the Navy SEALs?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know any, but
but would you consider them kind of like the most badass kind of people out there for men? The SEALs. Would you say that's like a apex of men?
The epitome of military.
Of men?
Sure, for military men. How about the apex for the military? Okay,
for military,
so
it's probably up there. I mean,
then how come the most prestigious Navy SEALs are called the Little Flippers? Oh wait, those are the guys that are 5'2" and 5'6". How come they're the best ones?
There could be lots of reasons for the skill set.
But you said they can't. You said they can't compete like the rest of the men. No, they do generally compete with the rest of the men.
And I also said I didn't just say.
Listen here, listen, here, Gimli. Just because you don't think that 5'2" men can compete because your 5'2" self couldn't compete with the other 5'2" men doesn't mean that the 5'2" men aren't the ones that aren't competing. Hold on, it doesn't mean matter. You're the one that's saying that short men can't compete. Just so we're clear, the force in difference between women and men is not even just minimal. It's maximum force. There's a maximum difference. Here's the big difference. If you take the strongest man and put it with the strongest woman, that woman would get laid out in one blow. How the fuck can you say that this is not egalitarian? They're equal to us at all. We do the logging. We're up there doing the electric. We lay the foundation of which this country is made. How is this beneficial for women to have any rights equal to us? Yet alone, how do even the bare minimum men even deserve what the top men earn? So no egalitarianism or equal rights, gone. There should not be equal. We're not equal. No men. No, men aren't built equal.
Let him answer. Let's let him answer now. Let's let him answer.
All right. First off, when you asked me if it's egalitarianism, I actually said no. I don't think that means egalitarianism, and I the reason why I said no is because of what you exactly said. So I think we agree on that.
Okay, so then how can they be equal to us? How can they be equal to us in any way?
The law.
What law? The American
The law of the land.
The Sharia law? The Sharenka law? What law? Because laws are different everywhere we go. The state laws are even different, Base.
Yes, I'm aware their states. Cities have.
So why?
Laws.
So why?
I don't think jaywalking should have one penalty for men and one penalty for women. I don't.
Listen, I think they should. I think they should.
Be one penalty.
I think I'm deserve the. I think I'm deserve the right to jaywalk since I helped build the infrastructure. Since I helped fight for the country, since I lost the lung for this country, I think I deserve the right to jaywalk, opposed to the women.
I see we got someone
you see the
new
difference
in the back.
in like levels of egalitarianism.
One sec, Everest. Just put me up a peace sign there in the back so I know that's not like a looping video going on there. Cross current. Just throw me up a peace sign so I know that's not a looped video that's playing.
Avarice, if I could,
he's not doing anything.
No, of course. Avarice, if I could steel man your argument, it sounds like you're talking about male authority. Like it sounds like you're saying that if men are going to be
cross current, throw me up a peace sign. If you hear me, throw me up a peace sign. You know, with your fingers, throw me up one of these, so I can see that it's not a looped video playing. Put your fingers up like this, bro. Oh, okay.
I ain't got no fingers, Lieutenant Dan.
Hey, Cross Current, I just want to ask Avarice a question. I think, Avarice, tell me if I'm wrong. It sounds like you're conflating two things. I think Bass Guitar was talking about being equal under the law in the terms of
even under the law.
Hang on, bro. Let me finish the.
But even under the law, they shouldn't.
You've been
right?
speaking for 3 minutes. Let me just fucking finish the sentence.
Go ahead, Baldy.
Mate, Avarice has the right to tell you to talk over you. All right, he's got that.
I know. I fucking know, Avarice. Don't worry about that.
You're damn right, I do.
Well, I'm not a woman, so he can't tell me to shut up, okay? So,
but I can't tell you to shut up because you're bald.
And I can tell you to shut the fuck up because you're fucking stupid. Now, hang on a second.
Well, you know, the perspective.
Listen, I think Bass Guitar, to Steelman his point, he was talking about being equal in terms of equal value, right? In terms of we value each other equally.
But they don't have equal value. That's what I'm trying to say. They have no equal value.
I'm trying to get there.
Value.
You're saying something different.
Hold up, guys. One at a time. Let Kieran get it off.
Yeah, thanks, man. So I kind of get it. Bass Guitar is talking about we value each other equally. Like,
you get it because you're gay. Yeah, we know.
Oh my god, this guy. Okay, we all value our mother as much as our father, right?
No.
Okay. Well, it's all yours, brother. It's all yours.
I mean, you literally said that. You literally say that. But how many times do I have to come up here and tell you I hate both of them? I mean, I don't value mine at all. So you're like sitting here going, I value what? What do I value? Name a time on the panel I valued them. Wait, I'll wait.
Well, you're the cunt coming up here saying semantically defined, and now you're saying I hate my parents.
You said that I've cared about them, and that calls about equal value.
The fact you hate your parents isn't a fucking argument, bro.
We're getting a little just anecdotal now.
It's because they sent him to public
Do you want to
school.
just like what your general point was, Kieran?
If Everest will shut up for 10 seconds, yeah.
Yeah.
I wrestled for public school.
You asked him about it.
But I wrestled for a Christian school
getting
too.
away from your argument, you know what I mean? You asked me for an anecdote. Just go to your main point of what you were saying, yeah.
Okay. The point I was making was
anecdote that with avarice, you know.
Yeah, Everest
he's a wild card.
Everest was leaning it into a value thing, but he was bringing in the concept of male authority. He should be allowed to jaywalk. Yeah, men should be allowed to jaywalk and women shouldn't, which is kind of an authority. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm trying to steel man it, but it kind of missed the mark a little of what Bass Guitar was saying.
Again, I'm not here to fucking debate. I'm here to spurg on this guy for being a feminist.
No shit. Yeah, no shit. You're everywhere to spurg. That's your job.
Well, listen, again, this isn't a movement towards fucking me to debate, all right? I'm here to fucking get the dono bar up because you guys are not getting enough donos in. See, Sal, I see you out there. Fucking put your donos in, all right? This is good quality entertainment, and I'm here to shit on this guy for being a feminist.
Pretty sure I haven't seen him.
I got
Thank you for that.
I got base grandma in between me, so she's lucky.
Let's see though. Let's see if anyone does have anything they wanted to challenge. Bass guitar.
You raise your hand one more time, bass grandma. Just speak up. Just yell.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Premonition.
Bass guitar. I've got a couple of things to say to you, please. Cool. First, you really needed to listen to that woman. She was absolutely dead on the mark. Every word that came out of her mouth is what I am thinking. So I have two things to say to you. When you defended women going into the workforce and saying, oh, it's a great thing that women are the competition and women having both of them in the workforce, women and feminism destroyed the workforce and made it so that now two people have to work to support a household. If the women had just mellowed out and been happy where they were, a single man could still support a household.
That's
it was
actually
the women drove the wages back in half.
That's actually not true. That's actually not true. And even
it is true. I watched it.
No, and even Athena mentioned it.
I watched it.
Before. Okay, what did she say about subsistence farmers? She said back in like the 1800s, she says the man was doing the working, the woman was doing the farm work, the kids were all doing the farm work.
Absolutely,
they were all doing the farm work.
One on the homestead, in the house, everybody's working towards the same thing. But
it was subsistence farming.
But it wasn't.
You're not going back far enough, bass guitar. Premonition was dinosaur era. You need to go back further.
I am dinosaur era.
Further.
I think Bass's point is that they weren't making any money back then. They were just surviving. Every day was just survival. If they had a bad crop year, they starve. Whereas now we can outsource some of it and have all of our crops spread out throughout the country and be able to get them places where if there's a famine somewhere, it's not killing the everybody in that area. They're able to bring stuff in because there's other people doing the same thing.
And I'm not done yet. I have another thing. I have two more things to say to you. Did you ever? You may not. I know you probably have a lovely wife and you guys do great together. But women used to be very proud of being homemakers. All right. So think of your job. You're at your job and your wife walks in the door and she sits down next to you and she wants to share the keyboard. You're working your computer. She wants to have her hands on the same keyboard with you because she wants to do your job with you to improve upon it. You're wanting
I'm sorry.
House.
Hey, can I cut out for a second? Have any of you guys seen that? What is the NCIS clip where they have the two hackers and they're both on the same keyboard? You guys know what I'm talking about?
No.
Speakeasy, you see that?
No,
before?
we don't. No, we don't. No.
Oh my god,
I've seen it. Yeah.
Could you find that clip and bring it up? That's what she's talking about when she's talking about that. Sorry, Grandma. You can.
That's okay. What I'm saying is when you say, oh, I clean the house and I do this and I do that around the house and okay, goody gumdrops. But why don't you let your wife, if she is a homemaker, why don't you let her have you may not even realize this. And she may not realize this because they're so far removed now, but it's a thing of pride to be a good homemaker. And when the husband comes home and says, here, I'm going to help you out with this, or if he's not asked, oh, here, you're taking away her right to show what an excellent home she can make, which is the most important job on the planet. I understand you guys don't have kids, but that was a really important thing for women to do. They were very proud of their homes and how they kept them. And to have the man come in and say, oh yeah, well I do, I help out. I do it. Hey, back off. Let your wife do it. You're butting in on her job. She's not butting in on yours. Why? And last thing I'm going to say is when the women, the only way to reverse this is to force, and I mean force, I'm not kidding, force women back into the homes. They need to be forced back home.
Yeah, well, premonition is saying is we need more women in the kitchen making sourdough and less plastic in our bread. That's what it is.
So, Prem,
when I'm working,
I just want to ask Prem a question. I want to ask Prem one question.
Working right here.
I want to ask one question, Prem. When a man comes home from a 12-hour shift and he's covered in dirt and sweat and his feet are aching, his shoulders are aching, he comes home, he gets undressed to jump in the shower. Where's the correct place for him to put his dirty clothes?
Kieran, you need to stop thinking about me naked.
On the floor or in the washing machine? Where's the right place for him to drop his clothes?
On the floor.
But based. Fucking based. I love you.
Based as fuck. As fuck.
It's the wife's
As
duty.
always.
And you know what? She was very proud to do it. She was very proud to do that. My son lives this life. My son raised 4 children and one daughter makes his lunch. And on the few occasions that she's going to be a housewife. And on the few occasions that he has left the home without the lunch that this girl makes, he has to turn around and go back and get it because she loses her mind if her dad doesn't take that special meal that she made for him. It is really, really important to women to be excellent at their homes. They're nesters. Women nest. That's what they do when they get pregnant. Avarice remembers this. All you guys remember this. When your wives got pregnant, they nested. That's something they're very proud of.
Is that key word for saying she slept all the time?
She got
probably.
She picked the color of the paint.
Damn.
She picked out the furniture. She said where she wanted everything to be for her baby. When you guys, any man that, I'm helping out around the house. No, you're not. You're interfering in her job. She doesn't come and interfere in yours. And women have lost their minds. That's why they went insane. That's why they're raging through the streets, is because they were driven out of their homes and they went insane. And they need to be put back home.
There is one risk.
It makes it sound like women are out on the streets just lighting shit on fire.
You might be right, Grandma.
Premonition, there's one.
They've lost it. They've come to the purge.
The purge. Oh my.
Yeah, but Prem, there's
they're running out like Gizmo with paper clip bow and arrows.
Avarice.
Get that bitch in her eyebrow.
Don't put water on me.
Premonition, there is one risk of that, which is the woman can tend to feminize the home. So like the cushions on the couch
it's
are all
got makeup
floral.
Remover. I'll get
the
you.
bedroom suite is all floral. So the man can come home and feel like he's visiting her house because she's made it too feminized. No, the house should be his man cave.
No, you're wrong, because the women knew and respected their husbands back when it was real, when it was normal, and the women designed and painted chose the colors either with the husband's input or they chose them to accommodate both.
Yeah, that's why all the people in like the 1700s were all the
man
dresses
cave.
and shit.
Let the woman
collars.
run the rest of the house.
No, bro. If you're paying
you fucked it up.
If you're paying for the whole damn house, why do you have to have a man cave? That's ridiculous.
Dude.
Look at that handsome devil.
That pierced.
Sorry.
That's too easy. That's the second time that's happened this week.
Speak, you muted. Speak, you muted.
Am I muted?
No,
I'm fucking with you.
You're muted. You're muted. You guys should have played along, you fuckers.
Hey, for once. Yeah, right. Yeah, should have just.
Man caves are fine. And what the caves used to be, man caves used to be the garages where they'd all have 6 men around the car engines with their heads underneath the engine. But man caves are fine if the man needs space to have his bar and unwind.
So Prim, I got a good question for you on that.
It's my lounge, dude.
So when in marriage, isn't it a good thing for each partner to have self-interest in a moment of time to been separate from each other, doing something they're interested themselves first, always constantly being together. Like, let's say, like, for instance, I'm very mechanically inclined, so I liked working on vehicles.
Yes,
But my
absolutely.
ex wasn't. But she was really into sewing, so like
Let
she's
me
doing
ask
her
something
thing and I'm
here.
doing that.
That's a
Isn't
Let
that a
me
very important?
let me ask a
no,
question here, guys.
I-
Let me drop something 1 second, because because I see us going through a lot of like of what men and women used to do, right? So like a question I want to ask for like the whole panel to give their take on it is like, if traditional gender roles were optimal, why do they collapse in these high cost modern economies?
Well, so this is something
Because of the
that
leftist agenda.
grandma was kind of that I wanted to mention about grandma, where things today are they cost two incomes. A huge factor of this is housing. And one of the things that we don't consider is that housing is actually, our housing units have gotten like a lot larger, right? Like if you went back, we tend to have these visions of like, oh, like the old houses on old homesteads, they had like, a basement and 2 stories, and they had like 7 bedrooms, and that was all, the man provided all that. And that's not true. The old homesteads had like a bedroom and then like a room with the
that's a
kitchen
little
and everything in it.
fallacious, right? Because old
Yeah.
homesteads would start that way, right? But then they continue to build on this. So, like, our house was built in 1911, right? We're one of the first houses in Washington State, right?
Mhm.
It started as just a 1-story. It was then actually lifted. We lifted it up and built underneath it, right? And then and then was then lifted again and was built underneath it.
Well, when were those adjustments made?
All through the 20s, 30s, and 40s. So long before I was around. Now it's a 15-bedroom, 4-story Victorian, right? Tilliam Award. It's our estate. It's my family estate, right? It's
Now,
but
when they moved there, did they just settle there and get the land? Or
no,
did
it was
they
a gift. So we're Alaskans. It was a gift for because we do trades with Alaska for Anacortes oil, and they have the refiner in Anacortes. So we took a native land down in Seattle, where my family has land. And
that's just the property value that you're getting.
Well, what I'm saying is this is what houses used to do, right? What we're talking about is, you said houses used. I will grant that houses used to have small rooms. I'm not going with that, right? Rooms have gotten bigger. People add more stuff, right?
Closets.
But perspective is, houses haven't really gotten bigger as much as the expansion of how we expanded families. I would actually say houses are going back to being smaller now, because families are moving out. Back in like 1910, 1920, 1930, families were staying on the same property. If not just building on the same house, they were building adjacent to the next house, right? So I think there's a big difference in that, on how we talk about the housing and how it is today and how it is different, right? You can't just say that.
That's a case too, but I can specifically, like, just looking at my own like grandparents, like they would live, like they would have like 5 kids in a 2-bedroom house.
Wait, this is your
share a bed.
Hold on, you're only 2 generations back, right? We're talking about when we're going all the way back to like when we're establishing, when we're building houses. Houses weren't always small. We've always dreamed at these big Victorias. And if you look at it, if you coming back from the Vietnam, what we call the GI Bill boom, right? What was the ideal house, right? It was actually a house with a big yard, big house with a room for each kid. So I don't think that it was actually
no. The baby boomers didn't have a room for each kid. My dad's a baby boomer. He
that's
wanted
called
10
the GI
kids, and they had
bass
3
guitar.
bedrooms in the whole house.
Tell him I'm not lying about this. The GI Bill house boom. That was the vision, was it not?
Oh yeah, it was the vision, but it's
that's what I'm trying to say. But that's what I'm saying. That was the ideal of the house, was to have a house for each house. As I say, they got bigger, what they were. No, we all aim for that ideal house of a kid. Because here's the thing: not every kid's in their own room today. We got kids sharing rooms. So again, that's the same. But the vision is a kid in their own room. The vision hasn't changed. The houses are still the same.
No,
what I'm saying,
there's just more houses.
Like my point is, go Cross.
All right. Well, what I was gonna say is, I've got, like, from my own personal experience, I moved to Orlando from Kalamazoo, Michigan. So I was small. We were smaller houses. Like I said, my dad wanted 10 kids, 3-bedroom house. We moved to Florida. I saw the expansion. These houses have walk-in closets now, open floor plans. They're way bigger. They're giving up yards. They are giving up yards.
They're giving up yardage.
The majority of the growth where population is going and building new houses are these bigger houses.
But you're saying they're giving up yardage, which is exactly what they're doing. They're giving up yardage, right? Yeah. Which is actually more valuable. The backyard now is actually a more. I think whoever has a bigger backyard is more beautiful than people that have bigger houses.
Yeah,
right. In perspective, and it's not even just as shrinks, right? These houses that we're getting at right now, like I moved from Seattle, where actually there was a lot of big rooms, a lot of walk-in closets, right? And now in this house that I have right now, I own a 4-bedroom, 2-story house where like all the bedrooms are on top, the garage and the kitchen are downstairs with the living room, right? Yeah. The master bedroom has a walk-in closet, like you say, really big master bedroom. But my office and the 2 other rooms are like for ants. It's like a school for ants.
Are you in the suburbs?
What?
Are you in the suburbs?
Yeah, I'm in the suburbs.
But you went from a homestead to the suburbs.
I'm in the suburbs. I was in downtown Seattle in that house. What are you talking about?
I thought you were talking about the original homestead.
No, my original homestead is in downtown Seattle in Lake Forest Park.
Well, yeah, but then you had the advantage of having that land as the city grew around it, no?
Well, that's what a lot of people in Lake Forest Park did in Seattle. If you go look at Seattle, that's what a lot of people did there. And a lot of people in LA did the same. A lot of people here.
That's why their houses are now worth $50 million.
Again, I'm just saying that those are big houses, though. Those are houses that have been extended throughout time. But those are rare. Again, they're not rare. They started small. That's what I'm trying to get at. Houses got bigger.
That was his whole point.
Houses always get bigger.
So over time, you're going to invest in them.
So everyone always starts with a small house. So I'm trying to say, everybody always starts small. You always increase to your house.
But nowadays, like when kids are thinking like, oh, I want to buy my own house. They're not thinking like, I want to buy a 2-bedroom, 1,000 square foot house.
Yes, they are. They're actually a lot of them are actually thinking micro houses now. And trailer houses or double wides. A lot of them are actually just thinking property now. Actually, more kids are actually more base guitar. I'd say that more of the younger generation, like the 13, 14, going up into 18 now, those kids are now actually their idealisms are being set into, I want land instead of house.
Yeah, but those ones aren't like prohibitively expensive that are going to require. If you get like a double wide house conversion, right? That's not going to cost. You can do that.
But it does. Again, that's what we're talking about. You start small, and then people start building. They start with a single wide, and then people end up putting a house on that. Then the single wide goes away. Then the house goes, and they expand. That's how life has always been. Just because we have new terms for it doesn't mean it hasn't transitioned since
trying to get like 1800s. Trying to get like a 2,000 square foot 4-bedroom house with like a master suite, dual vanity sink in the master bedroom with a walk-in closet. Trying to get that on a single income for like a younger family is going to be really tough. But
it's not that tough actually. So here's what you do. Like here's the thing. The reason why it's tough is because people don't know
buying as is.
Well, no. The problem is because we don't educate children properly in the public school system on how to educate credit, right? But it's actually not that tough. You don't need to have a lot of money to buy $1 million house. You just need to have a good credit score. Let's be real.
Well, having some income is probably going to affect it
for sure. But what I'm trying to say is, if I worked, hold on. So if I know a girl. I know this is really bad for the fucking argument since it's feminism, but I know a female by the name of Andrea, right? And she was the clerk. She was the clerk at Costco. Right. And that's all she's ever done was work the Costco line. And then she worked the back desk and worked the ID bit thing. Manager position, but she's always at the same Costco 20 years, right? But she built her credit. She works the same job, barely got any money. She works almost just like $5 over minimum wage still today. And yet now she's in a $1.2 million house. Anybody can do it.
But you have more anecdotes than fucking bass guitar. Shut up.
Well, yeah, and like, what stage?
I knew a girl. I knew a girl.
Washington, in Seattle.
Her name was Andrea. What the fuck, bro?
Hang on.
I would give a last name, but I'd be honest. I'm just saying that you could literally. She bought a $1.2 million house on the lake of Edmonds, which is like the nicest place to fucking live, and all she does is bag groceries at Costco for 20 years. Anybody can buy a house. You just have to save for it, or you have to plan right, or you have to budget and get your credit right. We don't educate children on how to do that. That has no the size of houses has no idea to do with that.
Of the public school system.
Again, you're talking about the size of houses has no quorum to feminism. It has quorum to us at not educating
the cost of the house.
The cost of housing does.
Again, because we're not educating men on how to properly budget their credit score today in school. That's not my fault.
That's true, gentlemen. I want to drag it. I want to drag it back.
Prem,
right,
if I could, sorry, Prem, just one comment before you do.
Okay.
Sorry, lady, just one comment. Avarice is banging on about credit. Credit score is your goal in life to have credit. I don't understand that, bro.
I'm not saying it's your goal in life. I'm saying that it should be an objective to make sure you maintain a good credit score. Like you ought to have a good credit score
to be a good provider. To be a good provider. But
credit is good providing.
Avarice. The main point though is that like people are not saying that like it's literally impossible to get a house. It's that like the mortgage has gone from like what would have been like our parents or grandparents' generations of like 5 to 10 years to now 30, 40 years, which at that point you're basically on yourself.
I know this. I don't know. When my parents cut me off, I had nothing. I worked my ass off. I bought $1 million house on my own. I don't see how no one else could fucking do it. Or anyone else here can't do it. Any man can muster up and just all they have to do is learn base things, learn how to budget, learn how to actually write down everything you fucking spend, and fucking
that's not the point.
And then work every minute.
I don't believe you. I don't believe that you bought $1 million house when you had nothing.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about that. Like this is all one sec. This is all consequential because like you're comparing what would be two different things. You're comparing like a 5-year mortgage to a 30 or 40-year mortgage.
You guys are discussing mortgages and we should be discussing feminism. Let me drag you guys back to the point.
You're correct.
All right. So let me because I am the only female here.
Listen to the only female. She's the
and usually I leave because I'm the only female. But
isn't that
well Kieran's here too.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's trans. He's trans, so he doesn't count.
You just made Katie laugh.
That's trans.
You just made Katie laugh, you bastard.
He's a Skittles person.
Hey, I'm giving you guys. I have 6 minutes. I got to get back to my show that I work with. So
and we will see you over there. We'll see you over there. But what we have to do as a society, and the men have to do it. Firstly, they need to reinstate the mental institutions because women have gone insane. Secondly, the women, I don't care if they have to split the schools back to where it's boys' schools and female schools. The women, the young girls, the girls have lost. They don't know why they're here. They've lost everything. They have no identity, and that's why they're running insane. And they must be corralled.
Lots of alcohol.
They are. They need to be retrained, and it is the fault of feminism. Feminism destroyed this country, and every single issue that we suffer today, from difficulty in buying a home to all the social issues, stemmed from feminism.
Preach,
stopped. They've got to stop it. I don't care how they do it, and they're not gonna do it because no one will cooperate. But the happiest women, as most of you know, because most of you are married, your wives are happy being wives. That's the happiest place for a woman, is to be raising her kids. And
I know she was happy today spending my money on an Xbox and a fucking purse. I'll tell you that.
Oh, you puta! You fucking.
Did you let her?
No,
what?
Okay.
You better have let her.
She's taking care of the baby. She's at home. She's taking care of the baby. She feeds the baby.
She wants an Xbox. She'll get a damn Xbox.
No, listen. I just got tired. Look, I got tired of her. I got tired of her. So we're playing Diablo 2 together, right? And I got tired of moving the downstairs Xbox upstairs so we could play next to each other. So I just.
Which Xbox did she get? Like Xbox One?
The S,
Oh, shit.
the Series S.
No, the
Oh, so this is
shit. I remember
Diablo 2?
Yeah,
I remember playing Halo where you'd
But
have
the
to.
feminism, boys. Fuck you games. The feminism. Come on. Stay on
We used to play Halo. We would have in one dorm. You'd have 2 TVs with 2 Xboxes. We ran a LAN down the hall.
I remember that. I remember the old days.
To get
At
8 on
Purdue.
8.
So the old streets in Purdue, we used to carry the old CRT monitors up and down the halls.
We want to play a game together, land game. I'm gonna carry my whole
You see, but listen, okay, hold on. I can point this. Let's turn this back around. See, these are experiences that women will never experience because they couldn't carry CRT monitors down the halls in college.
All right, Base, we might have to concede to that one.
Yeah,
They
were the ones to carry those TVs between each room every single night, every single day.
At that moment, here's where I'm going to call my call out, boys. I got to get back. You guys can find me at Normal America with Rob Knorr. I'm heading out. Again, get your donos in for Speakeasy. He's been an awesome moderator. He's providing some amazing hosts. He also hosts our boy Rob with the No Raid. So let's give him a big love and by the Dono Bar. That's the best way to show him that love. And also give a massive shout out to Mrs. Pistachios for having to put up with all of us every day. So
we'll be back over there.
Thank y'all. Stick around here. Don't worry about us. Speakeasy's channel is good enough for entertainment. No need to leave.
No, yeah.
All right,
later, guys.
All right, average.
Later.
Average.
Fuck off.
But yeah, just to tie it back in and why this is like the mortgage thing is important, all this kind of shit, and it ties into it, is like this whole push for feminism and stuff has increased the mortgages because it's now more people, more women in the workforce. They're not getting paid less. And when you average this out of like what, like, let's say our grandfathers faced in terms of like risk analysis versus modern day man, they were like taking a risk off maybe 5 to 10 years of debt, and more than likely you would have a traditional woman. Whereas now you're taking a 30 to 40 year debt, and the potential is that she's a covert feminist or any of this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So in terms of like what is the solution? Because we can point out like a lot of the problems with women and even the problems with men and all that stuff. But if you have men that are literally want to fight for it, but are in that situation where it's like, I don't have a framework to work with where I'm able to filter out all these covert feminists that we're seeing, because I'm going to be taking a massive fucking risk with this.
Sounds like Teriak. It sounds like Teriak's been worshipping at the altar of Pearl Davis right now.
No, that's what I've been saying. See, guys, and it's gonna be a rough haul, and I don't even know if it can be done. But if it's not done, we are going to collapse. Again, bottom line.
It won't be this generation, to be honest.
Women abandoned the whole thing because women abandoned their role and forgot their role. It's been 50 years. They forgot their role. So you've got 3 generations of women who were not mothers and didn't teach any of the girls who are running amok in the country and doing the whatever sex thing on whatever that is. None of them know how to bake bread. They don't know how to make, like I've said this before to you guys. They don't know how to make bread. They don't know how to make a Halloween costume. They don't know how to sew. They don't know how to garden. They don't know how to clean, like the laundry thing. This is the woman that was on, she's very proud. You saw her pride when she was talking about making her own laundry detergent. These are small things in the big world, but to a woman in a home, being a homemaker, that is her creation. That's her zone. And she doesn't need to have the whole world. She needs her small nest. That's all.
I think what happened was after the Industrial Revolution, when men invented washing machines and dishwashers and dryers, women literally were bored. They were still trying to be home and trying to be the homekeeper, but all their jobs were outsourced to technology.
But no, they appreciated the technology. They were not bored. It helped them because then they were able to build on what they could do at the home for the home. But I'm trying to figure out how, on a grand scale, and you guys, you're men, you have more control than I do. I have nothing. I'm nothing.
Avarice with the big $50 says, for the Dodo Bar best panel show on YouTube. Let's fucking go. Wait a minute. We need one of these. We need one of these. Where is it? Thank you very much, Avarice.
Yeah,
Finally,
I think that's what he was getting at, though.
I call them panel channels.
So, like, I get what everyone's saying in terms of like or what like Premonition is saying in terms of like all these changes and Kieran and all this kind of thing. Like, we can all agree that like the main thing is that like this generation of women have been like brainwashed or lied to, propagandized, whatever word you want to use. But then the question becomes like, how do you fix that? Like, what is the actual solution that we're going to put in place? Because like these women will literally say to your face, "I'd rather be with a strange bear than a strange man in the woods."
I've got
the solution is you bring back the pimp hand, bro. Bring back the pimp hand.
I've got
that's going to make them not choose the bear for sure.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Right?
Boys, I'm playing, but like you get what I mean.
No,
It's
I
something,
get it.
It's something Avarice said before. Men, like, it was kind of funny. Men should be allowed to fucking jaywalk, and women can stand on the curb and wonder, how come the men can jaywalk and we can't? And what he's saying is, because we built this. This is ours.
Yeah,
and yours.
why they were at home raising the kids so you could go
the
build
women
it.
used to respect that. They don't respect that anymore. The thing is, so some of
Probably never will.
Some of the remedies
we can bring it back.
It may be.
I hope.
Doing legislation to split the kids back up, put girls in one school, boys in other schools, and actually teach the females how to be females again in their traditional sense. That actually might work. And then the lunatic women running around who are directly interfering in police operations, those women need to be literally put into mental wards until they can be reintroduced to traditional female roles.
So the commission is saying they need lobotomies to come back.
Make lobotomies great again.
I have a question for the panel based on a little bit of what you're saying here. If given the choice, do you guys think most people today, if we were to go to the bare bones of traditional gender roles of how society was, do you think, if they were given this choice, most people today, do you think they would actually choose that, or do you think it just sounds appealing to them in theory?
They would choose it. They would choose it. And if they spent 2 years in a traditional home, just 2 years of allowing the woman to create the home.
I agree, Prem, but you'd have to. Yeah, sorry, Prem. You'd have to begin with some kind of force, because they wouldn't do it by choice. But once they were put in there and they experienced it, I'm with you. They would. This is great.
I don't think that's true.
What I would say,
I don't think that's. It might be
Yeah,
true
but
for
you
some
do
women,
realize
and that's
some
fine.
people would for sure, absolutely.
No, but you do realize that when you do the whole we're gonna have to force these, that's you're basically playing into that whole. See, they're the misogynists. They're gonna force women into the back to the traditional kind of shit.
There's different kinds of force. So force could be. She says, "Can you please open the pickle jar?" You go, "No, open your own pickle jar."
As a society, Kieran, you're saying that we need to use a little bit of force to get these women to do what's quote right. So what is that force that as a society?
What I'm saying is they won't do it. They won't do it voluntarily.
I want to butt in and
Yeah,
say,
but one sec, Kieran. Like that's the critique in terms of current situation. What I'm saying is we need to be solutions orientated. Meaning, what is the solution? You said we need to use a bit of force. What is that bit of force that we need to use?
Okay,
Like, how would that look?
I'm being a bit hyperbolic, and you're being a bit semantic. Okay, what I mean is, women wouldn't do it voluntarily.
Cultural stigma.
No, Kieran, I'm not trying to get a gotcha. Like this is why, like,
I know
this,
you are.
like, why have I been saying men should pay for the first date? That's my proposed solution.
They need to split the schools
That's your
up.
solution. You should pay for the first date. Your solution.
Mm-hmm.
They need to split.
The solution is until you deserve being paid for the first date, pay for your own fucking meal.
They need to resplit the.
So your answer is feminism.
They need to split the sexes.
50-50.
Nope.
Yeah, you can't even agree with on what feminism is right here.
They need to split.
See what I'm saying? This is why we need to be solutions orientated. Sorry, Prem, go ahead.
Yeah, the solution is if you want to be a wife, act like a wife before you're a wife.
And that's where the teaching of young girls comes back. I took economics. It was required. I had to learn, and there were no boys in those classes. I had to learn how to go and sew. They had all these sewing machines, and they would teach the girls how to sew. Then they would move us into where we had to balance checkbooks and learn basic economics. And then we had to, then they had taught us how to cook. In school, they don't do that anymore. And then the boys, when the girls were doing that, the boys were in workshop, building wooden things. They were in the car engine shop where they were learning how to work on car engines, and the carpentry shops. The high schools used to build one house a year. And this was actually not too long ago. The boys in the carpentry shop would spend the entire year building a home from ground up. And then at the end of the year, the home would be sold by the school for the proceeds to help the school. They need to split this out and stop. They've got to.
Prem,
all right, let me make this. Sorry, Kieran. I just want to. Let me just make this more personal for everyone for a minute. All right, let's do this. If you had to choose right now, a society with maximum personal freedom but weaker families, or stronger families but a significant less individual choice, which do you pick?
Column B.
Stronger family.
Mm-hmm. Family.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go the other way.
I'm gonna go the other way.
Unlimited personal choice isn't choice. You end up with
I see most of us are on the family, so these are the side
doesn't
that's
guarantee
on the other way.
happiness.
1 second, boys. 1 second.
No,
the side that's on the other way, I want to hear them too go first.
Hey, actually, but before I gotta bounce. So.
Oh, okay.
Dang. This should have been a good one.
Tell everyone where to find you before you go.
Hey, just bass guitar, like it's spelled there. Bass, like baseball, guitar, like I play the guitar, not a guitar. YouTube. I think I got a TikTok too. Twitch. No, I don't know. All the normal places. Just search for it. I'm the only one who uses this handle. So.
All right.
If you find me wherever you're at, it's probably me. So.
All right.
All right.
Thanks for
coming.
See you across current.
I had a question for you, bass guitar.
Shoot.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys answered it in the Q&A because I left it as a Q&A question, but I heard this earlier in your debate. This would be my question, which was, before feminism, women didn't have or go into debt because they were not allowed to have debt. Feminism gave them debt. My question is, why would you ever want feminism in that case if you're just going to give women a negative debuff in that case? Why would you ever advocate for a negative debuff for someone who didn't have it before?
Well, I mean, Avarice was sitting here arguing that debt is super important because that allows you to buy a home, you know? But
for men.
I don't know. Credit
answer the question, bro. Answer the question. Answer the question.
Let him answer. Let him finish.
I don't think credit is inherently bad. I don't think debt is inherently bad. I think it actually provides a lot of utility. I mean,
what utility does owing resources to someone that isn't yourself?
The ability to go acquire something to start a business, the ability to start a business. Sometimes people take a loan to go into debt to start a business, and then that business becomes $1 billion business. If they never got that loan, that business never happens. Debt can create wealth if it's used smartly.
But most of the debt that women take on isn't to build a business. It's literally just to either go to school.
Most of the debt men take on isn't to build a business either, and they screw it up too. Why should one get one and not the other?
Women didn't have debt to begin with.
They also
hold on. Women didn't have debt to begin with.
Neither did
and
men
then
until they
feminism.
You have to go get debt yourself. You didn't have debt until you went and borrowed something.
Okay,
that's the same thing for everybody. But you were allowed to, so you could go buy a house.
But you're advocating for women to put themselves in a hole.
No,
They didn't have that.
They also couldn't acquire
society. They didn't have that. They didn't have that. They didn't need that. They had the privilege of not incurring said debt. It was all entirely on the man. And here comes feminism telling women, "Oh, you can put yourself in a hole too. I'm going to fight for the right for you to put yourself in a hole." Why would you want that?
Well, then should we just ban credit?
No, one sec. Just to clarify, there were female landlords. It's just women could not put themselves into debt to buy a house.
Feminism allowed them to put themselves into debt. Why would you advocate for women to literally choose to put themselves into a hole?
If debt is bad, then shouldn't we just ban debt?
I didn't say debt was.
Exactly. You're right. That's not necessarily
You can't accrue credit without debt.
But the women didn't need debt. See, that's the thing.
They don't need it. They don't need it at all.
Yeah, they don't need it. And then they didn't need it in the first place. And feminism came along and told women, hey, you can put yourselves into debt and maybe at some point you'll get something out of it.
Or you can go buy a car. You can now go buy a car. You can drive your kids around because you can't afford the car cash, especially when you can't work.
The man had all that. The man took care of all of that. He got the car, he got the resources, he got the house.
What happens if the husband dies of cancer?
Women didn't need to touch a damn thing.
What happens if the man dies? What happens if
just the babies?
You don't need to touch a damn thing before
you have this. You have it from the wrong perspective. Just let me clarify. Feminism didn't come around and say, "Oh, like let's get you put yourselves into debt and sold that vision." They just came along and they degraded the tradition.
Thanks for fielding that question, Cross. That's cool.
Yeah, I agree.
That was my question.
Fair.
Yeah.
All right, see you, brother.
All right, later, everyone.
Later.
So yeah, feminism doesn't come along and say like they'll say like the utopia words all this kind of shit, but the main thing that feminism does was it came along and basically said going and becoming a wife and a mother is basically like slavery. Like they look at like the kitchen or like providing for your kids and all that stuff. It's like that's actual slavery. So how do you convince those people to go to premonitions college
like
where they're going to teach
brainwash.
from a woman?
That's absolute brainwashing. Though.
Yes, it is.
They did not feel like slaves.
Yes, but how do you fix that?
Hey, look, basically,
Like I said,
called me up here for some liberal because to back him up as a liberal, I'm going to agree with you. Some feminism goes way too far. You're not going to catch
split
me
them
on
up. You've got to start with really young. You have to split up the schools. They've got to go back to boys' schools, girls' schools, to reteach completely. The boys are okay, except for they've lost all the trust in women. But they will re-step because men are men and they know their role in society.
Well, so to
the girls' Catholic school is not a good place for women of values.
They need to teach. I'm not saying Catholic school. They need to teach schools for females and for the lunatics running around that will not comply. They need to go into mental hospitals until
Prem.
To be
when I was a kid, sorry, Prem, on your side here. When I was a kid, my parents had a bunch of like a circle of friends. They were all Irish and English because we were from Ireland, and like all these married couples and all these kids, it was great. About twice a year, all the men and the boys would go off camping and fishing, and leave all the women and the girls behind, and we'd go and do our thing. Yep. And they'd stay home and do their thing.
And they all have a wonderful time.
So it was fucking great. It was fucking great.
That was the thing. Yeah.
And when the men arrived home, there was probably a big, huge feast waiting for the men. The women cooked bread and all their special meals.
The girls were making
yummy
bread.
Sourdough.
The girls were making bread and making salad, and the boys came home with all the fish. It was fucking great. But when we were there,
amazing.
when us boys and men were out there fishing and stuff, the boys are all learning how to fish. We're learning how to, bait a hook. We're learning all this stuff, and the girls are all learning from their mamas how to cook and how to, take care of business. And we had our conversations, and they had their conversations, right?
And
It was.
the twain shall meet.
Yeah.
Men
Well,
and women.
let me go back to something I had asked earlier then, and maybe we can get some answers across the panel here. Like, if the traditional gender roles are ideal, why don't we see a more people voluntarily returning to them when
I have an
given the
answer for
choice?
that too. They need to repeal the 19th Amendment. They need to immediately remove all females from any form of government, and I don't care. Kick them out. Every last.
My answer is actually my answer is more fundamental, which is that women just tend to want to do mischief, right? Men are happy with gender roles. Women get bored and they go, "What are the men doing? What are the men doing? We want to go and do." No, they should stay and do what they're doing.
They didn't used to get bored. See, that's the problem. The women were very happy in their positions. Now you have the outliers. You have the occasional outliers like Annie Oakley. Okay, great. One in every 10,000 women, she's an outlier. Let her go. She can't cause very much trouble. But 99.9% of the women were in the grocery store shopping, going home, picking the kids up from school, being women. And until we find a way back to that, and I don't even know if we can, it's never going to work.
That's what I'm looking for, Prem. I'm looking for how do we get back to that? Do you know what I mean? Because it's like, I understand, like, basically, like you're saying, like, with we're going to set up the schooling system and all this kind of stuff. But when you look at like actually implementing that, like, the argument basically comes across to the other side that, yeah, we're basically going to, quote unquote, use a little force and put you in re-education camps.
Okay, Teriak, try this, Teriak.
Okay,
sorry, Prem.
re-education camps. Re-education camps. Separate the girls from the boys completely in school, and re-educate the women.
I get that. Well, listen, seeing that, like, I see most of us are most people on the panel are on the same side here. So I am curious of what, like, Cross thinks of this, like,
of what they're talking about, or what?
Well, yeah, like, of the question I asked of, like, if the traditional, because, like, this side is arguing that the traditional gender roles are ideal. Why don't you think people are voluntarily returning?
Why I don't think people are volunteering is because people just have options. I do think that you could get there, and I do think in general, if a man and woman having kids is how we build society. That's obvious. And I do think we do need a certain amount of people doing that, and that should be in general the norm. And the gender roles, whether they work or not, you're never going to catch me. If you've got a wife who became a doctor and you have 3 kids and it's better for you to stay at home, I'm never going to throw any hate at you if you're providing for your family and you're being a good father to your kids. And how you're raising your kids is how I'm going to judge you at the end of the day. And not, I was also born and raised Catholic. So if you wanted people to choose this way, I think from a liberal perspective, the Christians in America tend to be very, let's say they're not very good at not throwing stones. So if they really want to, they should act in such a way that Jesus would be accepting, show them there's a better way, talk to them about it, and show them through example through your lives that this is the best way to do it. And if you do that, you're going to win in the argument of ideas overall. And if not, just wait a couple generations, because those people who aren't having kids, that aren't raising their family right, their kids aren't going to be successful. They're going to die out sooner. And the successful families are going to be ones that raise their kids together and have traditional gender roles. If you want to get people back, if you want to get it back to one single incomes, you got to either tax these billionaires to a point where back when they were getting taxed 90, not necessarily as high as 90%, but when they were taxing at 90%, they gave more raises because they only kept 10 cents on every dollar. So it made more sense to give your employees pensions. Stop letting them buy all the houses. I'm not competing to buy a house with a lot of single women. I'm competing with a lot of corporations who are trying to rent it to me after they buy it. But I don't see feminism is the reason why I can't afford, why it's hard for me to buy a house. I see it as corporations, depressed wages, which some could come from feminism, but I think it's a lot more to do with the rich keeping their money in their pockets, man.
The women doubled the workforce.
No, I agree. I
Immediately cut
I
the
understand.
wages
I'm
in
not
half
saying it didn't
for
make any difference. I just don't think it's
Yeah,
as much of a
no,
difference
but
as that.
no, just to point it out. Let me real quick point it out. It's like basically you're doubling the workforce, which means there's like half the amount of opportunity, and now
Yeah, but
there's
we've also
also
doubled the
one sec,
production.
and there's also double the amount of demand for property. So like that's why you're seeing an
No, yeah.
astronomical. That's why it's like gone from an average of like 5 to 10 year mortgage now to 40 to 50-year mortgage.
I'm going to
or
disagree
30
with
to
that
40-year
premise.
mortgage.
Where there's double the people. I don't think every single woman out there is trying to buy a house right now.
Well,
and me and my wife
have,
are
no,
right now. We're still together. Like, that's
when
still
you
one
went
people.
from them,
No, because one sec, because if you're pushing a traditional value, you're going to necessarily have half the amount of houses that you could potentially have if everyone was just single.
Yeah, but Terry,
Yeah, but I don't think I don't think
as well as only
we're not
half
just to go back,
being available.
Single man and a single woman needs 2 different houses.
Yeah,
Terry,
a family only needs one house.
Yes, that's true.
Terry,
You're going to need some more houses, but not double, unless everybody was single.
I get that, but to tie back in one sec, to tie back into feminism, right? Like, what we going to
like I said,
one sec?
Go ahead.
What argument are we going to give these?
Go ahead.
Or what deal are we going to give these ladies who are clearly brainwashed? They genuinely think that being a mother is like being a slave.
Let them die out. If they don't have any kids, there's no more next generation to continue that. Teach your kids
That's
better.
a really good point. And the ones that are real troublemakers, put them in a mental institution.
This is assuming that they aren't trying to talk to other people that they know.
Take responsibility for your own kid.
Correct. You guys are speaking like on a broad sociological.
I don't know what propaganda isn't one of the major, if not the major aspect of why feminism has gotten as big and as prevalent as it has, because they keep talking to each other and telling others to do the very same thing that to do that very thing. They aren't going to die out if they keep telling more and more, which is how we got into this problem in the first place, more and more of other women to join their side because it feels good.
Yeah, but if
the whole propaganda started, the whole propaganda was that it feels good to not be a slave in the home. That's how we got to this point. So you have to change the propaganda.
True.
That goes out to the general populace to start to bring that back. You can't just let them die out, because they're not just going to die out. They're just going to keep recruiting more to their side.
So you're telling me you're not capable of teaching your kid not to fall for propaganda?
Kind of hard to when every.
Well, why didn't you fall for it then?
Hmm?
Why didn't you fall for the propaganda?
Eventually, it took my own experience to get there, but. Coming up
coming up
from the public education system, there was no other choice. You said, they can have all this choice, but they don't ever advertise the other side. I only
take
heard
it back
it
to
from one
grassroots.
side.
Tomahawk, hang on. Tomahawk and Terry.
And that's what women continue to get in society these days, is only the one side, which is the feminism side.
Take it back to grassroots, though. Okay, you and Tomahawk, you and Terry are talking about like sociological concepts, about broad culture. What about you personally? Like me personally, you personally. Like for example, Teriak, if you met a lovely woman, you know you've had a few dates, she looks like wife material. Would you feel comfortable to lean towards the idea she's going to submit to you as a husband on a personal level?
Yeah, but like Kieran, what I'm trying to dig to is again like what Easy was saying, is like, why if traditional roles are the optimal outcome, why aren't women gravitating towards it? And what I'm trying to point out is that you have.
You can answer the question though.
Yeah,
you can answer the question.
Yeah.
Would you personally feel comfortable to have a submissive wife? Would you feel good about that?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So start at the ground, like at the grassroots.
Don't
worry about that. Tells us fucking nothing. Shut the fuck up, Kieran. Okay, back onto the actual topic. What we've been highlighting is the fact that there has been a horrendous negative campaign towards women in terms of like denying their superpower. The same way that they say it's sexist to say everything built in the world was built by a man, they say that's sexist. The counter to that should be yes, and every single person was birthed by a woman.
So what?
That's something men can't do.
That's not an achievement. That just happens. That's not an achievement.
Gosh.
Oh my gosh.
No, I'm gonna say it's pretty hard work. And
a female gives birth.
This just reminds me to remind you all of the book that I'm working on. That's called A Man's World Built for Women. Dude.
What?
Sorry.
I said this just reminded me to plug y'all on the book that I'm writing. That's called A Man's World Built for Women.
Oh, nice. Fuck yeah.
If you're serious, I'll read it. Speakeasy.
I am serious. Yeah, I am serious.
I will read your book.
Cool. It's a book on kind of like everything we're talking about right now.
I'd love to read
I'm gonna read it.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, it was also nice to talk to all of you. You're all so sweet, and I love.
Always good to see you, friend.
I really have a great respect for all of you. So we'll see you a day or two.
Yeah,
Awesome.
See you later.
got the Knower prep debate tomorrow. So
Okay. Oh, I'll be there.
Mad respect.
Maybe
have a great night.
Thank you, and love to the family, dear.
Thank
Much
you
love.
very much.
Yeah, so apparently, like the whole like motherhood is just something women do apparently. But like I said, to get down to why aren't women becoming mothers? Like if it is an optimal outcome, why aren't they doing it?
Oh, some of that's financial.
They're told it's not a good outcome. They're told that it's the propaganda. It's
propaganda. Yes.
Okay, let me.
Indeed.
Yeah, but they buy into it. But they buy into
One sec,
it.
let me ask this question, and I'll let the panel dissect all this stuff. What is the polar opposite to Planned Parenthood? Where's that counterforce in the society?
Yeah, exactly.
Like they literally have like drive-by abortion clinics.
IVF, family planning.
Yeah, but
No.
about
Planned
that?
Parenthood is a company, and it's so prominent that it's a household name. We all know what Planned Parenthood is. What is the polar opposite?
There isn't one, not an effective one at least. that I know
Exactly.
of. Yeah. So
a solution. One sec. A solution to like this whole lack of traditional value, or just the family, is that we need to come up with the polar opposite of Planned Parenthood. That is the solution.
And it needs to be just as prominent in the public space, in public zeitgeist as Planned Parenthood. But the problem that, to go back to Speakeasy's question, the reason they don't go back, the reason that if it's an optimal outcome, why don't they ever go back? The answer is because they're told it's not a good outcome. They're just told that.
Wait. Like
they're told they're not given another option other than.
Again,
I'm trying to help
because of culture.
Well, to take so the reason I pose this question, right, is because that answer you just gave is something like it will be said over and over.
Yeah.
But what's being asked with this question is like, it's based on the outcome. So like if the traditional gender roles are ideal and they have the better outcome, how is it that the worst outcome is still being the choice?
Because their propaganda is just better. They
I
know
can
how
answer
to
it.
They know
I
how
can
to
answer.
they know how to pose the message a lot
I can
better for the opposite. And there's not a strong enough message for the other side, for the optimal side, to basically advertise that the other outcome is just as good, if not is better. There's just not enough advertisement for the other side for it to be the alternative that they
if I were
gravitate
you
towards.
guys, what I would do is do what you're talking about of Planned Parenthood, but the opposite, and go to the state of Texas. You don't think Greg Abbott is gonna? Well, that's the thing that you guys got to focus on this. If this is what you want, you actually got to put effort into it, and you got to have the politicians, and you got to force it and do grassroots. It starts at home, teaching your own kid. Then you got to go work with someone. There's states out there that'll work with you. You can't tell me Alabama wouldn't be for this. They tried to put the Bible back in school. You tell me they wouldn't be conducive to teaching people gender roles? Of course they would. You just actually have to go do it instead of complaining about the propaganda on the other side.
Yeah, no, but real quick, Ross, like this is why the only thing left is the propaganda, because like to your point, there are systems in place for women to do this, like the whole surrogacy thing. A woman on average gets paid anywhere between 50 to 100 grand just for being a surrogate. You know what I mean? So that means like as soon as she turns 18, like doesn't even need to go to college, no education, doesn't even need to read and fucking write. And she can make anywhere between 50 to 100 grand a year. Like there are these programs in place. And again, back to Easy's question, why aren't women choosing this? And the only thing that we can point to is the amount of negative propaganda, and like I want to say egregious, but You know what I mean?
I
Like,
can also tell
that's
you
the only reason why they deny their superpower.
Me and my wife are having a kid, trying to have a kid. We're struggling, and there's not really an option that's affordable to try other options. Even adopting is hard and expensive at this point.
You know, but to what Easy was saying, it's a man's built the world for women. It's like that is a perfect example where it's like we're literally offering you anywhere between 50 to 100 grand. You don't even need no man. We're literally giving you like what I'm an independent woman. I don't need no man. Yeah, we'll literally pay you anywhere between 50 to 100 grand a year to be a surrogate and have kids, and they're still not choosing it.
But what Cross Current is bringing up is actually something I've brought up many times here before, is that like we have so much incentives and programs that'll help you get divorced, help you go abort your children, all of this. Where's all the programs that help you stay married? Where's the programs that help you have a child when you can't afford it yourself? That's what he's saying, is that we need more. In his case, where he's struggling, why should it be so expensive for him to go have a kid?
My best option, I'm actually too old for the program, but Andrew Schultz, a comedian, is doing more work than anybody I've seen because he had to go through it and struggled. And why is it left to Andrew Schultz, who is a little bit on the right side, but he's not ideological about this? Why aren't the ideologues doing this? What are they fighting? What are they doing instead of this? I can't tell you.
What I'm trying to point out to because it's like Tomahawk is the one that was like that keeps talking about the propaganda. The reason why that's the only thing that remains is because if I was to say to the average man, we'll pay you anywhere between 50 to 100 grand just to impregnate women, do you think that they would take that or not take that?
Well, yeah, but that's different than carrying a.
They would. One sec. They would, but the women are refusing. They're saying they're not taking that, and the only thing to explain that is they have a warped sense of what this actually entails.
They're not being told anything different, so therefore that's the only thing that they think about. And you talk about, oh, we got to bring up the grassroots. That's happening through things like Christian ethics and like Christian nationalism and stuff like that. It is happening, but in terms of the wider population,
but the problem with
that's not the forefront message that we all hear.
Because when you come at it from a Christian nationalist point, people hear Christian nationalists, and most normies don't want to hear anything about it anymore. If you just came about it from a family's perspective and not making the whole country Christian and just tried to actually say, hey, we think this is better, and not try and force the Christianity point, I think you'd get a lot more people. You can listen to me or not, think it's right or not. Man, I'm just trying to tell you, as someone who was born and raised Catholic and got pushed away because of a lot of the Christian nationalists and a lot of things said about my wife, who isn't white, is they do a lot of things to push me away that could have gotten me to agree with them. And I do agree with a lot of their principles, just not how they want to get there.
Even without the Christian angle, you start talking about, trying to build a family, and a lot of the women these days, because they grew up being told that being a mother and being a housewife is quote unquote slavery. You talk about, oh, you should just be a family and your life will be better that way. They immediately they back away from that because they've only heard that being a housewife, being a family woman is nothing but bad, because
my wife's a liberal woman and she would completely disagree with that. So I think you're taking a smaller subset of the country and saying that's good. I think most women I know, at least, I mean, maybe younger generation, I'm 37, but almost every girl I know I went to high school is showing pictures of kids right now. So, I mean, I don't, maybe it's only one instead of 2 or 4 or 5, like my parents had, or 9, like their parents had, but a lot of them are having kids. Maybe the Gen Alpha or Gen Z is different, but I got a lot of friends with kids, and you guys at the same time are saying all these women have all these baby daddies, but also there's no kids. So which one is it?
I wish I had a better, because
no, both can be true.
Yeah,
that both. No,
I can actually answer that question. Yeah. Usually, the less educated, poor women who are less moral and less in the workplace are having multiple kids by baby daddies, and the ones that are working tend to actually have more values, more goals, and they wait to have kids because they are focused on their career, right or wrong. That's why it happens.
Yeah, so like the whole aspect is that, like, in terms of like, oh, like women are having like baby daddies, and then they're also like not having kids. It's like, yes, like the women are either like having abortions where they're having like I don't know, like this crazy stories out there, all that kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? But like I said, like you can break it down fundamentally in terms of just the raw numbers of like how much like you can like incentivize and pay these women, and they're still not choosing it.
Yeah,
like
no,
that's why. But if
I can't answer that question to be honest, because
But that's why I'm saying, Cross. Like the only thing that's left, it has to be the propaganda and the negative thing, because it's either like you said, like this whole kind of.
I would
they
say,
don't want to get stuck, man. I think if you ask a lot of women, they don't. You go back to those times and they think of the times where they can't have a bank account, they couldn't leave. It was harder to leave their abusive husbands. I think a lot of them just don't want to take the risk of going back.
Well, so I think that would be kind of part of the propaganda thing of like painting this picture of like all women were just slaved before, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that either. I'm just
right. No, I'm just saying that's probably a fear that goes into women, right? Like they have this idea of like all women were just like chained in the fucking kitchen barefoot, like what Teriak was just saying, I think, because you said like these women have the option even to just go have babies and get paid for it. Why are they still not choosing this? And I think what it is because the materialistic reward is not the actual reward that's going to show them what truly makes them happy, right? And this is where we get into the propaganda as well, but also like in society, they should be mothers, first off, should be held as like a higher prioritized citizen compared to others, right? This would have an incentive showing them that, oh look, I'm praised for being a mother, right? We're praising chicks like Kim Kardashian and fucking Nicki Minaj, right?
For having a nice ass.
Like those girls, right? Of course, that's what you're seeing. Young girls are seeing the women that get praised, and that's the women they want to be like, right? So
why else would Secret Lives of Mormon Wives be a show?
We should have incentives in society that hold families and mothers especially as higher prioritized citizens than the rest.
If we saw like the common housewife be promoted and encouraged as on the same level or higher than the likes of
I'm talking in all aspects.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm talking in all aspects, right? Like, so if we're gonna have women voting, you know what should happen? Married women should be able to automatically cut the lines on vote day. Automatically, you get to go vote first. It's such a stupid little incentive, but these little things of putting them as first-class citizens, right? Wait,
married women or women with a child?
Married and mothers.
Mothers. Okay, all right, and mothers. I was just say, I don't think just because my wife's married to me, she should get to skip the line. But if we so she can get back to
married, but
married or mothers, you should get to go to the front of the line. Yeah, he would incentivize women.
Married and
be wives and mothers.
Yeah, Tom Hawk are gonna agree for once on this one. I think you got to be a mom too.
Yeah,
but like to your point,
I just don't think my wife should get to skip the line.
Well, in the society where
why not though? This is feminism, right?
I would want to
because that's not equal.
Marriage as well.
I'm not going to fight you on it because I just don't. I'm not that big.
Feminism,
I don't give a fuck that much, to be honest. But I would see more coming from a liberal side. I can see the argument more of you have a kid, you got to get back to raise that kid, and that kid can't vote, so you're taking time. I have to go spend my time. That's an argument you're going to sell me on in 2 seconds, and I'm
right. Once we start prioritizing
but these aren't the arguments they're making.
For mothers. More women will want to be mothers.
But these aren't the arguments.
Which leads back to the propaganda aspect.
Go back to the kitchen, and that's not a serious argument to them. That's why they get that fear, is because half of it's trolling, and I know it's trolling, but to them, how many?
That's kind of like the I'd say that's more of the rhetoric to pull you into what they're actually saying. And some people, you're right. Some people will hear that and just turn away and not listen to the rest. But it's kind of like when I used to do a thing where I would talk about financial abortion, right? And it was basically the argument that if we're going to be in a place where women are allowed to abort children, then men should be able to financially abort and not have to pay for children if they don't want to. And it usually gets people riled up and they're like, why, how dare you? And it's really just to get into the conversation of abortion shouldn't even be allowed. But it's kind of like a rhetoric that's used. Get back in the fucking kitchen.
You're gonna catch me on the wrong side of that one because I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna be like, yeah, sure, whatever. Like, sounds fair to me. I mean, but if it's gonna be one way, it's gonna be the other. I'm not.
If you're willing
real quick,
which I don't.
Real quick, Ross. I just want to point out, like with the Christian nationalism point, it's like, oh, why do you need to push the Christian nationalism, all this kind of stuff? When you look at the Christians and like especially the Roman Catholics, like they literally revere the Virgin Mary. Like that's what they say is like the divine image of the mother, right?
Yeah,
and
I'm
it's
Catholic.
like,
trust me, you're not gonna catch me not respecting mothers or putting mothers aside. That's what I'm saying. I'm a liberal, but I'm the most. I'm really sensitive to this argument. I'm going to agree with a lot of what you guys are saying. I just don't think. I think the way you get it is by showing it's a better way, in the most part, and making it possible.
So
if it was possible,
would part of that also be that if like would it not be a better outcome if more women started like believing in the like Christianity to that extent of like having that reverence for motherhood?
Of course, I just don't think you can force it. I think you have to show them a better way. And coming from a Catholic, that's what Jesus
not force,
did.
but influence.
But that's what I'm saying. Jesus went out there and basically did that. He basically went out there and said it was a better way. But then when you guys, but he didn't even push for a nation. He wasn't even a Christian nationalist. He just said that everybody in the society should act a certain way. And if you lead by that example, the good Catholic boy in me says that you're going to win out in the long run. And the Catholic Church has been around for a long time. So
yeah, but one sec, because like it seems, bro. I just want to give this distinction, and again, I will give it back to Pan. I swear. Like there is a distinction between like wanting like a religious monarch and then just wanting the people of the nation or the nation to have Christian ethics.
Yes, but I think you need to separate yourself from the people who want the Christian monarch, because right now, to me, you look like the far leftists. They're all communists to me. If anything that's too far left, you can say you're a social democrat, you can say you're this or that, but you sound like you want to own the means of production. When you say you're a Christian nationalist, it sounds, and there's all these other guys going, we want this Christian one leader. You're going to get people that are like, well, I don't want to even support that because I don't want to push towards that. But if you said, hey, I want to live in a society where most people can do what they want, but society has morals and beliefs, and most of them want to go towards this way because
so isn't there one leader under a faith anyways, which is God?
A leader of a faith as in God is a dictator of a
but you
as in Christ. As in Christ. As in Christ. One leader as in Christ.
Yeah,
Christ, God, the Trinity. Yes.
Yeah. Sure. One leader. Yeah.
If everybody, but my thing is, if everyone went out there and acted like Jesus, we wouldn't need a Christian nationalist. You don't need to legislate that. People just need to do it. Nothing else would need to change other than people need to start following morals.
Okay, so we should just be good and let the other side legislate.
No, I said teach. No, I didn't say that at all.
You kind of did. No.
I also said go out there and
so no. Hold on here. So what if the legislation?
There's a lot of other things you can do. I said do your own propaganda.
That was completely opposite of that. We'll just say that for instance. What happens?
Just real quick. Like in cross, like in terms of like the whole, like it seems like you think that like monarchy is a bad word. It's not necessarily a bad word. You can have benevolent monarchs, and when you look at the longest lasting empires, it's always been like through that system of like a monarch.
I agree with that. I'm just not willing to take that. I'm just not willing to take that gamble here.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is like in terms of the Christian nationalism, the main point is for the nation to have Christian ethics. Now, in terms of like potentially having legislation to enforce that, or to even like let's say have a monarch. Like you do agree with the fact that the nation should have the Christian ethics, and if it does get to a bad point where a monarch is needed, then you can't necessarily rule that out. And I do agree with you. There is a lot of people that want to do the ethno-state shit and all that kind of shit, and that stuff needs to be called out. But in terms of like the aspect of like the ethics like, or the
Yeah,
culture.
that's fair. That's fair. So,
That's what we need to strive for.
So when
I can agree with that. I'm just going to tell you
hang on, hang on.
every time.
Hang on.
I don't know what to tell you.
Cross current. You said you weren't prepared to take that gamble. What gamble are you prepared to take?
Of what?
Well,
What
you just
gamble
said
am I prepared to
you
take?
just said
I'm
you
prepared
said
to-
you weren't. Hang on. I'll ask it again. You weren't prepared to take the gamble on like a Christian leadership. So, what gamble would you take?
leaving the republic in place.
Come on, bro.
The status
Come
quo?
on.
No, not the status quo. You want it? It's got nothing. You mean personally? I would take a gamble on socialized healthcare.
Socialized, okay. You
Well,
socialist.
at least-
You
at
just said
least
it.
I
You
should say
just
single
here's the
payer.
guy. Here's the guy.
Socialism.
Here's the guy rejecting socialism who just said socialized healthcare, bro.
I should have said single.
But he wanted to keep the Republic in place.
Well, that's
I
just
know,
the
right?
Christian
I
in me,
know,
though,
bro.
that
One
wants to
sec.
take over.
Doesn't make sense
One
at
sec.
all.
Kieran, would you rather destroy an opponent or convert an opponent?
I don't give a fuck about my opponent.
Exactly.
Well, I'm
That's all I
gonna
need to
do.
hear.
I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. Right? I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. Come with me or don't. I don't care.
I respect that.
That's a red pill talking point, bro. That's a, come with me or don't.
Like I said, I can respect that. And there's a lot of things that we're gonna agree on. I think the liberals I think if you look back at Washington and all the classical liberalism, they had a sense of duty and a sense of morals. And I think the liberals have lost that overall for sure.
You know,
you're not going to catch me like I said. I'm agreeing with you guys on some part of this.
Cross, you know that that sense of duty and that sense of morals came from Christianity, right?
Some of it, sure. I don't think the duty of the country.
I
don't think the duty to the country came from Christianity.
All of it, bro. All of it.
You don't think some of it was propaganda from having to stand up and say the Pledge of Allegiance every day? That wasn't some kind of propaganda too.
Dude, who came on the Mayflower? Was it secularists?
No, we can bite the silver.
It was
I can
people
grant you
escaping religious persecution.
I get that. I get that. One sec.
Yeah, but they were Christians escaping other Christians. No.
Yeah.
So
again,
do we
look at it from the eyes of
the country was founded on Christian values then?
Yeah.
They were running away from Christian values, though.
One sec.
But they were Christians, though.
Yeah, running away from Christians.
But they were Christians, though.
Yeah,
this entire country started and is founded on Christian values because of that.
Their settlement, well, you could argue they were settled over a disagreement of Christian values. Actually, is why it was started. But over a disagreement of those values, not because
the values and
so who was right? Who was right?
Duties
who was right?
that
Which
this
one of them was
country
right?
started on.
Which one was right?
Cross current.
What do you mean, which one was right?
Hang on, bro.
People
Tomahawk, hang on.
or the Christians that were back home. Like it's all perspective.
It doesn't matter.
Hang on, Tomahawk. Hang on, Tomahawk. Cross current.
They're gonna go
cross
do
current.
circles.
Cross current. Every time you try to base your values in something, you lean back on Christian values. Like you kind of speak about.
Yeah, but I don't think.
Correct. Well, what's the socialist bullshit, bro? You're talking socialist. You're talking fucking
socialized healthcare. I should have said
correct. But you always lean back.
My bad.
But you.
Okay, we're getting us. What I'm trying to point out is like cross.
Anyways,
is he gone?
I yield.
I think he might have exited by accident. Give him a minute to get back here.
Oh shit!
But Kieran,
just remember, there's more of you than him. So
that's fair. That's fair.
And Kieran, you don't need to interject on everyone's argument.
My bad. I
hit
the bag button. My bad.
Hey, Indian Jesus says, I hit my stream goal covering my last debate here. Just spreading the wealth. Hey, appreciate that, bro. Appreciate
radical.
We got to get you on for another one again soon. Yeah, Cross, I was going to say, because you're a new face around here. As you see, we do like debates here, and then there's an after panel after each debate. I also do a open panel blood sport debate every Friday night with a cash prize. So if you ever are interested in that, it's usually like 5 to 10 random topics. Usually have a theme, but like there's some nights like this Friday is going to be a wild card night, so there's no theme. It's topics on all different themes. And then at the end of the night, you can win $150. verbal combat character. I create these characters that they're kind of like Mortal Kombat style, but it's verbal combat. But and then you get promotion as well for the week until the following Friday. So yeah, if you're ever interested in that, you should definitely come by again for that. And if you're not in the Discord, I'll put the link in the back for you. And yeah, you can hit me up in the Discord, and I'll get you on for a 1v1 Swords of Reason debate as well.
Well, on that speak, can I please get my still got the kangaroo? I've wrote you a couple of times.
Kangaroos, no.
I know, but nobody knows.
Kangaroo,
why are you so gay?
Because no one knows who he is.
About a kangaroo.
Come on, bro. I'm still waiting.
Dude, the kangaroo just got released in
Why don't you call me back?
No, I am. There's actually a few that I got to work on this weekend because I had to fix up a few different things on this.
Tekken 8 just released a new character. One of the new characters was a kangaroo.
But mine was like VK80. Mine was VK81, bro. It's getting long in the tooth. I'm still waiting for my proper avatar. That fucking kangaroo. Look, he's based, but no one knows who it is. Okay, I can't use that.
Just make it the kangaroo from Tekken 8, and you'll be fine.
But,
and also,
Cross, yeah, would you agree that that the ethos or the ethics comes from the mythos, as in like the stories that the people talk about, or the stories that people emulate and all this stuff? They're what reflect the actual morals of the people, correct?
I'm probably going to tap out on this one because I haven't read up on philosophy in years. I would tend to agree that that's where mine comes from, but not necessarily everyone. Again, if you're going to agree, if you want me to talk to you about getting those values back, I'll give you the liberal perspective how you do it. I'm not going to disagree with you that they create a better society. I think, I like I said, I was born and raised Catholic. Not really Catholic practicing.
I get you.
But I believe that those values, you just got to show it. And you do that by living your values. And I think a lot of Christians stopped living those values. And when they stopped living the values, there was no point anymore. No one cared anymore.
I get that. But like when someone said, the reason why I bring this up is because like when you look at like the stories being told, right? Like you would agree that like we need the story of like the Virgin Mary or like you were saying like to like those core principles or those key ethics.
I mean, if you're talking about like the fact that Nicki Minaj is
look at the stories. One sec, look at the stories that Hollywood are writing. Cardi B, like that's not like that's the polar opposite to Virgin Mary.
I just expect better from the right on the morals. You typically, to be honest, that's why it sickens me that on the right, but the left is just as bad. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like
no. But what I'm pointing to is like I'm not saying left or right. Dope ass.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not left or right. It's the role models today.
It's Hollywood. We can point to the actual place like that's writing stories and emulating this mythos that they want.
It's the tech bros that these guys idolize. It's the president, it's you name it.
But again, it's like it's feminism. Almost like I'm tying it back to the whole feminism arc. Because like I said, like the reason why Christianity got dragged into this. But the reason why I brought Christianity into this, the point to this is like that's you have like a set of stories that's already written that have those values that you want society to regain again. And it's because Hollywood has drifted away from emulating the Virgin Mary and worshiping Jezebel, basically.
Sure, we could go. I'll agree with that. But would you say that men are also less moral than they used to be, and it's the same reason?
Yeah. No, society as a whole. Like I said, the whole ethos has degraded.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But the thing,
I'd say there was men that pushed feminism more than women to begin with.
Yep.
And again,
at a certain point in time.
Again, we're gonna get to feminism that I'm gonna just. Sorry, was someone else talking?
No, go ahead.
We're gonna get to a feminism, a level of feminism that I'm just gonna disagree with and jump on your guys' side in 2 seconds. It's definitely gonna get there. I'm more with base where you're talking about equal protections under the law, things like that. But to get back, I'm sorry, I totally lost where I was. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like I said, when we're looking at like what is the society or what are these things currently writing? When you look at Hollywood, they're writing the story of Cardi B, wet ass pussy, all this kind of shit.
Yeah,
that's literally the polar opposite to what the Christians have already written about in terms of like emulating that Virgin Mary archetype as well.
Yeah.
So in terms of like to Tomahawk, to tie back into Tomahawk's main point is that if Hollywood was to all of a sudden flip the script and let's say their top female artist like Taylor Swift starts talking about having a couple of kids. white picket fence,
She's getting
basketball hoop
married
in the
to a
driveway.
straight white man. I mean,
Yeah, ain't that
I think
quirky?
she's okay. I
But-
think she's decent. But I just don't think Taylor Swift's the worst example you're going to put out there. But I think when she has kids, you're going to see a lot of Swifties have kids. To be honest, I think that's going to be a huge push for their
exactly.
kids.
Yeah.
But those are the people. Like I would argue that Taylor Swift is a much better idol than a lot of Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion, all them.
Then why isn't she being promoted more? Why isn't her and others like her being promoted more?
Didn't she have like the biggest selling tour of all time?
That doesn't.
No, one second.
I see Taylor Swift everywhere.
I'll literally hand it back off to you, Tomahawk.
I have a better question.
I can hand it back off to you one sec, Tomahawk. Because it reinforces what you're trying to point out is like literally the propaganda. Like you're already starting to see, like you admitted, like if Taylor Swift starts talking about like having kids and all this kind of stuff, there's tons of Swifties. So if we want to affect that change, we don't want to support any companies or anything that are not pushing this a certain level of propaganda. Tomahawk, back to you.
Your own propaganda.
But what we're seeing right now, and what I'm saying is, what we're seeing right now is there is no push for the other side, and any efforts to try and push for that other side gets deprioritized in the algorithm, gets shit on by anyone of note, quote unquote, because
Isn't Elon Musk like really trying to push for like
one platform compared
the biggest
to
platform in the world?
Facebook,
Come on,
compared to the media, other media outlets, movies, Hollywood. All of Hollywood is basically a leftist echo chamber.
I'm going to give you Hollywood.
They're the ones that release like, all of these films. All the streaming platforms, Netflix and whatnot. You have all these places where normies go. People don't really frequent X as much as you think it does, but people definitely frequent Netflix, Hulu, Disney Plus. But all of these different spaces don't ever promote that traditional family lifestyle. In fact, when they did, part of the reason why leftism became so prominent in the first place was because so many people on these various normie platforms promoted that degeneracy, promoted that, women being in the house is real bad and you're a slave and whatnot, through these other platforms that normies created, not through places like X where you have a subsect of the population that are all interacting with each other.
I just heard that X was a huge liberal propaganda arm and now Musk owns it. So it was a problem and now I guess it's not that big.
Cool.
But
that's one platform.
No,
compared
but
to other platforms.
Make your own platforms. Make your own platforms.
Yeah,
what
that's
do you want
what
me to tell
Rumble is, but it's not that prominent yet. And any attempts.
I don't know what to tell you. Do better. I don't know what to tell you. Like it's the capitalist marketplace of ideas. I agree with you guys. I'm telling you, you guys do a real bad job selling at me because you come with all this far right shit most of the time. So it's hard for me to go, oh yeah, I'd like to. I agree with you. We need to get these morals in check. But also, this guy doesn't think my wife should be in the country. Like,
what's the far right? What's the far right? What's the far right rhetoric you've heard tonight?
No, tonight, nothing per se. I'm just telling you guys in general, you need to separate yourselves from those guys. I wouldn't say anybody here is done.
Do we really?
I think he's saying just like his interactions with the right. I don't think he's meaning.
Yeah, gotcha. Everybody here. I mean, we disagree, and I'll talk to anybody even saying shit like that. But everybody here has been reasonable, and like I said, I've got disagreements with you guys, but I think you're all coming from a good, genuine place.
The thing is, so obviously I don't know your life, and I've never lived what your life is, but I have a hard time understanding where your quote unquote negative experiences with the right to push you this way really
growing up on the right wing, knocking on doors for presidential candidates, Republican candidates. That's where my experience.
Oh, which one? Which one?
I knocked on door for Rubio in the 2016 primary.
What were some of your responses, I guess?
Oh no, it's not that.
Some of the interactions you got.
Some people that I used to knock on door with have said that, called me a race traitor, that I'm doing a genocide to my race because my wife's not white.
Really? What the fuck? What the fuck? You're kidding?
Nope. That I'm genociding my blue eyes.
Oh my god!
Probably by a black. I mean, wait, hold on. Never mind. I shouldn't. Yeah.
Well, this is actually one side. This is one thing that I actually tend to agree with a lot of people on the left with is that a lot of people on the left seem to bring this up where the like stress about like white culture being eliminated from society seems pretty fucked up in my idea, because when I ask people what is white culture, none of yous have an answer for me ever. So I'm like, what the fuck are we eliminating if you don't even know what it is? Right? Like that's I do see that happen more on our side than it does on the left.
Like,
white culture, white culture is everything good in the world.
Yeah, see, that's just
no. I'm being serious. I'm being serious.
That's just that's not a serious answer, Karen.
It is.
White culture is rainbows and butterflies.
Then I'm just gonna say that's dumb. That's just the white Australian culture you're used to. Okay,
I'm not really. No, I'm saying
Australian fucks are all retarded.
No, I'm saying that's true. I'm being serious.
Yes, so am I. You grew up in a place full of prisoners. No wonder you think that white culture is everything good.
No, I grew up in fucking Belfast where we were oppressed by the white British. That's where I grew up. So don't tell me about fucking,
That was a good comeback, I'm not going to lie.
That's where you grew up until what age?
About 4.
Yeah, that's not where you grew up, buddy.
The formative years, I'm pretty sure the first 4 years are pretty important.
You're not even. Tell me what you did when you were 2 years old.
We should send you some more.
When you were 2 years old.
We could just deport.
When I was 2 years. When I was 2 years
up is where you spend your teen
No,
years.
I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you what happened when I was still in my mother's womb. She went to the butcher's and an IRA operative knelt down behind her as a shield and threw homemade hand grenades at the British troops. That's where I grew up, bro.
All right. Is that what happened?
That's what happened.
That's what happened. Do you see the way, like, the complete derailment? Like, we're not talking about the troubles and all that stuff.
I addressed something. No, that happens, and you're Kieran. You do it a lot. I address something serious that's a problem on our side.
I'm being serious
Instead
too.
of addressing it, you go, my answer is everything good is white culture.
Which says fucking nothing.
Because
this is an important conversation.
What's the measurement for good? What are we using to measure good here?
Exactly.
A flourishing society.
A flourishing society.
Yeah.
I mean, them Mayans when they were taking them babies on top of the temples and
they were flourishing.
They were pretty flourishing at that time.
If you wanted to move to a better society, where would you move to?
That's not my wait. What?
If you wanted to move to a better society, where would you move to?
One sec. Like Russia?
No, hang on.
Because Russia's white.
If you wanted to move, I didn't say white. I said
Russia,
Western. I said Western. If you wanted to move to a better society. If you wanted to move to a better society than where you are now, where would you move to?
I'd move to my own island where I govern everything.
Oh, bro, you fucking
yeah. You're going to be ridiculous, Karen. Like,
you don't like these stupid answers? What's wrong here?
Yeah.
You're not a.
What up?
I'd move to my own island and I'd govern everything.
Exactly.
Speakeasy Landia.
Speakeasy Landia.
Yeah,
You're not a.
Fuck you and your family.
You can't answer the fucking question. If you were going to move to a better country, really?
Yeah, Jamaica or
a better
Portugal.
country.
Brazil.
So now you changed it. If you were to move, where would you move? And then
Portugal, way more family oriented. Families don't like divorce the way they do here in Portugal. There's a big drug problem in Portugal, of course, but that's the same here as well. So, like, if I have to choose, they have better families there. So Kieran, do you want to get back to like what I said instead of derailing with your own dumb questions? Do you want to get back to what I said?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
And like how there is an actual issue with this, like crying about the white culture disappearing when people can't even tell you what the white culture is.
Well, maybe I'll ask you. What's white culture?
No, yeah, I've actually been dying to ask the question because this is a really good question. Do you know what I mean? So in terms of
what I think is
when we say white culture, That's playing into the racism of what we accuse the left of. I mean, when they do the black community, what the fuck do you mean the black community? Like, because a fucking Nigerian and a Jamaican are two completely different types of fucking culture. One sec, culture is a mentality, right? Because, like, for example, like, clearly Tomahawk is not white, but he would share much of the same culture as you.
No, I didn't fucking notice.
Like, and what white group are we talking about? The English, the Polish, the Germans,
Exactly.
the Scandinavians,
That's
the Slavic
where
cultures, the
English.
Who are we talking
There's
about?
too many.
I think this gets to the point of like
white culture makes no sense. You understand?
Really?
White culture doesn't make
being
sense.
white.
Yeah.
Well,
Skin color doesn't determine what your culture is going to be.
No.
So is
That's
there
a
a black culture?
retarded
for example,
concept.
we
See my skin color, bro? My house ain't there ain't no white culture in my house. Let me promise you, bro.
Mocha culture. It's mocha culture.
When we say when we say the West shares a culture, that culture is based on Greek philosophy, Roman law, and Christian ethics.
And there's also a correlation. There does happen to be a correlation. It's not causation, but there is a correlation between skin color and culture. It's a correlation, bro. Like it's not definitive.
No.
So why, one sec. Why are there ginger Muslims in the UK?
Because gingers are the last people we can pick on without.
Go to France and see like white and black.
Gingers don't have souls.
And then go to America and see white and black people in America. There's so many differences between all the different groups.
I was just saying, I probably have more
your
culture.
skin color has literally nothing to do with your culture.
I probably have more.
But there is a correlation. There is a correlation. Come on, speak. Come on, speak. Come on, speak.
My community. Shit.
There is a correlation between skin color and culture. I'm not saying it's right, but there is.
We just went to Australia, Jamaica. If you go to Jamaica, bro, the amount of white-skinned people in Jamaica is crazy, and they all have the same culture there. They're all the same. They all speak patois. They all eat the same foods. They all enjoy the same music.
I love it.
All different colors.
I love it.
Not even that, but I got more in common with the kid that grew up in Mexico.
I will say one thing. The reason you see similar colors together in spaces, I would say, is because in a human, like the mentality of humans, we see something similar and we want to be like-minded with it.
Yeah.
I do admit that part happens.
That only happens in like America. That's you guys don't realize that. That only happens in America, bro.
I was only
in Canada.
Do you think it's wrong? Do you think it's wrong if a white guy only wants to date white chicks? Like he just has a preference.
I don't know if that's what you're attracted to. No.
Preference.
Not at all.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
It's a bit racist. It's a bit racist.
Brothers.
No, it's not.
It's not racist.
If he finds white women more physically attractive, that's his preference, bro. Just like he likes vanilla ice cream better than chocolate.
Yeah,
exactly.
There's no race,
Or
it's about the physical attraction that he's seeing.
I like pork chop versus steak. Like, whatever.
White gold versus brown. White gold versus
I'll never give up on bacon.
Which leads to the whole point that racism is a stupid concept in the first place, and the fact that we've spent so much energy. We spent so much energy trying to placate to people that keep bringing it up is one of the issues of society, which also leads back to feminism, which kind of
it's like when we say black culture.
Wait, I got a question here,
right? Like we don't mean black culture, we mean urban culture, right? No, because there's white kids that grow up in those same neighborhoods that do all the same fucking shit them black kids are doing.
Pretty much.
Exactly.
Wait.
There's nothing inherent to their black skin that makes them go
not at all.
You're telling me that for me bringing up that someone told me that I'm genociding my white race. I'm the problem, not the guy telling me that I'm genociding the white race because
he's
I
the
brought up this.
problem.
Thank
No,
you.
he is the problem.
All right, that's the problem. You're right. That's why I'm saying separate.
That's problematic.
The right
Yeah.
needs to separate themselves from that guy. If you guys could throw I think if you could separate the right wing racist, real ethno nationalists, and take out the lefty tankies, we'd basically be arguing between a country that's pretty decent, relatively, and I think those extremes are really what's pulling the country apart right now.
The extremes have
Clip
a
it,
lot of
clip
voice
it,
and
clip it,
influence,
clip it.
unfortunately.
Cross current was just speaking up America. He was saying USA all the way. It's a great country, bro.
USA's based. It's the base.
It is based
the most
as
based
fuck.
country in the world. Objectively,
We
I'll
go there.
argue that all day. It's not perfect, but it's the most based country by far.
It's like.
By the way,
USA
everyone in the chat, real quick, who in the chat is ready? Because it's been a while since I've had my own formal setup debate in a bit. So who's ready for me to have another one? Huh?
Never seen your debate.
Oh boy, it's real fun.
I've had a few. I've had quite a few, but
I've debated
I actually
speakeasy.
found you.
I've debated
I
speakeasy
found you
before.
through Connor. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and then
What-
Base is obviously part of Connor's community too. So.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
But I'm actually gonna head out. I gotta go.
Okay.
I gotta work early actually, but it was nice to jump on. Finally, I've watched the debates a few times. And
Okay.
Terry,
Nice.
what, real quick, Terry, yeah, absolutely. I'll be back. But Terry, where part of your Ireland was your family from?
Dublin. Well, no, sorry. Like my family, like they would have come kind of like on the border of Northern Ireland.
His family's from fucking Faggot Hill. Not gonna lie.
Hey,
No,
that's an actual place.
It's a real
Thank you.
place.
That's an actual place.
Yeah, this is an
It's a real
actual
place.
place.
My
Yeah.
grandfather came over here from Kilkenny. That's just why I asked.
Yeah, Kilkennys are like the Cork. They're kind of rebellious in nature, all this kind of shit. They go crack.
My grandpa's a great guy. He always told me some joke that ended with something about more ducks than a dog can shake a stick at. Never got it, but he told me every time I saw him.
That's what's up.
Yeah, what can I say?
All right, have a good night, guys.
You too,
Take
man.
it easy, bro.
All right,
Bye, Cross.
You know what sucks? I unfortunately was hearing Cross Current speak, and I was unfortunately taking some of his points to heart, unfortunately, and I couldn't really find myself being able to combat him. I wasn't sure what to say in response, unfortunately.
That's all right. It happens.
Well,
it happens. You gotta.
Well, he was not really all that vitriolic at all.
This weekend though, guys. I know I don't usually stream on the weekends, but this guy, he does these debates on the weekends, and I figured, I want to get back into debating, so I'll get back on for a weekend stream. So Saturday on at 7 p.m. Eastern time, or let me make sure. No, not 7. It's going to be 9 p.m. Eastern time, and it'll go to like 11. I'm going to be having a debate on the prompt is Christianity does more harm than good for society.
And you're the against, right?
No, he's on the 4.
Yeah.
He's on the 4.
Okay.
I'm on the against for that prompt. I'm against
That's what I
what the
thought.
prompt is. Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna do it, huh?
Same as Speakeasy convincing the world that fucking Earth is flat. Okay, gotcha.
Hey, sometimes that's a good fun part of debate. Is like, all right, if I want to understand this person's stance, maybe I should try to take that stance.
Fucking true. Yes.
Grow the knowledge.
No, but the prompt is, you guys might be confused. The prompt is that Christianity does more harm than good.
Gotcha.
I'm against that prompt.
Gotcha.
Right, so I'm saying
you're against that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm saying it does
all
more
did.
good than harm.
So Speak, I'm
This is
going
gonna
to
be
do it again. I'm going to do it
What are you
again.
debating?
I'm going to pick on your prompts. I'm going to pick on your prompts. You have retarded prompts. I'm just saying.
I didn't come up with
fucking.
Oh my
still
god,
fucking.
Kieran. Kieran,
What are
you're
you
a retard.
debating?
No, Kieran,
Why
you're a
you-
retard.
Wait,
No, that prompt is Christianity does more harm to society than good. That's a good prompt.
Yeah.
That's
But
something.
it is a good one. Who are you
touched on in
debating?
this very panel, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that's a bad prompt.
It's a good prompt.
Because it's bad because you put the negative into the prompt. You should put the affirmative into the prompt, and then you argue for or against.
It wasn't
Otherwise,
even his prompt to begin with. He
Wait,
didn't
that's
come
the
up with that.
affirmative claim. The affirmative claim is that Christianity does more harm. So he's going to be on the affirmative that it's doing, and I'm going to be on the negative that it doesn't do more harm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who's on the affirmative?
It's going to be
Who's on the affirmative?
it's Lethe Water Kai. Actually, someone we've had debating.
Oh, Lethe.
Oh, it's Lethe? Oh, okay.
That'll be fun. That'll be real fun.
Yeah. I didn't know who was going to be against. I just said, yeah.
You just took the prompt and just left and just
Yeah, I
ran
just
with
said
it.
I'm in.
Whatever. It's a good one.
But yeah, it's a good prompt, and I already know how it's gonna go. Pretty much, it's gonna be in. It's gonna. I think we're gonna fast.
So,
and as you guys know, I like to do the 8 Mile with my openings, right? So,
hey, you know what
8 Mile is you give all their arguments in your opening statement, so that you can pick apart during your opening statement.
Maybe
You're going to go with you're going to go with the you're going to go with the goat before cart argument. The goat before cart.
No, because it's not against Islam, right?
Well, if it ain't Christianity, what is it?
Oh, it's going to probably be secular.
Yeah, goat before cart. Yeah.
Well, I mean, secularism is.
But it's going to be like I already know where to go right from the starting, and like it's going to be hard for the other side to even like get past the start.
How do I do my opening now?
They're gonna almost have to. I'm gonna make them almost have to concede instantly. They're either gonna have to concede, or the debate is gonna have to change into something completely different than the prompt.
Fucking debate vampire.
Well, the real question is if you don't support Christian society, what do you got? What's the alternative? That's a real debate. Like, what have you got? Show me something better. Show me something better.
Literally.
They're gonna say either secularism.
Usually, I wouldn't
Islam.
do something like this just in case my opponent is listening.
Oh, no, I gotcha. No,
Nice.
I'm so good at this that it doesn't matter. Okay, so
Correct.
listen to
Don't
this.
worry, I said
Any
it.
claim,
You didn't say it.
any claim that they are going to make that Christianity is harmful is already presupposing that there is an objective moral standard by which harm is measured.
Old mate's fucking channeling Andrew Wilson right now. Destroy their worldview. Okay, there we go. That's it.
Any claim that it's a harm is already presupposing an objective moral standard. So we're going to have to get to what that objective moral standard is.
And they have none.
Sometimes I forget that
the whole debate goes out the window right away. It's either
what'll happen though is they'll say, you're a Christian, you have morals, I don't. Therefore I win. That's what they'll say. They'll say, you can't hold yourself to your own standards. I have no standards, and therefore I win.
No, it's either Christianity is what's grounding morality, or morality is arbitrary and the whole resolution collapses on itself.
Yep. And we'll see
every time.
An hour. We'll see an hour.
At least concede that Christian morality is good, and we're going to have to go to other places, or he's going to have to just tell me why Christian morality is not the one.
Well, he's going to have to. He's going to have to define good.
And card right at the start.
Yeah, morality in general.
Why is there good? Why is there good, and what is good? They can't do it.
Yeah, it's what is harm, what is good, and by what moral standard are we measuring this?
I'll say what actual point? Like, they always go to my feelings.
Three questions no secular person is going to get past.
They'll say
that's the thing.
It's
they'll
funny,
say
because that
good.
was what I was
They'll
saying
say
cross current
they'll say
earlier.
good. They'll say good is the least harm to the most people, and the most benefit for the most people. And then you say what's harm and what's benefit, and they can't answer it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've said the same thing about 3
Well,
times
usually
now,
they'll
Karen.
try to answer what harm is and what good is, but then you have to go
So it's
to
not
what moral
actually-
standard are we measuring this? And if it's
Are you
just
gonna?
you think it is, I just say, well, I think it's bad.
I feel.
Are you gonna pull out the fucking a corpse?
Well, I
analogy? You're
I
gonna
don't
go
think you
there?
need to do.
we get into
I don't think
Is
you
it
need to go
is
that
it wrong
far,
to fuck a
but-
corpse? Is it wrong to fuck a
I
corpse?
may have a new
gotta
angle
go
to bring
deep.
this out
You
on.
know, I'm
You know,
just
like we
saying,
gotta keep things
sometimes-
fresh, keep it nice. My opening statement, I have a little bit of a plan for what I'm gonna do.
Is it wrong to fuck a corpse? Right. You'll go there eventually, and
Probably.
they'll say no. You'll go, what's wrong with you, bro?
Nothing
But the point
morally
is
wrong with it. It'll
just
be morally
logic,
neutral.
pure logic.
Bang that body.
That's Speakeasy's mental defection. He's got to defect their logic. That's yep. Which is a good salute. I wasn't meaning that in a weird way.
I'm excited for this one because this is a topic I've actually wanted someone to
challenge you on.
To challenge me on, yeah. And like, I hope he brings up like the Crusades, Inquisitions.
Oh yes.
Any like abuse scandals that's happened in the Catholic Church, all this shit. I hope that gets brought up because I have answers for all of it.
And then you can bring up the you can and then
answer all of them in my opening statement. That's the best part.
and then you can always bring up the cum warriors of Papua New Guinea. Okay, like I see where it's going. I see where it's going already. I see where it's going already.
We know. Okay.
No, I'm gonna listen. There's
Or at least-
gonna be some angles. I gotta take it a little. I gotta make my own angles to all this.
Sounds good.
We don't
Sounds
always
good.
have to.
always
We don't always
steal
have to take the
Andrew's
Andrew
great
angle.
arguments. Okay,
No,
Andrew's
that's
got-
fair. That's fair. But you can take Andrew's arguments and find a different angle. That's fair.
There are facts about life you could use.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
But like, yes.
I've
He's got his own factual points he's gonna pin at.
Yeah, I came up with a couple of horrendous hypotheticals that always fucks these guys up. I won't do it now, but I do have my own. I hear you speak. You don't always want to steal Andrew's hypotheticals. I've got a couple of my own, which I'll. Well, yeah. Fuck up. Shut up again.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, my bad. I had.
No, you're good. You're good. I reckon, Speaky, you're gonna fucking wipe the floor with the cunt.
I'm gonna have fun with this.
It sounds good.
I'm not gonna be too like hostile or anything because it is Lethe Water Kai. I do. He has been completely respectful every time he comes around, and I do enjoy having him on for debate. So, I'm not gonna completely demolish him, but I will convince him that he's wrong.
I'm pretty sure you won't convince him. I'm pretty sure you may convince
I've
you may convince
many weird people into into a right place. So we'll see.
So you're stacking up the hypotheticals.
Yeah, I have a bunch of them, but there's gonna be certain ones that I'm gonna use that'll hit them in the place. Like, it's like those like, so for instance, you could just say imagine there's like an advanced society.
Yep.
And we genetically engineer like a class of humans that have like a shitty like cognitive ability, like they're just dumb. They're just like really dumb humans, right? And they have no legal rights, and they're just purely for labor.
Yeah.
What would be wrong with that? From a
Well, they might.
moral stance, what would be wrong from that?
Well, if they're really dumb, they might find some meaning in life by having a role to play in society. Like really, really stupid people.
No, but I'm saying what would be wrong with just like genetically engineering humans to be like so dumb that all they can do is follow orders? What would be wrong with that? What would be morally wrong with that in a world of subjective morals? Right?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. What would be wrong in a world of subjective morals? Yeah, nothing be wrong. Nothing be wrong.
But in objective morality, like creating something just for.
So basically, we're gonna breed a bunch of like smart monkeys. Smart monkeys.
God created.
Yeah, make a whole bunch of smart monkeys.
So you're gonna try to be
and make them work.
God?
Yeah. We can modify the genes and produce a whole bunch of smart monkeys.
Yeah, the whole thing with subjective morality, and most people just will end up disagreeing, is you always have to just bring it to something very easily that they're gonna like. If morality is subjective, then genocide is just unpopular. It's not an evil thing. That's what it is, right? Like it's just unpopular, yes. Right? It's just
they'll fucking agree.
Exploitation isn't immoral. It's just inconvenient.
And they will agree. They'll agree. You'll push them back into a corner, and they'll go, "Yeah, I can't really see why genocide's wrong, right?"
Yeah.
Well, why is it wrong?
Well, let's bring it back to the prompt. If morals, good and bad, is subjective, then he can't possibly tell me that Christianity has objectively done more harm than good, because it's subjective. See, the whole thing here is the prompt presupposes an objective moral standard. So if he can't give me what that objective moral standard is, we're going to be stuck there. If he can give me an objective moral standard, say it's like, harm principle, like as long as you're not physically harming another, it's okay. Well, then I'll say, well, okay, then grooming should be fine because you're not physically harming someone.
You're got to define harm.
Yes.
What's harm, right?
And a good way to show that, like, that if they try to deny a standard completely.
Bag, you can come up. Hit the link, trash bag. You can come up. I don't see
trash bag. The first time I saw trash bag was a Halloween.
One second. The like a good point as well is, like, remember when you had that 2v2 with Andrew, and what Andrew done is he basically kind of says, oh, like the trans are threatening to self-delete. And then Andrew basically took that and switched it with the Christians. So if the Christians done the same thing and start making the same threat, are you going to do it? And then you do know, okay, you wouldn't allow it in one case, and you wouldn't, which means you value trans lives more than Christian lives. You have a standard that you're pulling from. You know what I mean? And so if they try to deny that morality is even a thing, and like try to flip it back on you and say prove morality, you can basically run them down through that same line. You know what I mean? Take whatever their value person is, and then again force them to justify that value group, which they can't do.
Why would any group be more valued than the other, essentially?
There's some people who are better than others.
How do you measure that?
Yeah, define better.
There are some cultures that are better than others.
And see, this is where they would go. Yeah, okay.
All right. I would
define better. Define better.
Better is people who don't eat bugs.
That's a lot of cultures. So who would that be, and who is not that?
Wait, how many American culture eats bugs?
That's not no.
Okay, we're getting sidetracked. So,
You're
like, a
limited
key
to
thing,
America?
a key thing to highlight is financial or GDP. Another thing, like, it's a combination of all these.
No, it's
Another
not.
thing would
No,
be
it's not. What the fuck are
technological.
you
One
talking
second.
about?
Another
No,
thing
it's
would
not.
be
It's not.
technological advancement. Another
No,
thing
it's
would
not.
be the birth rates, reproduction rates. Do you know what I mean?
That's the
There's
one.
a lot of
That's the
different
one.
factors that come into actually saying like what the better is. Do you know what I mean? It's a very it's
I
a
get
very
that, but that's
in-depth
not
and
the
nuanced
fact.
question.
The people who make more babies, they're better.
Yes.
No, I said it's a combination of all
Yes,
these.
if people make more babies, they're better. Yes.
So single moms are better.
Really?
Yes.
Single
So,
moms
like,
with
the
five
key-
what I
children?
was
one sec.
saying,
The key thing-
without God or
the key thing,
faith,
the key thing that we're
Hold up, one
that
at a time,
combines
boys.
all
One at
these
a time,
measures.
boys. One at a time. We can't hear when you're all
Please.
talking.
Please.
Yeah, so to answer your thing, trash bag, the key thing is this is a combination of all these things. You know what I mean? But the one thing commonality is like production. The more you can produce, both kids, materials, technology, etc., etc.
Gay, Tarak, you fucking
bro.
puffed up. What the fuck are you talking about? It's not production. It's not production at all. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Then
It's
explain
not.
how it's not. Explain how it
That's
wouldn't
not
be
an
production
argument,
at that
Karen.
point.
Yeah.
Well, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Explain what would production be, Karen?
Yeah, so
Go.
production, I just said it. Production is in the sense of not only material, but also children, also, you know what I mean? The other things. You know what I mean? Because like I said, it's like what Kieran's asking, like, define. But one sec. Kieran's saying define better. You know what I mean? And then he'll also do the question of like, oh, if you want to move country, which country to move to and all this kind of shit. And then he's doing the exact same thing. So it's in terms of like emulating, in terms of the like, even because again, bear in mind that it's going to be going against probably utilitarianists. You have to come out from their perspective, even if like in their own value structure, this is more beneficial to do it through the Christian way. It's the same way what we're doing with
have a
Cross
thing they
earlier
say.
on, basically showing that like even as a liberal, you even agree with these values. So why would you not implore these values rather than this whole harm principle bollocks?
Yeah, but I don't think the value would be in production, would it? I mean, I think it'd be more in quality, obviously.
Technically,
Wait,
I would say,
what is
you know,
value then?
What's
Yeah.
the value? What's the value? What's the value? Okay. I'm going to go fucking Nietzschean. What's the value of value? Does value have value as a concept?
isn't that a circular argument?
No.
No.
It is.
No, it's a real question.
No.
How is it not when you're using the same word?
Well, it's kind of like a paradox. Like, does bro? The real question is, can you define your own values?
Yeah,
So, yeah,
that's
first of
whole-
all,
that's
Kieran
where it
asked-
helps you
yeah,
boil
so-
it down because I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, Kieran asked the questions like what is better, and it's such a multifaceted question that, like I said, in terms of all the same thing in terms of production, even like the quality aspect, you still have to produce quality. You know what I mean? So in terms of like, if you're going to ask if you're going to ask such an ambiguous question, then I'm forced to give an ambiguous answer.
No,
But when he says
because
what's better,
what you're telling
okay,
them that is
production.
your values production. So if somebody values the, like say Christian morals more, then that's all I have to do is whatever's higher on the Christian moral value would be better. So then that's where you can pin them down to what they value or what does their belief structure value.
Yeah, but they're going to default down to solipsism.
What's
How so?
solipsism?
Because Easy is going to point out. Easy's going to point out that like your nonsense is all subjective. You can't justify it. It's just your opinion. And then he'll basically try. The only counter he can possibly do is to say do the whole solipsism thing, where it's all just rhetoric, bro. There is no meaning to life. Like you said, the whole Nietzsche. There's no meaning to life. All this kind of shit. It's just about who you can sway. It's all about power and all this kind of shit. And then Easy can then flip the script on him, saying that even if you value power, you have to admit that the Christian societies are objectively the most powerful. They have the most influence. That's the whole thing of like white privilege. You know what I mean? Apparently. You know what I mean? Like where Christianity is a quote unquote imperial or a colonial or colonizer or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? And he's going to point out, even if I take your value, even if I take your value system of power, I can still show that Christianity is even better.
Yeah,
of course, the best.
Hey, sorry, I wasn't paying attention there. Jack.
He's gone to the washroom. He's gone to the washroom.
That must have been when I went to the washroom. Actually, I would have liked to see you debate again. Easy, cheers. Definitely gonna see it again this Saturday, Jack of Blades. And then said, I will repeat it again. I would like to see you debate again. Easy. Cheers, Bears for life. Much love, chat. Alicia, easy. Look forward to much more. Let's go. Thank you very much.
Much love. Let's go.
God bless.
God bless.
But yeah, so what you guys were saying here is it's when you're asking about like what the value of value is, I don't even understand.
Well, I'll explain.
What you're trying to ask.
I was trying to get at what.
Well, the concept is if you say we ground our morals in value, we have to ask what is value. So can we apply the same rational critique to our core values that we do to the things that come after values? And Teriak, meaning, yes. So what's the value?
Meaning,
Well, is value a thing? Like, is it?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
So,
And that's
how so?
I think you're
I think you're trying to ask if there's an objective standard to value. I think this is what he's trying to ask.
Which is
There
much easier to explain.
There is. The objective value is that, I mean, it means what is good.
Yeah, but like easy explain is where it's like like right off the get go, he's presupposing that there's an objective, and then he can either deny that there is and it's all subjective, and it basically goes the way I just explained it, where he tries to do the solipsism thing, and you say even if you do the solipsism thing, which is more powerful, Christianity clearly, and then if he does bite down the bullet on the objective standard, you're still pointing down towards okay, how are you justifying your objective standard? What are you grounding?
And that's what we're trying to get out of them.
There's a good and a bad.
Yeah,
That's what I'm trying to get at, Terry. You hit me pretty hard with the
yes,
with the hypotheticals there, man. I was trying to keep up, but obviously you're more well versed in this. That's why I was trying to pin down the values, because you said the value was on production.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, what if they don't value production? Then we're trying to isolate what they value. Like I know how the Speak was saying earlier, pin them down to what they ground their moralities in. But then if they won't ground it in the morality, it's what's good for the good is the good. Then you got to figure out
if morality is just arbitrary and subjective, then they can't tell me that I can't start start Hand's Made Tale in America. They should be okay with that.
Who said it's subjective?
No, we're talking about a debate that I have coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
we're talking about how we think it's going to go down.
I was explaining to them because the prompt is Christianity does more harm to society than good. And I was explaining how right at the starting, I'm going to trap him because I'm going to say, what is harm? What is good? And by what moral standard are you measuring this? Because any claim that Christianity is harmful would presuppose an objective moral standard. So what is that?
Well, what's funny? What's funny is Christianity shits all over this futuristic idea of how the world goes.
Exactly. This is going to be a great one.
Yep.
It's going to be either Christianity grounds morality, or morality is arbitrary and the whole resolution collapses anyways.
The world means nothing. If Christianity isn't true, the world is meaningless. Knowledge, this is what I believe. If Christianity isn't true, then knowledge, truth, math, logic, none of this shit is real. None of it.
We have no purpose. Yeah. I mean,
Nihilism,
what's your end goal?
Is that Christianity or nihilism?
Yeah.
Let's go. Also, raid from Rob, by the way.
Oh shit, we got a raid from Rob. Thank you for the raid, Rob. Ooh. Shout out to all the neurons coming in.
Raiders.
We're just in the after panel now. We were talking about a debate that I have coming up this Saturday. It's the classic Christianity does more harm than good for society. And, my burden is going to be very simple. And all I have to do is, get him to concede. Because any claim that Christianity is harmful is just going to presuppose there's an objective standard. So we're going to get into what that objective standard is.
Oh shit, you're gonna fuck him up.
And it's just your opinion, bro, or power. And then if either way he goes with it, he's fucked.
Yeah,
right.
My preferences.
What's the
then if we get into a society that 70% of society agrees that people should be allowed to have babies with babies, it should be allowed because 70% agrees.
Yep. One of my favorite ones is the brother fucking. Well, if they're each other, they're both enjoying it. Then why are you eating? What's wrong? Like,
it's gonna be like straight off the bat, like he just goes in with the spear tackle, and then it's just like ground and pound until he basically begs
and it's gonna be much more vulgar when I explain it on, because it's got to hit them in the right way. The opening's gonna be somewhere along the line of if there is no objective moral standard, then that means in a world of 70% of the population agreeing that we can impregnate 8-year-olds as soon as they hit their periods.
Oh, fuck. Oh,
then that should be allowed.
Old enough to breed.
I'm gonna put it in a wicked image into their heads so they get the fucking point. Right? He's gonna have to concede at the starting. There's no other way around this.
No, they're gonna fight against that. They're gonna say, "Oh, Aisha, the what she played with."
So they're gonna start moving the goalpost all over the field.
Yes, 100%.
They're not going to go down without a fight. They're going to find some angle.
Yeah. Lethe's a pretty good debater too, so I expect him to give me something. But I'm pretty good.
One hell of an uphill battle.
With this trap that I have here at the start. It's 3 questions that I don't think we'll be able to get past.
Well, no, the easiest dilemma is they say that the Gospels are true. You can find the truth of Muhammad within the Gospels. But then
he's not Muslim. He's not Muslim.
If you ask,
I'm pretty sure he's secular.
That's why I was bringing up the values thing to try to pin down where he's getting his.
Right.
But if you ask him where does Muhammad exist in the scriptures, they can't tell you. They say on one hand like Muhammad is right there.
Bro,
he
ain't fucking Muslim.
Yeah, if he's not Muslim, he's not going to go after that. If anything, he's probably going to try to attack, what he would call fallacies in the Bible.
Yeah, and he's going to bring up I think what's going to end up happening, because we're going to get into the moral standards, right? He's going to try to say that Christianity doesn't have an objective moral standard.
Yep.
And then he'll bring up things like, this is why I was saying, I hope he brings up the Inquisitions, the Crusades, the scandals in the Catholic Church. I hope he brings up all of those, because I have answers to them all.
Something I would ask questions of to these people when they would bring something up like this, that it's kind of came into my mind every time it gets brought up, is, do people not know what cautionary tales are, or
no
exactly they don't perceive.
Do they not know what either necessary evils or cautionary tales are?
Nope.
I guess the concept of a cautionary tale or a necessary evil is just lost on people these days.
Yeah.
Especially with just, and this goes into like Christianity in general, where a lot of Christians, because they've been, I guess, beaten over the head with, you have to be kind, you have to be nice, you have to, love thy neighbor and all that nonsense. They've lost the concept that there are some things in life, some things that are necessary evils and cautionary tales. The Bible is full of them. In fact, a lot of the bad things that happen within the church could be amounted to, and what is to be taken away from these things is, not only do you punish those who have done wrong because you don't let that shit slide, but you take that and make it an example, and make an example out of it as a cautionary tale to warn the rest of the people, hey, this is actually not good and we should not pursue this. And anybody that does this falls in line with sin. That's the whole point behind sin. At least I thought.
Oh,
100%.
And
we haven't really gone back to teaching people what the distinction between all of those stories are. And it seems like people on the right just keep letting people
how do you teach people what is sinful? What does that look like? What do you mean? What do you mean?
That'd be for someone else to do. I'm just pointing it out because that's what I keep hearing from other people.
Yo, yeah, you keep hearing it, but you have no.
By proving it's negative for their own interests.
Yeah, there you go. Which is where the cautionary tale comes in, but that doesn't seem to be a concept that gets pushed around in mainstream.
What do you mean?
That for their own self-interest, for their own self-preservation, they're better off doing this thing, this moral action, rather than this immoral action, because the immoral action will be a negative consequence towards them.
One or the other. One or the other.
One or the other what?
You're the one who said that these people have a path. You're the one who kept saying they have a path and they believe these things.
Are you talking about the Christians or the heathens?
I'm talking about the people that voted.
What? Wait. Hold up. Something ain't right. What was the question, Trash Bag?
Yeah.
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
Perfect reaction. Perfect. What the fuck are you saying, dude?
You're talking about Trump supporters.
No, you are.
Trump's
what are you saying?
Supporters?
Are you talking about people who vote for degeneracy, like pro-abortion,
Have I fucked this whole thing up?
I think
yes, you have, sir.
Yes.
You have fucked this, like literally the whole panel. The whole panel is fucked.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done.
So we're talking about Easy's debate
the
upon
whole
that he's got
panel
coming
is
up.
fucked.
Yeah.
What the fuck, right? The whole panel is fucked.
I just had an aside because
No, he's fucked the whole panel up.
I'm just trying to track, and
that's saying something because Kieran's currently on panel. Do you know what I mean? Like that's why Kieran chimed in. He was like, "Wait, is someone stealing my tangent thing or derailment?" I am the derailer. King Derailer was the sorry, go ahead. But no, like in terms of like the way that this thing is going to play out, like this dude is fucked either way, because he either has to bite the bullet and say it is objective, and then, like I said, that space just plays into Easy. And then in terms of the opposite, if he tries to go the subjective route, then it's like we can just ignore you. You know what I mean? But in terms of the key question that you ironically asked, which was a good question, like how are you defining, or like how are you convincing these people why they should do something moral? And like I said, to my argumentation would be you can prove that it's actually better for their own self-preservation and self-interest to be a moral person rather than an immoral person, because as we view, and this is the way I prove it personally, is like we can view demoralization as the losing the will to live.
Just like an Irish person.
If you continue to be immoral, you will literally lose the will to live.
Yeah, just like an Irish person to talk too much. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I like to be thorough.
I just thought of this right now, but I think
by thorough, you mean fat.
I just thought of this right now, but I think one of the ways that the right can have the ups on the propaganda war against the left is to really hammer home the fact that everyone's morals, everyone's like thoughts and beliefs of what is right in society and what is wrong in society comes from the fact that it's all Christian ethics at the end of the day. And the more that you push that message in the fact that, oh, whatever you think should be a good society, even all of the whole like, oh, these illegals should be treated with like dignity and all of that shit. Even though that's all wrong, the fact that they want to treat humans right in that sense comes from Christian ethics. You could get into debates and the nuances of those specific topics, but the fact that they have that extension of empathy in the first place comes from Christian ethics,
Wait,
and you can
you're
work off of that.
You're arguing for Christian ethics?
That's how this whole country was
Alhamdulillah,
founded.
Habibi.
So
We finally got that better.
Yes, he is arguing for Christian ethics. So what?
So
do you have an alternative
Yeah,
to that?
he's trying.
He should have no problem with what's going on.
He's literally arguing for Christian ethics. What's your problem?
I agree with him.
Oh, do you? Okay, now we have two. Okay, now we have two.
Beautiful.
Okay.
So did you have a problem with what I said?
Something to say, you fucking Kiwi? Come on. What are you gonna say? What are you gonna say?
He's technically he's a pom. Okay.
Kiwi, pom and Kiwi, you fucking retards. Australian, you get the fuck out of here. Okay. So this is bizarre. He was like he was kicking back against Christian ethics, and then he said, "I agree." What the fuck, bro? Who are you?
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm like. Where are we at? Where are we at? You came out of nowhere with your Kiwi fucking voice. You came out of nowhere.
Bro, I've been here all fucking. I've been here all night.
Disappeared off
Out
cam
of
today.
nowhere. I've been here all
Saying,
fucking
where
night.
are we? Yeah, where are you, you motherfucker?
I've been here all night, you fucking retard. What do I
I'm
believe?
talking about trash bag. Trash bag asking, where are we? It's like, yeah, where the fuck are you? You went off cam. We don't know where the fuck you are.
Kieran's not used to being the one, not being the one doing this.
Yeah, he's
Shut up.
Kieran's derailment is getting derailed.
You fucking assholes. Fuck off.
What do you mean? What do you mean, fucking assholes? What do you
Yeah, what do you mean, Kieran?
Bro,
say?
Who are fucking assholes in this one, bro? You sure that's not projection?
Well, I would call you an asshole, but because you're black, I'm scared of being racist.
Oh wow!
So-
You're giving me power, huh? You're giving me power over you, white guy. All right, is that what
Well-
you're doing now?
Well, black people had a hard time, so us white people need to fucking bend the knee and just
Prove you're white.
All right, give me money.
yeah, tell these crackers, Tomahawk. Tell these crackers.
Yeah. Play that
Give me
funky
money,
music,
bro.
white boy.
Demand reparations right now. Reparations right now. Give it to me.
I'll give you $5. I'll give you $5.
No.
Yeah, send him the PayPal link. Send him the PayPal link, Tomahawk.
Australian dollars? What is that?
You can find Tomahawk at tomahawk.paypal. $5. Every white cunt on panel, send Tomahawk $5, and then we're done.
Every guy on this panel's got to pay me reparation for all the bullshit that you guys did to me in
All right,
the slave times.
But because of
that I
my
didn't live in.
situation, I'm only sending $250.
Well, you are kind of half and half. Well, I think sometimes the mixed people have the hardest time because you're on the fence, right? The white people don't like you, the black people don't like you. So that's fair. $250.
That's not even a lie, bro. That's not even a lie. That's literally how it is. You're not white enough for the white people, and you're not black enough for the black people. They all hate you, bro.
3 easy payments for $9.99.
Mutt. It's being called a
You
mutt.
can help one black man receive reparations from the injustice.
Look. If I send one person $5, am I off the fucking hook? Am I not $5 a month, just $5, right? Am I off the hook? Am I fucking done? Can I carry on with my life?
You earn your card.
I'll just go and be white. And fucking enjoy my life.
Go enjoy your white culture there, Kieran.
Oh, bro, what's
your
white culture?
upside down white culture, which would be black culture in that sense.
Oh shit!
Considering everything is topsy turvy down there and down under, would he be considered a black guy in that sense?
But also, if I send Tomahawk $5, it's like 3 cents, right? Like 3 cents American, right?
Damn.
I'll do that. I'll do that. I'll give you 3 cents.
Australia's in some pretty hard times. I really see now. I now truly understand your plight.
Do it.
Do it. Do it.
No, he's going to do the Shia LaBeouf. Tarash is getting ready for the Shia LaBeouf. He's just putting on the costume. He's like, just do it!
Make your dreams come true!
Don't let your dreams be dreams.
Don't say that. Don't do it.
Well, Tomahawk, do you think white money is worth more than black money? I'm just saying.
What's the exchange rate?
And Kieran is saying that as a black money person. You know what I'm saying? We already established the route. It's like 3 cents to one Australian dollar is like 3 cents American.
Yeah, I was gonna say you have to know the exchange rate. There's a lot. It's going up in stock. It's definitely beating the euro for sure.
Old mate's got his fucking calculator out. He's going, okay, 3 cents Australian is equal to fucking $25 fucking South African, and there's also East African, West African. Hang on. Which exchange rate we fucking going with here, boy?
I'm gonna need that in rupees.
Bitcoin.
I said boy. Sorry. Didn't mean to be racist.
Bitcoin
I said boy.
is tech bro currency, dude.
What's the fucking difference?
Difference is the difference is 3 cents or 3 cents or $10.
Come from the upper caste, so
I can tell you the difference, right?
Yeah.
The difference between Bitcoin and monopoly money that Kieran uses and the American dollar is that the government can just print more dollars. So naturally, they can just deflate the currency whenever the fuck they want. Do you know what I mean? So we all make fun of Australia having monopoly money, but low key in terms of the global things that pay, it's like a trade off. There's actually benefits to devaluing currency.
We also have
with Bitcoin. You can't do that. There's only a set amount of Bitcoin.
We also have all the minerals. We're fucking Ukraine. We're Ukraine. We have all the minerals. Number 1 gold mine in the world. Number 1 nickel mine in the world. Number 1 uranium mine in the world. So
where?
Yet you're poor?
Wait,
how does that work?
Did you just say the N-word, nickel?
Yeah, Kieran's basically saying Australia is a coal mine.
You said nickel?
No, I said Nika. I said Nika.
No,
Not the ER. Not the ER.
Oh, like the pants that the Irish wear. That makes sense.
Excuse you, Kieran.
Tomahawk, you need to resend that link to them.
And now I demand $10, man, for that shit.
I'd even make it 20. I'd make it 20, Tomahawk.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's the N-word tax. That's the big one.
Bro, here in Australia.
That's the ER tax. The ER tax. He had the
here in Australia.
ER.
Here in Australia,
4x multiplier.
Yeah, those fines double in work zones. So
here in Australia, we have all the Nika. Not gonna lie, like.
Dude, it's $30 now. What the hell?
Like you're gonna be broke by the end of the stream.
Laugh.
I'm sorry.
You don't know what freedom is.
Really?
Here we go. Yeah, no, gentlemen, let's focus up. Trash bag, let us know. What is true freedom?
Yeah. What's freedom?
Can we get some patriotic music in the background, by the way, folks? This is about to be one of the epic... Shut the vote. This is going to be one of the most epic speeches ever. Trash bag. What is true freedom?
True freedom is the one thing that only people in America have.
Meaning?
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Close.
They can do whatever they want. Wait. They can do whatever they want. They can shoot people. They can.
Are you sure?
They can.
Are you sure?
They can protest anything.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are they so they can protest in Minnesota and it's all fine?
Yes.
Really? They can protest in Minnesota and there's no problem?
There is a problem.
Yeah,
Let's
you see
protesters though. That's work for them.
The problem is that they have the recruiting center is in Minneapolis.
Yeah.
So
you hate Somalians?
An epic speech.
So you hate Somalians?
Man,
You hate Somalians?
Why did you say that?
I thought we were going to get you basically kind of went down and said you don't know the true meaning of freedom or the meaning of true freedom. You know what I mean? And I thought I was going to get like this, like Joey Diaz quality level of like we're playing the national anthem in the background, you're leading the troops into the victory and all this kind of stuff. And
Joey Diaz.
we got a research center.
I'm sorry.
Cliff notes.
But
trash bag. Do you think true freedom is allowing Somalians to burn the American flag in Minnesota?
yes.
Oh my God, you fucking poofter. What? Wrong answer. Wrong
Yes,
answer.
Kieran using the typical Oxford argument here.
Get the fuck out of here, you fucking little poofter. No, look.
See the way he did it again? He fucking done it again, boys. We got him. We got him.
You literally think true freedom in the USA is allowing Somalians to burn the fucking American flag in Minnesota?
Bro. That's how it works here.
That's how it works, right? Well, for the next 3 years, and then you'll find out. Then you'll find out, brother.
What? What will we find out?
Oh my God, Terry!
I'm telling you, trash bag is the counter to Kieran. He's Kieran's counter.
What? I mean, what are we gonna find out?
You're going to find out that being tolerant sometimes, should the tolerant be tolerant of the intolerant?
What the hell are you talking about? You fucking.
It's a question.
No, one sec. Just one sec. That's actually a valid question.
Yeah.
No, because then if you're tolerant of the intolerant, you become intolerant yourself. So that it's the intolerance paradox, as they say.
Correct.
So this whole notion of trying to base your value system of being tolerant is
correct, and
useless.
that's why philosophy is gay. Philosophy is gay. So
motherfucker, you just use philosophy to disprove. Oh my God.
The tolerant should not be tolerant of the intolerant.
Wait.
Yeah, but philosophy, if you like, philosophers don't believe in that shit.
All I'm gonna say
like
is,
philosophy's not preaching that shit.
All right, let me do some. Let me see what you guys think of this before.
Sorry, Speak.
One little last thing I want to present to you guys before we wrap up the panel. So I've because like I like, you know, I do some nerd shit sometimes where I just sit here,
no shit.
And I write out arguments. And then, like, I argue with myself back and forth. Like, I'll write the statement, the argument to it, and then I'll rebuttal it, and then I'll rebuttal my own rebuttal, and then I go back and forth. So, I want to see what you guys think of this argument. Where you guys, if you guys agree with it, disagree, whatever. So I'll just give you like the thesis. All right. The United States cannot be meaningfully nationalist because it is not a single nation in the cultural, ethnic, linguistic, or civilizational sense that is actually required for nationalism to function coherently.
The fuck?
No,
that was a complicated. That's a complicated fucking prompt.
Not a prompt. It's a thesis I just gave you to my argument.
Yeah, I'll say yes.
Yes.
You didn't even hear it.
No, I heard it.
Okay, repeat back the argument. If you heard it, repeat back the argument, Kieran.
I fucking heard it.
Give me back my thesis.
Yes, the US is a collection of states, and they can have a coherent ideology, even though all the states are all fucking different.
But
that's not close to what I.
How do you have? Wait a second.
Okay, so America cannot be inherently nationalist because it's the melting
Yes,
pot.
it can. Yes, it can.
Yes, it can. Thank
you. I didn't use inherently. Here, let me say it one more time. One more time. Hold on.
Thank you, Steve.
The United States cannot be meaningfully nationalist because it is not a single nation in the cultural, ethnic, linguistic, or civilizational sense that's required for nationalism to function coherently.
This is
my answer is yes, it can. Yes, it can. Yes, it can.
These days, it cannot. These days,
yes, it can.
Cannot.
No.
Yes, it can.
No.
Pre-2010, I would say
Yeah.
it can, and it did. Post 2010, no.
What happened?
Well, it's fallen, yeah. Pre
What happened in
2010 when
2010?
towers got struck, everybody was on board. Everybody's on the same side.
What's 2012? Pre 2012, it was fine.
Why?
What? We're in 2026.
So yeah,
That's why
today's age,
that's
there's
why I'd
just
say these days.
Let's just start here, so you guys, where no one's talking past each other. All right. Nationalism simply, like, is the belief that people sharing a common identity of some sort should form a unified political community.
Yes.
Is that fair for everyone?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I think we all agree then that that also aligns historically with. So let's define nation. Right? Nation. Right?
Nation would be collective values.
Wait, what?
Collective values.
Wait.
Shared values. That's a
Shared
nation.
values? Yeah, sure. That
Yeah.
would be it. So, like, I would say that a nation, right, has shared culture, shared language, shared ancestry, or
Just say values, bro. Values.
shared historical narratives.
Nope. Nope.
Shared moral framework. And
Nope. Shared values.
I will say that's a nation.
Yes, no,
That's
yes, no, but
No, that's the definition of a nation.
I would say that a nation is typically unified by most of those things, where they have a shared culture, shared language, shared moral framework, shared historical narrative, shared tradition.
Don't agree. No. Shared values today. Historical narrative. But narratives are always fucking different. You have
well, that's why it's not a nation; it's a state.
Oh my god.
That's why it's state.
shared values.
That's why it's
That's
state.
what
It's not a nation. It's a state. It's a bunch of
It
states.
is or it is.
No, we're just trying to agree on definitions here. Like a nation being a collective of people with similar values, similar history. They all speak the same language. They all, are for many of the same
Don't all
things.
speak
It's
the
like,
same language. That's not true.
I'm sorry. You don't have to. I'm just saying it's a collective. Like,
Well, no, I'm saying in the U.S. They don't all speak the same language, right? The U.S. is a state; it's not a nation, right? It's a constitutional state composed of multiple nations, actually.
Whoa,
wait.
Yeah, because it's the same in like Belgium, for example. Like they speak both French, German. Like there's like language itself doesn't really necessarily define a nation.
Yeah, Canada
Well,
as
no,
well. Y'all
that's
got
right.
Quebec.
It's not only language. You're right, but this is why a nation typically is unified by most of those things I said earlier.
Yeah, most. That's why I wasn't saying all of them.
It would be most of them, though.
Yeah, because
Like a collective goal or belief of.
It wouldn't be feasible to get a 100% like nationality.
Well, let's just start.
Big
Let's start what they don't share. First off, Americans don't share ethnicity. We all agree here, right?
Yes,
literally
Or
from
heritage.
every fucking continent on the
We
planet.
really should be bringing back the word heritage because that's really what it is, rather than using fucking ethnicity and shit. But that's just me.
Wait, what?
Heritage. We should, have all of these different ethnicities, sure, but really, I think the proper word should be heritage. We all have different heritages that we come from.
I could agree with that.
And we should,
Just from the fact
agree,
that
and the word that we should be using in terms of describing our differences is through heritage, not really ethnicity.
Yeah, because they both kind of say the same thing, but at least heritage implies like, oh, that was our past. Since we're here together, it's more of a collective, like trying to unify people. That way, it's like, oh, well, I'm Euro American, or oh, I'm from Africa. Well, we all came here. Our heritage is back there, but now that we're here, we're trying to mold and merge to the collective.
Yeah, but heritage doesn't refer to ancestry. And that's what I'm talking about. So I'm just trying to go through the things that Americans don't share at this moment. So one thing is ethnicity, the ancestry, right? They literally come from all continents of the planet, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Who
Are you
has
talking
it?
about?
Yeah, like heritage is more like it refers to like the traditions and stuff too. This is like it's a broader thing. So let's say would you guys also agree there's no shared culture in the US?
Yeah.
Like if you go to
I
US,
agree.
if you go to like Texas, New York, Hawaii, like the cultures here are like
Different.
vastly different, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't think they have a shared culture. There's definitely not a shared language requirement, right? There's no official language.
There's a shared flag.
Pardon?
There's a shared flag.
Yeah, that people are allowed to piss and shit on. So I mean, I don't think that's something very
Yeah.
unifying.
This
If you guys don't hold the value, you
No,
guys
that-
give more value to bald eagles than you do your flag. So I don't know if that's a good idea to.
Oh, says
The-
the
Wait, foreign
Canadian.
nation flag.
But when
Hey,
you
I'm
say
not happy
like,
with that. A lot of shit that there is in Canada either.
What I'm saying is, you don't know. You don't know.
no, we do know what makes a nation. It's the shared meaning, but that's a kind of a cop out answer because like what do you mean by meaning?
Yeah, and even that, like, so, like, there's definitely not a, where were we? I said no shared culture, no shared ethnicity. There's no shared language requirements, anyways, right? Because like, you go there, they ask you if you want it in Spanish. You call anywhere in America, they ask you want to listen in Spanish, right? There's hugely conflicting historical narratives about like the founding of America. Civil War
what?
was
Like
because
what?
of a conflict.
What is the narrative? What are you talking about?
Well, there's like liberty, the patriotic narrative that yes, they were getting liberty from the people that had the hold over them, a monarch that had a hold over them, and then there's the idea of they were just a bunch of fucking colonists that came here and fucking slaved a bunch of people, and they were pieces of shit.
What?
What do you mean? You don't hear the left say that all the time, bro?
Anti-colonialism.
Bro, Trashbag, you need to come around for my open panel purges and see how many people tell me I should be paying them because we colonized their land and how America was so greatly civilized before we came here. Like, you understand? That's like, there's a narrative like this. Yeah, it's funny. I get it, but that's a real thing people say all the time. I'm not saying it's right.
Yeah, that's really how they feel.
Yes, yeah. There's people
Every
that
time.
really believe to this day that like America was a great built up nation already, and a bunch of fucking colonizers came in and stole everything from them. That is
No, they
literally a
stopped
narrative that is
the
spewed
baby
everywhere.
sacrifice. They stopped the baby sacrifice.
That may be true, but that's not what they keep parroting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just telling you that there's a conflicting historical narrative when it comes to people in America.
Trashbag, have you?
Yeah,
have you
one sec.
There isn't a
Trashbag.
shared mythos. That's not real. That doesn't.
Have you talked
Like
to
that- that's-
leftists at all? Have you not been paying attention to the last?
Yeah, like a real
decade?
popular ones like what's the newest one? Billie Eilish with the "We're on Stolen Land."
Yeah, you
Well,
can't steal land from people who didn't own it to begin with. That's what she said.
What do you mean own?
That's right. Exactly
That's
the
whole
point.
question.
That's the
That's what we're
point.
getting at.
There's the patriotic narrative of, and what I would say is the real story of people who escaped a monarch and came to live as free men and to be able to be freely Christians, and there's also the narrative that it was just some fucking white colonizers that came over and seen the black man and stole their land. That's literally a narrative that is taken. Like, I don't know how you've never heard that.
Yeah, but like what all Easy's, he's not saying that is the correct. He's saying that like that's just the counter narrative. That's the counter mythology in terms of the founding of the United States. That's what they've been pushing, and you see that in culture where it's like there's a significant amount of people that believe that, versus like what Easy said was the true representation, which was the patriotic rise against the like tyranny and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So in terms of like
against the monarchy, yeah.
but would you call? Well, here's the question though: would you call those people that have that counter narrative? Would you call them American? I would say that they're un-American Americans.
Yeah, but I would say that that's what makes it not a nation, is because
yeah,
if you ask any American what their history means or what's happened, they have all these different Civil War. Was it about state rights or was it about slavery? What was it actually about? There's different conflicting narratives here. No, it was about slavery. We wanted to make free the slaves, and other people say nobody gave a fuck about the slaves. It was about fucking states' rights, the individual rights of the states. That's why they went to war. This is the whole.
No, it isn't. It isn't.
Trashbag, are you trolling?
Trashbag, are you listening to what I'm saying?
Yes.
And he's not saying that is the narrative, Trashbag. He's just saying that's a narrative.
Yeah, that's a narrative of the Civil War.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, it's that's all he's trying to get at. Is it's not, I mean, I'm not saying speaking before you speak, but he's not saying it's the narrative. It's just a narrative.
But this is what I'm pointing to in terms of a nation can only exist if it has shared values or shared meaning. Because if you have these two competing mythologies, that's what leads to the Civil War. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We might not necessarily know what it was exactly about, what sparked whatever, but we know that what causes that is the fact that like two large groups of people, like basically half and half of the country, had two competing mythologies.
Abraham
or mythos.
Lincoln didn't give a fuck about slavery. He didn't care. He didn't care. He wanted to unite the nation. He wanted to unite the USA. So he made slavery the particular thing that he focused on.
Yes, and then there's other people
why
who
would
say,
he particularly focus on that when that would divide half the nation? That's why we had the Civil War, the North versus the South.
Yeah, I can run it down with them. I can run it down with them. For example, there would be people who'd say, "No, that's a bunch of lies." What was really on is that like he was under so much pressure and he had to concede to slavery because otherwise the country would have went to civil war. He was trying to avoid like that would have been the counter narrative that Easy's talking about. What I'm saying is when you have two competing, the main thing here is when you have two competing things, the nation can no longer stand. So, like I said, the best answer I can give, like what makes a nation, is shared meaning or shared value. But that's ambiguous as fuck because we get back to the Kieran's question: what's the value of value, or what's the meaning of meaning? You know what I mean.
And I would even say that doesn't so what you're almost saying is, because I've heard this argument, right, is that like it's the U.S. is a civic nation, right, that it's unified by like ideals.
No.
Right.
No.
But that's not like these ideals that they'll usually mention won't be uniquely American, right? Like democracy exists globally. All right. Canada has a democracy.
Where?
Like there's democracies everywhere, bro.
Would it be fair to argue
a rights-based framework? This also exists globally. Again, Canada has rights. Okay, they have a rights-based framework as well.
People.
Liberty. This idea of liberty. This is another one that they'll say this is like an American ideal that's shared. Again, this is not culturally exclusive. So that these are what is it? What even the Constitution itself is interpreted in contradictory ways. So
I think are you asking like what would make us a nation when we really aren't unifying under anything?
If I go back to my thesis here, is that like it can't be meaningfully nationalist because there's not it's not a single nation in the cultural sense, in the ethnic sense, in the linguistic sense, in the civilizational sense. It's not a single nation in any of these senses that would be required for nationalism to actually function coherently, right? Like if you look at German nationalism, right? Remember German nationalism? Remember how that was? The whole reason they were able to function is because they shared the language and they shared the ethnicity. This was a huge thing that held that all together. That's why they were able to function in a coherent way. That's why you see Japanese, the Japanese are able to function in a nationalistic way because they have a shared ancestry, a shared culture, shared language. This is like
that's why that's why we can confidently say that the entire country of Japan is fundamentally rejecting Islam in their country.
Thank you.
Wait, what?
They're rejecting Islam right now by voting, having all of these anti-Islam measures. Just as an example of what you're saying.
They admitted they converted one person in Japan. They converted one person.
And
he wasn't Japanese. He wasn't Japanese.
Well, then I guess what would be the word that would describe a nation? Well, it would. I mean, I guess my argument would be is like really what would be in your worst situation. So like I like
the
to
U.S.
think
is a state. It's not a nation. It would be a constitutional state that's composed of multiple nations. That's the best way to describe it. It would be a constitutional state with multiple like nations and cultures and people.
Okay, what is Canada?
What is Canada? It's a very similar thing, yeah.
So
I just think nation's the wrong word. I mean, hitting it on the head. United States of America. Then we're a collective of states, but it's hard to say nation because wouldn't a nation have to be a certain size, or does it matter the size of a nation?
Boom.
But
Sorry, I didn't hear your question because he was saying something at the same time.
Just asking what would. I mean, look, we have the United States of America, so it's like, okay, and then if we can't say that's a nation, and I get we're not all into the same beliefs, but what would be the size of it? Like you were saying, it was a collective of states with their own mini nations, but what would count? How big does the collective have to be considered a nation?
How big does the collective have? Well, I don't think I don't think there's like a specific number to it, but like those little nations can be nationalistic amongst themselves.
Yeah, but
so
I mean,
it's like Eastern Europe.
You see why like the whole of the United States can't be a nation because of these things that we've just went through.
What?
Yeah, I can see that. It basically be like calling the EU calling the EU a nation when it's not. It's a state, but is comprised of a collection of nations: Germany, France, Britain, the UK, etc., etc. Rather than calling the EU itself as a quote unquote nation in that sense, it's not.
Nationalism requires an us, bro.
Yeah.
There requires an us. America has too many us's, bro.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? National not national. Sorry, racial identities, religious identities, political identities, regional identities, sex identities. The identities are so fucking far out the fucking yin yang in America. How do you expect
like
Canada to be the same?
Like Canada.
Okay, sure, you know what? If you want to do this, like, sure. If you want to bring up Canada, well, first off, we actually have a recognized national identity. Unlike the fucking US, we have a national identity that's recognized.
Yo, you're French?
Right? We do. Do we not?
You're French?
No, I would say that. So first off, that the world recognizes Canada as the polite ones.
Ooh.
So that would be one of our politeness in Canada. That would be a recognized national identity.
The world
you can go to the fact that we have a public health care that's everywhere through the whole nation. This is a national identity. Wait, just let me get
okay.
through it. You want my answer, or do you want to just keep talking while I'm talking?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. So these we have a parliamentary democracy that's under a constitutional monarchy, right? These are not just policies. These are identities that Canadians widely recognize amongst each other. If you ask Canadians what defines Canada, these are the type of shit they would say. They would say shit like our public healthcare system, our they would actually, the multicultural part is something they would define as a national identity. You guys don't do that. That's the difference here. So if you wanted to like do this, that's wait, why are you laughing at that? Do you guys recognize multiculturalism as a national identity?
America doesn't.
That's right. That's right. So you're agreeing with me, right?
So, hold on, sorry, I was trying to hear you speak, but were you saying we don't recognize multiculturalism as a nation?
Official languages. We have 2 official languages in our country. You have 0. Do you understand how that works?
You can't even speak.
We have 2 official languages.
You can't speak
a
French.
Unifying language.
You can't speak French.
Je m'appelle James.
You can only speak one language. Bro.
You can only
speak one
okay.
language.
He's just like, are you okay, bro?
He's high. He was.
I don't know if that's
was...
high, bro. I'm high. That's wild, bro.
I guess on the entailment, then
you laughing and saying, "Oh, isn't refuting anything I've said."
You haven't said any French.
How is that relevant to the argument?
He said that he has to speak French sometimes.
No, I said that we have 2 official languages.
What are the 2 languages?
English and French. We literally have to learn French in school.
Speak French.
That doesn't mean anything. That has nothing to do with what I said.
You just said that you speak French.
No, I didn't say I speak French. I said Canada has 2 official languages. Where in that sentence does it say I speak French?
It was you saying that you talk to people this way, blah, 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 blah. Whatever the fuck you said.
Bro, you don't even know what the fuck he said.
Play the Trump clip again, dude.
Oh.
What are we doing here?
Yeah, I guess that is true. I didn't even realize we didn't have an official language. I think the last time I heard anything about our nation's or the language of the U.S. was like in March or something. I think Trump said, yeah, something about speaking English and signed some executive order. But before that, I don't think there was an official language.
Thank you.
But then I guess what I would ask then is if that disqualifies us as a nation, as we don't have one unifying, what do you call it, cultural or racial or whatever belief, then would it be fair to say that I'd rather exist in the United States of America, where we're free to do kind of whatever we want? I mean, what's better, to have freedoms or to have, a more unified nation?
It would depend, actually.
On what?
Because right now it's like, I'm saying, what would be better, to be free, like as the United States, or to try to pin it down to a unified nation? Like, obviously, we want to, there's probably a goal for some, but I think if the chips were down, if we, say got another Pearl Harbor attack or whatever, I think, if you want to call America, you would unify to go against that threat if we were under, say, a war or anything like that. And if we're all unified for a similar cause, would that, I'm not saying it'd make us a nation, but is that a qualifier if we're all united for the same goal?
What is that goal?
Well, to defend any opposing threats. I mean, like right now we're kind of clashing with each other, but if, like I said, if Germany, or even Russia and China is like, hey, you know what, let's just go ahead and shoot or sail a missile or whatever would be TOS friendly into the States. I mean, I think we'd all collectively go against that threat. It's not we'd say like, oh no, let them come over and take over our country, or we submit or anything like that. I think we'd all stand up and bear arms. I'd like to think anyway. So would that bring us? Would that be more qualifying of a nation at that point then, or
No.
No, I don't think so.
That would
either.
just be people in self-defense mode.
Yeah.
okay? Well, just saying
Right.
collective for their area, but that's fair. And then I
Yeah,
guess
we're
I'll
all
just
collectively in self-defense mode because somebody attacked us. That's
Yeah.
not really nation building. That's just, hey, someone
Oh,
attacked us.
personal. Yeah, personal.
We all live here, and someone attacked us. Let's defend ourselves. But it doesn't mean we're a nation because after we've successfully defended ourselves, we just go back to eating each other alive. That's like the brothers. That's like two brothers in a family feuding, but then someone outside of the family tries to hurt one of the brothers, and then immediately the feuding brother goes in defense of the other brother, and it's like, hey, you can't do that to my brother. And they beat up the guy that
That's
tries
fair.
to hurt the other brother.
That's fair.
And then after that's been taken care of, the two brothers go back to fighting each other.
Yeah, that's okay. I get you. It's like the Brooklyn Alley argument where it's like, hey, turn your fucking music down, and then the other guy says, hey, you shut the fuck up. I'll do what I do, and then some other person like, hey, why don't you both shut up? And I shut fuck you, bitch. Like, shut up. And then they're like, oh, sorry about that. Like, I get you.
Yeah, I just don't I've come up with this argument because it's like I come to these questions with people and it seems like they just really can't be answered, right? And I think like at least in the classical sense,
Yeah, I mean,
the
it's just from
United
where we've fallen
States
from.
cannot be nationalist, right? Like it lacks the cultural, ethnic, linguistic, historical, and moral values not unified. Like everything that it would require to constitute a nation is not there. It's just like a pluralistic constitutional state.
I mean, I could say that's fair. I mean, other than just as far as where we were, I mean, we used to be one nation, under God, indivisible. I mean, but it's just where are we at now? Everyone's fighting with each other. There's too much selfishness and
what
all for thee, but
like you
all
could
for
go
me, but not for thee. And
straight to state and just see it, right? You got 50 different cultures, hundreds of identities. There's no official languages. The history is competed to what the history was. It's all over the place. There's no shared moral framework whatsoever. Like this can't be a nation.
So in a sense, our own freedoms that we've allowed ourselves have separated us.
What
Pardon?
don't you believe?
What, sorry?
What part of this don't you believe?
What part of what?
Life. The world. I'm saying, where is your disagreement?
That it's a nation.
Yeah, it's just
That's
it can't
what
be
Speaker's
it can't
saying.
be nationalist because it's not a nation. Nationalist requires a nation.
You don't
You have
believe
to
that if you believe like religion, you're not part of something?
I think it's just more a semantic argument, but
Christian nationalism now. Is that what you want to talk about?
yeah, because that's like if you look at our country, we allow Buddhists in or Hindus or secularists or whatever kind. I mean, it's a freedom of religion. That's everything that our Constitution was founded on. So I can get the semantic distinction that we aren't a nation because we have too many collectives or whatever. If that's what you're getting.
Yeah, I think the American nationalism is conceptually empty. Right? There's no unified nation, so it's a political slogan. That's all it is.
What
do you mean
about the
why?
melting pot?
I've been going through why this whole time.
So it's
The
always
racial
a question.
identities, there's
It's always a
religious
question.
identities, political identities, regional identities, all this in itself.
So for
Just the
you-
amount of different identities alone fucks it up.
Yeah, so
traffic.
it's a question. There's no
question?
answer. It's always a question.
Wait,
A
what?
question
Well,
of what?
I didn't give any questions.
What are you talking about, trash bag?
I'm saying that you have no explanation. There is no question. You've taken a particular belief system and you've broken it down.
Yeah, he's just
Well,
his thesis is
it's-
an explanation of what
Yeah.
is the United States, and it's not a nation; it's a collection of just states.
Exactly.
It's a collection of nations, but it's not
Well,
a
yeah.
nation itself as a whole.
And it sounds like a thesis on, like, for instance, yeah, like we are the United States of America, but with so many different beliefs and, things going on in our, societal, what do you want to call it there? Just in our society. Yeah. We're competing against ourselves for, what should be the hierarchy, should we follow more under, Christian values, secularist values, and there's just so many different combating belief structures, and even within simple stuff where it's races and ethnicities, where it's like we have the whites, blacks, Hispanics, Asian, Chinese. There's so many different ethnicities here that it's like, how can you be one nation when you're actually unique and you're so many things?
That's
And I think that's kind of what makes us special in a sense, is that we're, what is it, a jack of all trades. We're a lot of things.
And we're the best and we're the best at all of them. But as some people in the chat have been saying, like, we're the definition of a diverse nation. As much as they say that we're not diverse, we are a diverse nation in that sense. But technically,
that's what
we're
makes
not
it
a
not
nation.
be able to be a nation.
Yeah.
This melting pot idea. It can't be a nation.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what he was getting at.
You go to America and you'll see like all these different like state flags, or like some have Confederate flags. Some have the American flag. You know what everyone has here? Everyone has the Canadian flag.
Canadian flag, yeah.
It's the country. We all represent the country first, bro. Whatever you are, it doesn't fucking matter. Like the whole multicultural thing is a part of being Canadian, where you guys separate that from being American.
Well, yeah, because being
And
in Canada
so that
sucks.
speaks to my point.
Yeah, being in Canada sucks.
Well, it does suck a lot. That's true, and it's cold.
Anyway,
dude, you're not gonna bother me with the Canada sucks shit, dog. I lived here all my life. I know what it sucks.
You don't understand. The people there, they keep their culture because Canada sucks.
Also, I just want to point out with Canada, they did get caught cheating in the Winter Olympics as well. So
a little bit more strict and suck a little more, so that people hold on to their culture, is what you're saying?
You can argue whatever you want, bro. Canada
just
wants to be.
Just because you guys did this earlier, I searched this up.
Canada wants to be America.
I just wanted to make sure I searched this up because you guys were like, "Oh, why would we go? Why would someone choose Canada over the freedoms of America?"
Canada wants to be America.
Here's one.
Hold on. Speak.
Here's one. The divorce rates in America are way higher than
what?
Speak. I'm gonna head out, but I wanted to say thank you so much for the panel, dude. Everybody in chat,
thanks for coming out, bro.
Go support Speak. I'm gonna go to bed, man. All right, this is great. I'll come back.
Good seeing you,
Have a great one, bro.
Shit, bro. Good shit.
Take it easy, Domok.
See you, bros.
But yeah, it's the semantics of a nation, and that's. I mean,
Canada sucks. Canada
It is.
sucks.
It does get down to a semantics of what a nation is. That is definitely what this argument goes on to, and that's why I like when I came up with it. I like it, and I think I might be right here because
Nah.
I don't find anybody giving me. Well, what's the what is it then? Tell me how how it's a nation, man. Like this is where you guys agreed with the definition of nationalism, and then when we went to define nation, and I said that a nation typically is unified by most of the following shared language, shared culture, shared moral framework, shared traditions,
That's where you
shared
fuck up.
ancestry, shared historical narratives. Like these are like you're gonna at least be unified by some of these.
Nah.
None of these is
Yeah.
unified.
For example, let me give a quick example. Like all of these would say, well, part of being American is that we rose up and we fought back against the British and we got our independence. So did Ireland. So did India. You know what I mean? All these other nations have shared stories that have basically the same meaning or the same general kind of gist to that founding myth. So in terms of what distinctively makes you American is what Easy's trying to point to, and none of that is
What
ethnicity,
makes
none
you
of that is
American?
language, none of it is.
What makes you American?
Kyriak.
Oh, I'd say.
How could you do this?
I mean, if you're asking, what is American? I mean, that's the biggest thing you're gonna have to go down to is freedoms. And I mean, and that's kind of the.
Born here.
Plenty of places have freedoms, bro. So like, I guess I'm American too.
Because I was born here.
Teriak, do you have some freedoms in your country over there, Teriak?
Yep.
Oh, Teriak's American.
Oh.
I was born here.
You see why you can't have that as your standard for what it is to be American? And if not all it is, okay, fine, but then say that. Say the only thing that makes me American is that my parents happen to fuck on this land.
Bro.
That's the only
location.
thing that makes you American.
Wait a second. Teriak
Say that shit with your chest, bro. Because that's what the only thing you can come up with that makes you American.
Teriak does not have
What
the
makes
same
you American, trash bag?
I was born here.
Location.
So your parents happen to have sex on American soil.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Okay.
And all these illegal aliens are Americans.
Crazy, bro.
So
because it's all based on location, right?
So Teriak convinced you that these people are okay.
Anyways, in terms of the aspect I would point to is that like there is a shared culture all across the West, and like what definitively makes you American would obviously be tied to like physical location. That's the obvious one. But in terms of like what Easy's trying to say is like what specific, like this whole American spirit that we hear about, like what the fuck is that? Do you know what I mean? And what I'd point to is, I can't say the word, but it's a certain type of culture that's been emulated throughout history. It goes all the way back to North India, Persia, all this kind of stuff. Is this aspect of nobility and free spiritedness? So this whole thing of my freedom, but then also the nobility to it as well. Yes.
And just want to point out, you guys saying that means when the illegal immigrants come over and have babies, those babies are American. So stop trying to deport them.
No, that's not how that works.
You said that's
based
how it
on your
works.
definition. It is.
Not how
you said what makes you American is you being born here.
Those are two different things.
No.
Yeah. So then
you being born here.
Wait a second.
Being born here and being born here is two different things.
My parents.
No, that was Trash's argument. No,
both my mom and dad were born in America. My mom was born in Michigan. My dad was born in fucking Connecticut. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they were kids of refugees. They got together and had me. I'm an American.
What does that mean? When you say I'm American, what does that tell us?
I was made here.
Okay, you were born in America, so that's the only thing that makes you American. Fine. That's fine.
It isn't.
Then can you tell me what makes you American?
I am a son of the revolution. I have had my blood traced back to the Revolutionary War that America had with England, and my progeny, or not progeny, but my ancestors fought in the Revolutionary War.
So anybody who doesn't have family who fought in the Revolutionary War is not American to you.
No. You asked me what.
See how that does not filter out what we're trying to get down to.
No, man. No.
Okay, trash bag. Let me explain this to you simply.
No, wait
what
a second.
you just said doesn't unify you with all the people in your country. Tell me what unifies you as a people. What makes Americans Americans? What is that?
If I had to, I'm going to think about it. I'm not just going to.
That's fine.
Okay. So
I can't necessarily do American, but I can do like this Western.
Go ahead, Terry.
I can do Western culture, which is based on, like I said, that nobility and free spiritedness. Like this is like all the way from like this goes back like through the ages, history, and all stuff, all the way back to Persia, like North India and all that stuff. This aspect of building the nation around nobility and sovereignty. And when you look back at like all these countries from there to America, basically their founding mythologies have been like about like some sort of like goddess or lady of the lake in the King Arthur story. They all have that shared story where it's like this aspect of sovereignty being bestowed upon the nobility to represent that higher purpose. And this is why, again, Plato talks about you need a god to bind this nation, because this is why I go back to my original thing in terms of like what is a nation, all that stuff bound around that shared meaning. And meaning is God. For without God, there is no meaning.
Well, that's why I was saying earlier we're a nation under
like
God.
Religion would have to be part of the nation.
But then the argument was, what was a nation? So that's where I was trying to continue with that.
Why am I American? Why am I American?
I mean, with some
Christian ethics.
I was going to say
part of that.
So I just want to say first off, because I'm reading chat as well, to see if someone down here could give me an answer. Let me answer. First off, Jeremy mentioned the fuck you on about easy. Canada has birthright citizenship too. I have no idea what this has to do with my argument.
Yeah.
So Jeremy, if you'd like to make that clear for me, that'd be great.
We're
Also,
talking about American.
where is it?
Crash.
Where is this? All these arguments go to Canada too. They have the exact same foreigner issue. I don't know again why we doing the whataboutisms. I'm talking about America. So why do you guys want to talk about Canada? If you guys want to talk about Canada, we can do that. But then we're just admit that America isn't a nation, and then we'll talk about Canada.
And plus, Easy's original argument.
Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to fish for me to tell you why Canada is a nation, so you can try and tie it into, America has that too.
Well,
that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to make me give you your guys' argument, which is a weak attack, bro. I'm too good at this. So why don't you guys give me an actual answer, anyone, one more time? What makes you an American?
I was born here.
Okay,
from our beliefs.
That's fine. I'm okay with that. That's okay. That's totally fine. Just all the illegal immigrants when their babies are born there, they're also American.
So wait a second. If you say they're illegal, then their babies are not legal immigrants.
No, but he's asking what makes you specifically American. You say because I was born here, but then you can say that if people were to break the law and were to give birth on the soil, you would say that illegal immigrant's baby is an American.
Wait a second. He said
you guys belong through birthright. That's all. You belong to each other.
He said illegal immigrants that have given birth in this country.
Yeah, those babies are American.
No,
they were born
in America.
Yeah, they were born in America.
They're using
if they were born in Canada, they were born in America. If they were born in Mexico, they were born in America. What do you mean? They don't have citizenship. They don't.
And
that's what.
So what makes you an American is being born by an American in America.
A legal American. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
See, and I would have argued that, being
So
American.
you share like that's not unique to America. You understand that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Every country has their own fucking agreements.
So
yes.
you guys are gonna be unified over the fact that you were born on the same land. Good luck. That should hold you guys together like fucking super glue,
Canada,
bro.
compared to Canada,
That should hold you guys together like super glue.
Like
What is
basically,
gonna
what Easy's trying to point to is what is the shared mentality? What is the shared value? What is the
Bro, we
you
have
can't really point
listen,
to
you want to talk about compared to Canada? Listen, go ask any Canadian about Tim Hortons, bro. Go ask any Canadian about Tim Hortons. All right, that's literally a part of our culture. Tim Hortons, hockey. Go ask any Canadian about hockey. All right, go ask any Canadian. We actually have like a shared fucking national identity,
all of
right?
their shit is
That's the
part of
difference.
America's.
Yeah, but we like hockey too. So I mean, it's not something exclusive. to
Everybody does, though.
America
I'm saying in
Everybody
America.
does.
America won the gold medal.
I don't think it's the same.
What the fuck are you talking about?
But then, as a comparable, would be like the football.
And what?
American football.
And what? I already said though, like, and you agreed, like the multicultural part is a part of Canada's identity. America doesn't accept that. What are you talking about?
What? We don't accept multiculturalism
as a part of your identity? No. No.
What is our whole country running off of right now?
It accepts it as its identity. Just to be clear, you think Americans, when they say I'm America, they also mean like I'm American. We support multicultural, multicultures.
I think that.
Is that what you think so?
I would say
you think most Americans would say it's America to be Islam, Muslims.
What is the percent?
Do you think that would be it? Do you think most Americans would say that it's American to be Muslim?
Who has more Muslims?
See, you're gonna go jump away from it.
Or
Listen,
the US?
I don't have to agree with
Muslims?
Canada's identity to recognize it's there. You can't even recognize an identity amongst yourselves.
Muslims?
That's the sad part.
Muslims?
What?
Who has more Muslims?
Probably
Canada
America. You have more people,
America?
so it's probably America.
Yeah. Well, that and everybody wants to come
have
here.
way more people.
So wait. So there should be argument within our country.
There is,
or not.
Well, disagreements.
Wait a minute.
I mean, that's not what they're asking, though. They're asking
when you guys see what's going on in Dearborn, right? Where all the Muslims were marching through the streets. You guys say that. Wait, shut up for a minute and listen to what I'm going to ask you.
All right.
Would you say that's un-American?
No.
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 So you would say it's American.
We allow that.
I didn't ask if you allow that. No, please, please. Don't dodge. Would you say it's American? You would look at that and say, that's America, baby. All the Muslims marching through the street with their flags and everything.
Yeah.
You would say that's American.
It's tough, but yes, it is.
Yes, you would?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It sucks.
Freedom of speech.
It sucks. It sucks.
And that's being American. So following the Constitution.
None of you would say that's American. You're just trying to bite a bullet now to win the argument.
No, I mean, if I were to have to bite down on something for what's an American, I mean,
and why are so many people up here? Like, how many times how many of you have come up here and argue that you need to stop that shit? You need to stop Islam from taking over the states and all this. All of a sudden, it's American now. Get the fuck out of here, you double fucking face fox. Get out of here with that shit. Shut the fuck up. That's not American, motherfucker. You know that's not American. I know that's not American.
Easy.
Fuck out of here with that shit. I'm more American than any of you. Fucking talk about Islam running through the streets, taking over states would be American. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Man.
Easy, I linked the video of Dearborn, Michigan in the back.
Allah in the Constitution, dog. Get out of here. Get out of here, bro. You just don't want to bite bullets, bro. You just don't want to bite the fucking bullet.
You don't hear it.
That's not
Yeah.
American, guy. Unfortunately, though, Canada would say that's Canadian. That's what I'm trying to get at. I know you want to be disingenuous right now, but that's not real. No fucking none of these people that are talking about American nationalism and saying we need to take America back, America, baby. None of them would look at what was happening in Dearborn and say that's American. None of them, or else they wouldn't be saying that we need to fight to get that out of America. If it's American, stop wanting to fight. Why is everyone so for stopping Muslims from immigrating into America? Why is they all so for that? If that's American, baby, shut up, you're liars, bro. You're liars.
Easy. Can you play the because this ends the argument? Can you play the clip in the I put in the back chat?
It's anti-American. Where the fuck is this anti-American? Is nobody actually listening to what I'm saying, or you guys are so in your feelings right now that you're not actually listening to what I'm fucking saying? You're mad at yourself right now that you don't have an identity, bro. That's what's going on,
bro. Come on,
that's what's going on, dog.
Come on.
Yes, you're mad at yourself, bro, and it's okay. It's okay. God loves you.
And speak, you got
it's a no for real. It's like it's a self-defense mechanism when you don't have an answer to the question. It's like you basically kind of like try to drag off all stuff because you're uncomfortable that you actually don't have an answer to a basic thing.
Exactly. It's exactly what it is. You know what's funny?
I get it.
I can tell you what being an American is, but I'm not gonna fucking do it for you. All right, and maybe I will. I will debate Rob on this just so that you guys could see someone who's good at debating. Maybe give a actual good argument back. But I'm gonna tell you, boys, you're doing a bad job.
No, yeah, and I was just trying to say like, hey, the nation thing's like, you know what, that's fair. But I mean, if you were to ask like, hey, what is an American, and I had to write a paper for the school or even right here contestant debate, the most I could say is like, look, like being Americans, getting to have these opportunities, you know, following the American dream, getting to settle down and find someone, you know, here that you care about, start a family, you know, go to work, you know, have things, material things. It's like, hey, I have, you know, a truck and be able to go fishing and hunting and whatever you want to do. And, you know, it's obviously it's
you have that too.
More, you know, I mean, I know, and that's what I'm saying. It's not necessarily what makes you, you know, America unique, but I guess you could say that's what, you know, we would see as an American, and being able to, you know, walk down the street and say hey to anybody without having to worry about some kind of war torn, you know, lion eating us or a missile coming out or some kind of, you know, war torn. We're getting there. I get that with some of the stuff that's going on, but I mean, I don't have to worry about stepping on an IED. I don't have to worry about somebody coming and taking me against my will and forcing me to go and fight, you know, oh yeah, you're going to come and you're going to go fight these people because we don't like them. It's like, well, I don't want to do that. It's like, it doesn't matter. We're going to force you against your will to go battle or contest another nation. So, I mean, I don't know. It's like, I'm not a skilled debater.
It's like, I get it. And it's fair what you're saying. The only thing is I can say all of that living where I'm at and say, well, I guess that makes me American too. Right? I see many people in the chat try to write individualism. This is a big one I ran into when I posed this argument with others, and when I did it against myself, I tried to go with would individualism actually work here? But what is individualism? That's the belief that you, the individual,
you're the one
are
who
the
has
primary unit for decision making, moral worth, personal autonomy. Guess what that leads to, boys? Abortions, all this fucked up shit you got going on, and guess what else?
What are you doing?
You're sharing the same thing that every other fucking nation has.
Well, then you'd have to go to, I mean, I guess we'd be a nation under God. That was our founding principle.
You guys American, right? You understand that what I'm trying to say here. If you are going to say it's because the individual's goals outrank the group identity, you're already
we're failing. Yeah, I get it. It's already policy.
Nobody's saying that.
Yes. Okay. Anyone who's saying individualism is saying that, though, and that's what I'm pointing out.
Your own choice. You have free will.
Yeah, good. Yeah, that's cool, bro. And does your own choice outrank the group identity's choice?
My choice.
Yes. Does your choice outrank the group's choice?
Yes.
Yes, that's why you're not a nation. That's why you can't be a nationalist nation, because you're all about me, 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 me. It's not us.
No,
There's
it's
no
not
us
me.
in America,
It's not
motherfucker.
me.
That's what it is. You're all
No.
about me, me, me,
There's a
me.
literal.
I'm the
There's
one
a
who should
literal
decide.
like
Me,
1,
fuck
2,
what
3.
everybody else says.
No,
That's what it is every
that's how
time.
you see it. That's how you
I
see
would
it.
I would
No,
be able
that's
to
how you
put.
just explained it. You just
I
explained
would.
that
I'll explain it. You want me to
yourself
explain it?
outranks the country. How can you be a nation? How can you be nationalist when individuals are outranking the nation?
Wait, we're the only
There's supposed to be an
population.
us.
Wait a second. We're the only population where people could disagree.
What?
Wait.
So being able to
Everybody
disagree
else
is yours.
agrees.
What?
No, that's trash. What they're saying is our difference is what makes us not a nation. And if we're not a nation, then it's like, well, then if you try to go to the unique comparables, that's,
Compared to who?
I get it. That's what, for our freedoms or whatever, then they can say, well, that applies to different places, or it applies to Canada.
What are we comparing ourselves to?
Like, for example,
is someone who breaks the law in America and gets put in jail, are they still American?
Yes.
Well, they don't have their freedom. So I guess freedom isn't what makes you American.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
you see
what
how
makes
that
you distinctly American?
It makes us
Because,
more
like,
of a
for
nation.
example, like
God.
what Easy can do as a Canadian, because they have that monarchy. The same with Britain, is that when you say, it's like, okay, point to me someone who represents America, or in this example, Canada or Britain best. They point to the royal family. They say, this is the nobility that represents our morals, our character, etc., etc., etc. America can't do that. You're doing individual. These are all saying, I best represent America, but it's all different opinions.
Yeah.
What's the better choice?
What?
Who is doing it better than America?
It's nothing got to do with better. We're just trying to talk about, like, the essence of a nation. What defines a nation? And what we're pointing at, or what Easy's pointing out, is that you don't have an us to bind you as a nation. You are like a collective of individuals. Whereas, like, when you look at Canada or Britain, they have a monarchy they can point to and say, this is the people who represent us.
This is.
I'm not saying that's the only people there, but that's the
EU
larger collective.
represents people.
People don't. The problem with this, Jack, is first off, people already don't agree on the interpretations. There's very conflicting interpretation. Just with the Second Amendment comes to mind, right? Does that mean everybody should be able to, like, have grenade launchers too, or does that mean only handguns?
Well, the amendments don't allow
But
that.
not only that, Easy.
It says bear arms. What? Like, I'm pretty sure grenade launchers would be considered arms. So why can't I go get them?
Why is that bad?
And
wait, it's not about it being bad. Listen to me, please. It's about that you can't use the Constitution as the cultural identity because the cultures don't agree on the interpretations of the Constitution.
So what?
Yes. So the question. So to nail down on what Jack Spacey answered the question of what is American. Like, that's the Constitution. But who is American? That's the question. Who is America? And based on Trashbag's answer, he says, "Well, if you're born here, that makes you America." But then it's just it's just basically
Some
a GPS
states
location.
have death penalties. Some states don't. Like, there's nothing unifying you guys, even in your laws. You don't fucking interpret the Constitution the same anywhere.
What do you have?
Well,
A monarchy.
The laws are consistent throughout Canada.
Wait,
you don't go to one province and serve a death
school
penalty,
shooting? Wait
and
a
the next
second.
province has no death penalty. There's just no death penalty everywhere. That's how that's what unified places do. They have the same laws throughout the whole country. America doesn't have that. You understand? I could smoke weed in one state, go to the next state, and get locked up for the same weed. Do you understand?
You can't bring.
There's nothing that unifies it. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. It's not about bad or good. It's not about that. Nobody's saying this.
Well, you have to rationalize.
America. It's not about that. I don't know why.
But
Like,
you have to rationalize what good
now.
is.
This is like, I don't know if you guys all realize this, but like places that don't keep them police themselves will go to the shitter real fucking.
Yeah, they fall into anarchy. Yeah.
This whole
Yeah,
freedom and
like
individual
Canada,
thing is
like
what's
Canada.
led to abortions, dog.
Yeah, like
So, like,
Canada.
should we value freedom and individual that much?
You're one to say that. You guys,
Of course, I'm one to say that. What do you mean? I'm a human
you
being.
guys
Me
just
and you are the same under God, dog. So if you can say it,
No,
I can
trash.
say
Yeah.
it. I don't know what the
But
fuck
yeah,
that even means.
no, and trash. It's,
what I'm
yeah.
saying is Canada fucking kills people that are okay. They are physically healthy and they fucking kill them anyway. There was a 26-year-old.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Trash.
Yeah,
That's,
there
yeah,
was
but we
a
don't know what about them.
26-year-old.
Stick in America, man.
There was a 26-year-old that had seasonal depression, and Canada fucking killed him. They okayed their whatever it's called when they put him in a fucking capsule and kill him. Canada is okay with killing perfectly healthy people.
Yeah,
Yep. Same with America. You
Yeah,
know how
yeah,
many
so
perfectly
trash is
healthy
walking around.
babies are murdered every year? Come off my dick with that shit, bro. People consenting to themselves to kill themselves compared to babies that have no consent. What do you mean? It's the same moral problem here. Why do you keep doing these like whataboutisms when we're talking about America?
They're both bad.
What? Yes, they're both bad. Exactly.
You're trying to claim a moral high ground.
You're gonna tell me nowhere in America is doing
no.
Nowhere? I'm gonna actually make sure that I'm pretty sure you're wrong on that, bro.
Look it up.
I'm pretty sure you're wrong on that. Also, in America, is a private like a building owner allowed to tell you you're not allowed to hang an American flag?
No.
They're not?
They could sue whoever.
Okay, just to be clear, if I own an apartment building, right, I can't make a rule for that apartment building that they're not allowed to hang an American flag.
Yes.
That's a law in America?
If you made it illegal as a landlord, if you made it
as a
illegal,
landlord, no, you just
No,
made
he's
it
not talking about
prohibited
landlords.
on your private property.
Okay, what are you saying? What are you saying?
Can a private property owner prevent you from hanging the American flag?
Yes.
Yes. Well, guess what? In Canada, they can't. In Canada, they can't refuse you hanging the Canada flag. Look at that. Oh, shit. Is that better or worse?
Wait a second. If I was 25 and
Why
I
do you
was
keep doing the
affected-
Canada thing, bro? We're talking about America. You keep going to Canada. I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, don't make it a versus.
I didn't even
Trash.
say
You
Canada.
gotta stick to
I
America.
didn't even say Canada.
Well, your last, yeah, you're talking about your last argument, not the one where you're going off on a 23 or 27.
Wait. If I was 25 years old and I said, you know what? I can't take this anymore. I'm depressed. Would Canada kill me?
No, not necessarily.
Oh. So the 25-year-old who had seasonal depression, who the Canadian government said, you should be killed.
Yeah, they have to be found eligible by some
seasonal depression. Seasonal depression.
I mean, I'd have to look into the case you're talking about, but what's it matter?
Of course you do. Of
What's
course,
this
you're
have to
so
do with?
sure. You're
What's
so
this have to
sure
do with
about
it?
America.
I think
You're
it's
so
bad.
sure about America.
I think it's bad. What's the point?
No, it's
Canada is okay with this. Canada
Okay.
kills people.
Yeah, that sucks. And what's that have to do with what anything I said?
America. We gotta stay on America, Trash.
You were arguing versus the U.S.
Well, he was saying no. The original argument from the thesis that Speak was saying was that we aren't a nation.
Yeah, I
And
said
that's
that
what we're
America
trying.
can't be nationalist, and you keep going to, well, Canada can't either. Okay, cool. Sure, I'll just concede to you that Canada can't either. Now, do you want to get back to the point? So you're conceding that America can't be nationalist? Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. I win.
No, I'm saying America can be nationalist. Laugh.
Okay,
Please.
so let's go back
Please.
to it then.
Please.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, and even on, that's where we already had that, what, 20 minutes ago for the semantic distinction for nation, and then I don't even know what they
His
even
only
classify as a sovereign nation in
His
America.
only question was, if you were born in America, are you American?
No,
That's the
that was
only question he had.
that was the rebuttal to you, what we said, what you said, what was an American.
No, I
Gotta keep
can't.
track, man.
I can't
Yeah.
tell you what American is. I can't.
What? Which, I mean, it's whether it's the laws. I mean, obviously there's freedom of speech. You know, we're not going to get our heads cut off for speaking out against somebody. I mean, it's, you know, we have elections. I can't even think of all of. Now, obviously, there's, you know, politics in every other nation and stuff, but I was trying to dumb it back down to the whole nation argument. And I think that was a fair point, speak that you were making. That was a pretty good thesis as far as if you're looking at our nation as a collective. Maybe we had an argument, 15 years ago, but yeah, right now it's almost like there's been neither too many things that were against our nation let in, or you know, just too many abuses of the power, too many things getting voted on against what our beliefs were, because I think we were a nation founded under God. And I mean, when you look at, well, you can, you know, pretty much believe whatever you want in America. And it's like, well, dang, you know, that's like a catch-22. They got us. We believe in
I just
God.
have to say too, your idea of freedom. So I went and looked up this case of the 26-year-old. All right. So he got denied at one point. His first application got denied. Then he was later approved for it. He had type 1. Just wait. Type 1 diabetes since childhood. He was partially blind due to this, and he had long-term mental health struggles after he had a bad car accident. So he was like going through like different like mental issues. But so my thing is, you just stressed how important individual freedom was.
Who?
That's individual freedom, my friend.
Who?
That guy who wanted to take his own life. That's individual freedom. He wanted his life to be done, and he got his life done.
It's not.
That's literally the extent of individual freedom.
No, it isn't.
Hey, no, trash. And on that point too, I get what you're saying, Speak. So it
Does
sounds like it was
individual
like a mercy
freedom
killing.
mean you can do anything you want as long as it doesn't hurt no one else?
Hey, bro! If
trash bag, does individual freedom mean you can do whatever you want as long as you don't hurt anyone else?
Individual freedom meant he would have killed himself.
Yeah, and
okay, are you going to answer my question?
I did.
Would individual freedom mean he can do whatever he wants as long as he's not hurting anyone else?
If his individual freedom meant that multiple people made him die, like what you're asking right now is the same as did the guy.
It's okay to say.
All right, you're gonna just dodge the question.
No, trash.
I'll just ask it again.
I'm not
try and ask
dodging.
it again.
Trash.
Okay.
It's okay to say yes.
Individual freedom mean you can do whatever you want as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah,
right. So you deciding to take your own life via a doctor would equal individual freedom, right?
Unfortunately, yes. I say unfortunately. It's a bad thing.
It is a bad thing. Very bad. Yep. Very bad.
The only thing I'm arguing.
I agree.
But and it's in his light, just not speaking for him, but you know, it's like a mercy killing, and then it's also the same as like here, if you're on a life support, right? and you literally file a DNE, which is a do not resuscitate.
My
It means
mom
that,
did
hey,
that.
you
Yeah.
exactly. And I'm not, it's just, you can't use that as an argument against him, because we kind of allow the same things. If it's, you're in an insurmountable amount of pain and the surgery failed, it's a right we have, and that's why they offer that. So that's just, I'm trying to bring that up as an argument against Canada. It's pretty rough.
I have a question for Speakeasy.
What up?
Where do you ground your beliefs?
Where do I ground my beliefs?
Yeah.
Like, you're asking for my worldview? Yeah, I would say based in Christian ethics.
So what would your answer be to the same question you just gave me?
Well, which individual freedoms would it be an individual freedom for them to pull the plug on themselves?
Yes, and that's why I actually believe individual freedoms are not a like inherent good, and I actually do think a lot of them need to be taken away. People call me authoritarian for a lot of the things I would put into place if it was my say, and I just don't. Maybe maybe I like to say, I would be the benevolent dictator. Okay, that's what it would be for me, because
I wish we were
it would be forced. There would be a lot of things that would seem forced, but it would be for the better of humanity, right? And one of the things that would be forced is, like, for instance, like I brought this up just the other day, like this whole idea of the First Amendment, right? There's obviously shit we need to change about it, dog. This whole idea of you should just be able to absolutely say anything. Do you really believe that? I don't think anyone actually believes that. No,
But you have to understand when those were made. You know what I mean? Like, not everyone was saying.
And a lot of things that are included in the First Amendment, like the cover, like the rights of journalists to just be able to fucking show up wherever they fucking want and film and do whatever they want whenever they want. That's goofy, bro. That's goofy.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, it is. The same country that allows you to shoot people that show up on your fucking property also is going to tell you that you're allowed to show up on people's property if there's an event happening. It's just stupid, right? So, like, I would change that. I would change.
You're
that.
wrong. Wrong.
It's what allows goofies like Don Lemon to go fucking film people interrupting fucking church.
People can break the law whenever they want.
No, that was actually though.
He did break the law, though.
That's what he did. He broke the law
by filming it.
Yes.
No.
Yeah, you can't. Well, by disturbing a.
You can't.
Oh gosh.
You can't disturb a church service. You can't disturb a church service.
Yeah, but there's another term they use.
The event of the church service being disturbed.
He said out loud that he knew what he was doing was wrong. He said out loud, "Can we do this? No, we can't do this."
He was an active participant in that.
He did it.
And I think that's what got him. If he would have just stayed outside,
right?
And then
you understand what? See, it's like you guys don't listen when I'm talking.
No, I'm sorry.
Not you.
Me.
Him and some of the people in the chat.
Me.
For him filming the event, that isn't against the law. Him conspiring to deprive someone else's civil rights, him being a part of the event, is what got him charged.
You're wrong.
So I hope you guys understand that. If someone would have just showed up filming, they wouldn't have got charged. It was because he was involved with the event. I'm not wrong. Go look at the charges.
Yes, you are.
Go look at the charges.
That's literally why
Go
Don
look
Lemon
at the
got in trouble.
charges.
He went there, and
he broke the law.
because he
if
disrupted.
He was covering the protest, it wouldn't have been breaking the law.
Protest. He created the protest. He walked.
So you're just agreeing with me and yelling to agree with me. Okay, good.
I'm sorry.
You're not listening. Trash bag. I said that. I said because he was involved in the protest, that's what got him charged. But
why it was
if he was
illegal.
just filming it
wasn't
and went in and
illegal.
filmed it, he wouldn't have got charged.
Yeah,
All right.
like the worst it would have been is
It
he
was
would have had to
illegal.
blur out the faces of the people there, because then that'd be, recording people without their consent. But he literally went in there and disrupted the service. That's what got him in trouble. He actively
It was
coerced with
illegal.
these people, and that's the illegal part. But what Speak's saying is he can record them. If he would have stayed outside and just filmed, hey, like these protesters are going in, they're causing a ruckus, and then they come out, and now look, the church services and disrupted.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah.
That would have been fine. He can record that.
Yeah.
That's this. But he was an active
He
participant in
broke
that,
the
and that's why he got in
law.
trouble.
He broke the law.
And did you hear the part where Speak said that he agreed with that?
Probably.
So
not.
then why?
You're probably right,
What
Speak.
what I don't understand is why this is a fucking argument.
In my
broke-
world, my
No, that's a
my
good question.
point I
Why
was
is this an
trying to
argument,
make-
Flashback?
My point I was trying to make is, in my world, even if he was just filming, he still wouldn't have been allowed to go in that fucking bitch doing it. All right. I'm not going to give fucking special privileges to people to film fucking events going on. That's goofy behavior. And it encourages people to spark events up, like what happened with Don Lemon there in the church. You see what happens?
So
That's
he
what
should be
happens when you
arrested.
allow the press to do that type of shit. Is they start creating the fucking problem to
Yes.
film it.
Yes.
Fuck that shit.
Yes.
It's like Minnesota
That's why in
protest.
my world, that's not allowed.
Yes.
See, we agree. All right, I'll drop a link. Listen, I was supposed to wrap up a bit ago. I'll drop the link for the guys who want to come up and say your piece quick and see if you have an argument for me. The big question here still is, what is it that makes makes America unified in a way that they could be nationalist? What is it that is being American? What is it?
Yeah. Well, that, or was it what makes America a nation?
Yeah.
Be in love with our
Okay.
borders.
Yeah, but does that make us? And then the second part of that was what makes us unique to Americans. That's the whole.
Our borders.
Right, like what makes it what
Yeah,
is it to be
but-
American?
but
How
Europe
can you be
has borders.
nationalist if there's no like
Canada has
shared
borders.
anything?
What do you
Well,
mean?
Alaska has
What do you
borders.
mean? Everybody has borders. Our
That's what we're doing
borders
it.
is what makes us American. Just
Yeah, but
like
now they already contested that
borders of-
earlier. Remember?
the
They
borders
said the
of
geographical location. That's a part of it, but everywhere there's a geographical location.
Jack of
Everywhere.
Blades, welcome.
where
welcome.
you're born is that's a big deal. That's a big deal. Where
It's
you're born.
part of it, but it's not all of what makes you an American.
No, I didn't say American. I'm saying where you're born is a big deal.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's just like luck of the draw, you know. You don't get
Yeah.
to choose that. That's why I don't accept that as being an American
No,
because like you didn't.
Luck
a
of
little
the
broad.
draw? What do you mean by luck? What the
If you were
fuck do
born in
mean by
Africa, would you be an
luck?
African?
Well, did you get to choose where your parents met, had
It
sex, and
wasn't-
had you?
It wasn't luck.
For you, it was.
It was.
Do you think it was? Don't you consider it lucky they didn't have you in China?
No, I don't.
Oh boy, yeah.
I can only be born where I'm from. And I was born in America. If I was born in China, I would be a Chinese national.
No, they don't have the birthright citizenship laws over there.
Anyways, just
No.
Jack of Blades and Plastic African, welcome. What do you guys have to say? What do you think? You got to point out the flaws in my argument.
What flaws? Who said flaws?
That's what I'm
What is that,
saying.
like pigsties? Yeah.
Only him. Only him.
Mm. Here we go again.
Yeah, it's simple. Like this is the simple thesis again. I'll give it to you again. Right, is that America, like the United States, cannot be meaningfully nationalist because it doesn't have any. It's not a single nation in the sense of like in the cultural sense, in the ethnic sense, in the linguistic sense, in the civilizational sense. Like none of the things that would be required for nationalism to function coherently is present in the United
Non
States.
sequitur.
But that's homogenous, isn't that right?
No.
Are we speaking semantics here? Being homogenous in a society, correct?
Thank you.
So we then need to understand what that means and how that actually portrays us with our brethren, our family, because that makes us nationalists, doesn't it? As soon as you actually make that happen, it does.
Well, we'd have to. So, okay, let's start with.
It does. It works.
Let's start with defining nationalism precisely.
Well, one's brethren, family, and ideas, and where we can expand them and what it means to be like the Roman Empire, if you will. You're going back to somewhere where what is expansionism, right? And what is domination that we have to do? That's what we live upon, right? And what we do. That's what man is about. We've got to dominate, rule, and make all this chaotic shit around us make sense.
Thank you.
Teriak, the men around there, they want to dominate, huh?
You can ask Teriak.
In your country, huh? The men around there, they want to dominate, no?
Ah, fuck. Jesus.
Oh, is
Why'd you
Teriak
put-
gone?
Oh, Jesus.
Teriak probably stepped away to go to the washroom or something.
I'm right here. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I was taking a piss, but I heard your question. It's like, yeah, the men around here, they know how to fuck around.
Yeah,
You know what I
so
mean?
I would say that means Ireland is now Americans.
Yup.
See, once
Part of the
again,
American
you're-
Empire,
you're-
baby.
You're presupposing.
I'm working on my pathway to citizenship. I don't think I'll be able to get Donald Trump's $5 million.
Like America. What do you mean?
I never said I
what?
disliked America.
Yeah, because he said that to be American is to men dominating. Is to be men dominating.
No, that's
So-
what I
so
would
wait,
say.
So wait, how is somebody
So is
Canadian?
Andrew Tate? Is Andrew
Sorry.
Tate American?
How is somebody Canadian? How do
Why
you?
do you keep going to this?
What about it?
I'll just concede to you that there's no nationalism in Canada either. It's impossible. I'll just concede that. Now let's go back to America, okay?
Okay, all right.
All right, so you want to answer?
I love the reaction Easy's gone from this. You know what I mean? It's like the question, like, who is America or what defines Americans? Like, fuck you, you Canadian. Your country think that. Watch, they'll start bringing up like you fucking cheated in the Winter Olympics, you bastards, all this kind of shit. And it's like, bro, can you just answer the question? Like, we're talking about your country.
That's what this is all about. Crash is salty about the curling tournament.
I just want to know if Speakeasy is willing to admit that his country is no different than our country.
He's already said that. You can see,
You know what? I'm glad you,
Oh, wait.
as an American, just admitted that Canada is no different than America.
No,
I'm glad you just did that. You better hold on to that one, my boy.
take that back.
Your view.
Finally, an American admits it.
In your view, it's the same.
In my view. Oh, you switched it up now.
Yeah. In your view.
No, in
it's the
reality, right? I think you have this like really weird idea of like how it is in Canada.
No,
and I think
have
that's
no-
why you
I
have
have
these
no
like,
idea.
well, what about in Canada? You like, let me ask you
why I
something. Do we have like a constitution in Canada?
I don't know.
You don't
That's
know.
why
Exactly,
that's why
right?
I asked.
Exactly.
That's
Easy.
why I
You need
You
to
don't know
clip this.
anything
This
about
is-
Canada, but you got all these gripes with Canada, bro. How you know how you know America's better than Canada when you ain't know nothing about Canada, dog?
I'm asking
How
you.
you know America is better than Canada when you know nothing of Canada?
I'm asking you.
What are
the
you
difference
comparing
is.
America to when you
I'm
say America is
asking-
better than Canada?
I'm asking you.
No, you said it earlier. You said America is better than Canada.
It
What
is.
are you comparing
Yeah.
it to? In
Yeah.
what way? In what way?
We got the Grand Canyon.
I would have to say
go look at the mountains in Alberta, bro.
Yeah,
You'd be shocked.
no, I know. I'm just.
This is the Austin Power scene. This is the Austin Power scene where it's like, we're not so, like, Easy's Dr. Easy's like, we're not so different, you and I.
Right?
You know what I'm saying?
What is it? What makes America better than Canada? What is it?
The name
The
America.
name? I just really like the way it's spelt. You know what I mean? It just got very pretty letters.
It starts with
you
A.
know?
It starts with A. And Canada starts with C. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so America's number 1, Canada's number 3. Who's number 2? Bangladesh?
Yes. yes. Bangladesh is number 2.
See, I get it. This is it forces you into a spot that I know a lot of Americans don't want to be, but I need you to open your eyes a little bit. And if you're gonna say your country is better than another country, you should know why.
What's the difference?
So from your view, they're the same?
What's the difference? No, I'm asking you. What's the difference?
Well, you should know, though. You're the one who said America is better.
America is better.
What makes it better?
Oh my god.
Do. Just the window shut down. You know what I mean?
It's just been circular this whole time. Anyways, what I wanted to say is the Constitution, when I was talking about with it, is purely American. And I think when you guys were talking about the Don Lemon thing, I think it's because he kind of was with it, yes, but I believe
that's what the charges are. Is that he conspired to do that, and that's illegal, 100%.
Yeah,
but
well,
if someone else would have showed up, Jack, and started filming as it went on, that person would be protected by 1A.
Well, the thing is, a lot of the time, at least I don't know how it is with churches, but I imagine that's a private property. So he'd be going onto a private property.
But because there was that event, that protest going on, they wouldn't have been in trouble. If they were asked to leave the private property and they didn't leave, they would have got trespassing.
What do you mean?
Filming, that film wouldn't have been taken away. They would have still been able to post it up. All of that. In my world, though,
what do you mean private property? What do you mean?
Been allowed to do that, bro. We took your camera, took your film, all that shit. You go home, bro.
Did they take the film?
No,
I don't think they took the film. Yeah, they can't take the film.
They should,
regardless if it's private property or not.
The fuck they shouldn't. This is what I'm saying, and that's what I was pointing out. Jack is like, people call me authoritarian because I would change certain things about the amendments, and one of the things is that I wouldn't give all these protections to the press. It's stupid. It's fucking dumb.
So you're against
all these all these 1A auditors that these auditors that go into fucking bother the old lady working at the post office so they can get some fucking video of the police interaction. That's goofy, bro. I love fucked up for that.
If you do it the right way, it can be done the right way. There's a lot of people that do it the wrong way.
Causing an interaction so you can audit the interaction is fucking goofy.
It's supposed to
you
audit the police
auditor,
as well, though.
Audit other interactions. Don't cause an interaction to audit it.
What?
Dude, you can't police other people's feelings.
That's the same thing as entrapment. You're causing an interaction so that you can audit it.
No,
bro.
Yeah, it's the same thing as the police telling you want to buy some drugs so that they can arrest you for it. It's the same thing.
No.
What's the difference?
You go to jail.
Because if listen, hold on. If you go in, like a lot of the time when I see these videos and a lot of the good guys I see. No, listen. I haven't even finished.
Hold on.
Anyways, you go into the post office, right? You're away from business. As long as you're not obstructing business and people come up and talk to you and have a problem with you, that's on them. That ain't on the First Amendment auditor. So I don't understand this. Like, you can go in public places and do these things.
Interaction with one another, right?
If it's in private, I completely understand. No one should record private things. But here in America, if you're out in public, there's no expectation of privacy.
Thank you.
Cool. Cool. And also,
Yeah, but you got to remember that
you're leaving out all of the other parts. They're going into a place, a place of business
private place of
to
worship.
simply record their interaction with the person that works there, and it's usually some random old lady that probably doesn't actually know the rules when they're telling them they can't film in there. And then they turn this into a big thing to make the police come so they can audit the interaction they have with the police.
So what? So what?
Oh my god.
You're wasting.
You're hurting this.
Wasting my tax money for your stupid YouTube video. Go fuck yourselves. That's what I say.
I'm just saying I'm gonna come away with this on the First Amendment. Not everybody knows that there's 5 parts to the First Amendment. A lot of people just think it's freedom of speech, and there's more than that. And I think that's what they go out there to do. They educate people. Now these people
they can't just make a video that educates people. They have to actually go in and use taxpayers' money. They have to put people at risk.
Trash bag, you're hurting this argument.
Cool,
oh my god.
Bro. So that's
Easy.
a great argument, bro. Great argument you have.
Listen.
All putting people at risk is okay. Then we should like promote putting people's lives at risk.
No.
Yes. No.
Okay.
Oh my god. listen, easy. God damn it.
Flashback is just tanking Jack's argument here.
Yeah, I'm just getting swapped by my own team here. Anyways, what I wanted to say though is that I understand if it's like I said, if it's on public, I understand. And a lot of these interactions, I would say, I don't know exactly the percentage, obviously, but I've seen like bad reactions and proper reactions to things. And a lot of the time, they're just there for the public to see the reaction. I agree with that, and the workers' reaction to that. But the workers should be educated on what those policies are within the post office or wherever it is. I've seen so many bad reactions, and the purpose of the First Amendment auditors is to find out those problems. You can't look at the police and not know. This is why they got body cameras. Like, the police are literally doing the same thing.
They have body cameras. Audit the body camera footage.
You can.
Why
you
do
can
you
get
have
the
to
footage.
cause an interaction with them?
They're not causing the interaction.
When they cause these interactions, as soon as the cops show up, they're fucking cussing at the dude. These cops are getting paid less than some fucking teachers. Okay, to go out there and risk their lives, and you want them to be happy, all go lucky with the asshole that's literally just calling them out there so they can film them.
No. What I'm saying is there's bad ones. There's bad ones to that.
Every one of those 1A auditor interactions ended with the cop slapping that auditor right in his mouth. That's how
I agree with you.
I'd be so
I agree with
happy.
you. There's some people out there that need that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not disagreeing with you. But what I'm saying is there are good people. There are good people that do the right way of auditing. Yes. I've seen it. So I've seen people go like literally just go through a whole town, record, people's businesses and just walk about and the police never show up. Sometimes they show up, they're cool, they know what they're talking about. It's a positive interaction. They shake hands and then the police go about their way. They educate the people and move about their way. It's not a bad experience. They highlight the good cops. I love that. I love seeing that. I hate the bad ones that you're talking about. I do hate that. But there's going to be bad things with everything. You can't convince me that there isn't one solidly like 100% positive thing in this world.
Why are we wasting taxpayers' money for cops to be filmed?
Why do you
like? What is the point of internal investigations? We need public people to also waste the taxpayer money. Like, I just don't even understand. Like, what the fuck is this, bro?
Cops can be bad guys.
Okay, cool. Let the law interpret that, not some random fucking retard off the street with a camera. Guy. That's so stupid.
That's what internal.
Like, all right, the whole thing is rights are designed to protect citizens from a government overreach, not create some fucking artificial confrontations, bro. This is so dumb.
You literally just said what they do. What are you talking about?
Right. Not create artificial confrontations. when they're literally showing up just for the police to come so they can audit the police, that's an artificial confrontation.
Easy.
That's not what
Easy.
your rights were designed for.
Easy. You're going with the bad examples here, man. You're going with the bad examples.
Even the good ones, Jack. Are you listening to me?
Yes,
even
I am
the
listening
good
to you.
ones.
I'm listening to you.
Even the good ones, you're wasting fucking taxpayers' money, people's time.
So let me wait.
Miss out on a fucking call because he left the area he was in to come to your area, and now he doesn't save the little girl that just got kidnapped for the stupid goofy that wanted to film his interaction with him.
But
Tell
that's
me
on
in what world
that's
you think it's better that police are using their time to fucking be filmed by some jackass with a camera than
Listen,
it would be for them to be on call for emergency situations.
I completely get what you're saying. That makes total sense to me, and I agree with it. The problem is that's on the other people that are calling the police because they don't know the amendment. That's it. They just don't understand. That's literally how it causes. If no one would call the cops, they wouldn't show up there.
Oh my!
You're asking why would someone kill someone?
I just want to point out,
Where
like,
do you
that.
come up with this, bro?
Yeah. I really wish we could actually explore where trash bags mind goes.
Nothing like that.
But I also just want to point out that we went down this tangent because you guys are still uncomfortable with like actually defining what makes American American, and then gone down this whole First Amendment. I told you, bro. They're going to be talking about the Winter Olympics and goofy shit and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? You're not going to fool a fooler, okay? I am the fool. I'm Loki the leprechaun. Now, like I said, to point to a nation, I'd actually define it in terms of the structure that. Like, I wouldn't consider a nation technically unless it actually has this whole aspect of a monarch with some sort of form of democracy, because that encapsulates both the nobility and the free spiritedness. The people have a say in terms of how the parliament's run, but then in terms of the actual bestow or the power comes from the monarch.
If auditors was all about just making sure the police were in line and all this bullshit, then they wouldn't be fucking putting ad revenue on their fucking videos and monetizing it, taking donations, all of this shit. They wouldn't be doing that. They wouldn't be doing that.
It's not just that. And I don't really see that. But what I'm saying is, if I go down the street with a camera and I just record businesses out of public, I would be an auditor, even though that wouldn't be my job. I wouldn't get paid for it. But if you're just going about recording, you can do that shit too. It's not like this strictly like I have to write a job application. I'm a First Amendment auditor and I know everything. No, you can go out there. Anybody can do this in America.
Yeah, but
I'm not trying to get the cops called on me.
Right.
You know, like
that's literally what they're doing, though. The auditors are literally doing it to have the interaction with the police.
Okay, how much percentage do you think of auditors are trying to do that?
All of them.
I disagree. 100%, I disagree.
100%.
What else is the reason for the audit?
To literally just record things, to see people's reaction to the amendment, not for the cops to come.
No.
That's just a part of it. Like, what? How you not understand? I'm understanding your side. I get it. I even halfway agree with it.
Let me ask you something, Jack. Mm-hmm. You wake up. I'm standing outside your house, camera aimed at your front window, your living room window, just sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, okay, well, it's his right. American law.
Yeah, if you're on the public sidewalk.
Now I'm there. I'm there all day.
Okay.
Waiting.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
there are people that do that.
You guys wouldn't.
You know what the paparazzi is?
Yeah, I know what the paparazzi is. You're okay with
I don't
that.
like them.
You're okay with this?
Don't have a
no,
choice.
I'm not okay with it, but it's legal. It's legal.
Trash bag, I know you don't have a choice, okay? Just fucking, I'm trying to get to a point, dude.
Don't cuss at me. I'm sorry. Don't cuss at me. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to get to a point here.
Say fuck.
But yeah, I don't know. That would be public. That would be a sidewalk. I couldn't say that would be against what I'm trying to say. So yes, I've seen that kind of thing. I don't agree with it.
Cool with that.
I think
you'd be good with it.
But that's the thing is like you'd have to like if they're on private property, sure.
I know you'd have to right now. Should we accept that?
Yes.
But where do you limit that? Because otherwise you take it away, and then you can't say no one can film in public.
No, I didn't say no
I
one
took
can
a
film
selfie in public. I got easy in the
Making
picture.
a rule towards
you know,
filming,
like
making a rule towards filming inside private properties windows, that would be a start.
the people that are usually calling the cops are recording from the private business.
That's not
to
what
the auditor outside on the public sidewalk.
We're talking about to the situation I was just talking about.
What about domestic?
No, I get what
violence?
you're saying.
What about domestic violence? Can someone not record that?
What?
Unless
What are you
they
talking
see, unless they see domestic violence in front of them, can they not call the cops? If they hear like angry noises coming from inside the house.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Because it's private property.
Yeah, because it's
well, wouldn't it be your private property?
What's that have to do with allowing people to film in your windows?
Well, what if I filmed you almost being killed?
That
That'd be weird.
Hey?
That's pretty weird question. I mean, what?
Yeah. I don't know how to really approach that.
This is why psychology is bollocks, because you'll never be able to predict the individual. I don't know where the fuck his mind has gone the whole fucking night.
If I was taping,
you gotta be
and I
bloody
saw
tall
someone,
to be in my
and I
window.
saw
Hang
someone
on.
attack you.
Look over here and make
All
sure
right,
you're not in my window. Oh, I've never invited you there. Fucking vampire.
We got to roll. It's 2:15 in the morning here. So.
I won't explain it. I don't have to explain it.
Easy.
No.
I would love to be more educated.
You don't have to explain it, and we don't want you to
topic
explain it, Trash
with you
Bag.
about this.
Thank you, Terry.
Yeah, I'm definitely down to have a more more worked out one-on-one about it.
Yeah, I see you're passionate about. I'm passionate about it too, because I love the First Amendment audits. I just hate the ones that you hate, but I think there are good ones. I think if I showed you the good ones, you'd be like, all right, it's not all of them.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying. I agree with you on most of them, though. They are seeking the interaction for the cops. Completely agree with you.
100%.
And I would hate somebody being on the sidewalk recording my house. I would definitely feel very fucking weirded
No,
out.
I don't care what's gonna happen to me. That guy's catching hands, bro. The fuck? I come out of this guy just filming inside my window. We got issues.
Yeah, it's weird. Don't get me wrong, but it's just like, where do you set the line? You know what I mean?
I think it also because it puts this idea of we already have such a problem with this whole mentality of the police are bad, fuck the police. I think that just adds to it, man. It just puts this erosion of trust in our law enforcement, bro, that doesn't need to be there. And of course, grandma working down at the fucking post office doesn't know you're not allowed to film in there. She just doesn't want to be on your fucking YouTube video, rightfully so. If my grandma was working at the post office and one of those first auditors went in there, I'm gonna beat his ass too. The fuck? The fuck? Fucking filming my grandma while she's at work trying to do her job. She gets paid to be there. She's just some fucking person doing her job, and we're just bothering the fuck out of her. What kind of society have we devolved to when we're weaponizing our rights? The rights, when rights are exercised correctly, that's what preserves them. When they're weaponized, they become fucking useless, man. They become it delegitimizes what they even are.
Yeah. I won't say too much more on this, but it amazes me how much people are scared of cameras. Like when I see the videos, people are just so scared of cameras. I'm like, where did this come from? Was it from the Patriot Act and stuff like that? That's where
not everybody wants to be out there, man.
The Patriot
No,
Act
I agree with that, but
sucks.
I mean, yeah, that's just part of privacy, though. You're being recorded at least here 50 times before you get somewhere. You're gonna be on somebody's camera.
Yeah, of course. But like when it's like you gotta think
when there's a person behind it.
There's a person right there with
yeah.
that something's happening here. Like it's not just like, oh, I'm being filmed for protection. There's something else here. That's where it adds in the why am I being filmed? Where are they going to put this?
You know what a gebouter is? Gebouter.
What? We're both right.
A gebouter. It means a dwarf. A gebouter.
What? Is that English?
What's going on?
Yeah, David the gebouter. Yeah. Seriously, I rock up.
What was in that cup, my boy?
Yeah. Vincent.
Yeah, you know it, man.
Shit.
Hey, man. I'm a funny motherfucker because I've lived around the world. Around it, man. Yeah, exactly. I'm a gebouter. And some fuckers picked me up and left me there. Yeah.
What?
Even Trashbag is confused.
You look like a Viking Gandalf.
I'm listening.
Like you basically you show up at a random time. You say we're going on a journey, and for some reason I just want to say yes. Fuck it. Let's experience.
See where this goes.
I'm with you, Terry.
Yeah.
I want to follow him.
It's
this is too funny. All right, listen, I gotta wrap this up. I was supposed to wrap this up a bit ago, and
yeah. I'm sorry. I had to come and say something there.
No worries. I brought up the topic, so I figured it'd go somewhere. That one always gets.
Can I ask you a real quick question? Yeah. Was that a topic that you're thinking about for VK there?
Yeah, I'll definitely bring that up on VK. Yeah,
because you got wild card, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to make it up.
All
I'm gonna try to make it up. So
that's what's up. All right. Does anyone have anything for the chat before I kick you guys off?
I have to say one thing. Take care of your teeth. You only have one set of teeth. Take care of your teeth. Brush that shit. Take care of your teeth.
Fucking beautiful.
Your teeth and your mortgage.
Not many people can afford a mortgage. There's not many people with mortgages.
We're starting to lose people with teeth too.
It's your pension.
Teeth
first. Your pension and your mortgage, yeah, and then the teeth. The teeth first, yes, because the brain, yes, first. The brain, yes. Oral health is the best. Gut health is second.
True.
Yeah.
True. I agree. Anyone else?
Just a quick question for the panel. Do you guys know what an Irish goodbye is?
I knew it was coming.
It sounds like a made-up holiday.
Probably. But anyways, thank you all for coming up tonight. I appreciate you all. It's been a great night. But now I gotta get to wrapping it up. Chat, you guys have all been absolutely amazing. All right, thank you all. It's been a great night. Shout out to our debaters of tonight. They did great debating tonight. We have Rob Noor prep debates. All right, Noor prep debates. Anyone who doesn't know about it, I don't know why, because you must be sleeping under a rock or something. But let's here. Let me give you a little promo for it, huh?
Who's that debater?
No prep, no warning, no time to think. Walking cold, stand your ground, say what you believe. No script, no notes, no place to hide. Redactions drop, the room goes live. No prep. Enter one stance breaks. No prep, no prep, no prep. No topic, no opponent name. Just pressure, just fire, just debate. No prep, no prep. No warm up, no safety net. You showed up, now
Boom. Unicorns were real for a VK topic. I proved it this morning, easy. I mean, it's an interesting one. But anyways, what that is for Noah Prep is it's a mystery debater. All right. Rob doesn't know who he's debating or what the topic is. And the mystery debater will be revealed the night of. And then we'll get right into the debate. No prep for Rob. He's coming in completely blind. I don't even ask him if he's for or against any of the props because I don't want to give it away. But now that now that we've talked about this topic, maybe I'll have to just surprise Rob on one of these knower preps. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to throw Rob. I want Rob to be ready for this one because I think some of y'all think I'm gonna get way more wrecked than I actually am. I think some of you are gonna have to agree with me. It's just how it goes. All right. And I think a lot of you also in the chat by some of your comments, all right, think that what I was saying is that saying that I just see a lot of you acting like it's like anti-American what I was saying or the argument I had. Quit critiquing whether a certain principle or certain principles can unify the United States is not anti-American. All right. It's actually an exercise in many different like a political analysis that would be aimed at strengthening a social cohesion in a country by identifying what is it that truly binds the country together. And you know what's even funnier? I have the answer. Oh, buddy, I have the answer. None of yous did, though, motherfuckers. None of yous did. But I got the answer. All right. But I just want you guys to know that, right? I'm not I'm not rejecting the legitimacy of the US. All right. That's not what I'm doing. I'm not saying, I'm not denying its achievements as a country. I'm not refusing. I'm not even refusing that the people are loyal to the people there. That's not what I'm refusing either. So I think a lot of you are actually misconstruing what I'm saying and getting into your feelings about it, and that's why you said anti-American and stuff like that. What I'm doing is just asking simply, what is it that actually unifies us and what doesn't? All right, it's nothing to do with anti-American. All right, and also I'll give you a hint for all of you that want to know the answer. All right, I want you to give you a hint for all of you that want to know the answer. My argument is a part of what being American is. All right. That's the only hint I'm going to give you because I don't want anyone to give it away before. Your initial, that is the claim. Yes, America can't be nationalist because it is not a nation. My original claim, are we not men? Because I don't think you got it either. Because it wasn't just simply America can't be nationalist. Because that would be a stupid way to. That would be a stupid argument on its own. That's just an assertion, right? I said that the U.S. Can't be nationalist because it is not a single nation in the cultural sense, in the ethnic sense, in the civilizational sense. All of these, all of the sense for a nation, it that would be required for nationalism to function coherently. So it can't be. Seesaw said questioning authority. I don't know, Seesaw. Is questioning authority a part of being American? Think about it. Think about it. But listen, I think Teriak's streaming. Hold up, let me make sure. I think Teriak is streaming. Hold up. Yes, sir. Okay. I'm going to be sending you guys over to Teriak, so make sure you guys go drop some bears. If you had currently, I would agree. Well, JS, I would say currently is kind of implied, right? What would I be talking about? In the past? And if you're talking about in the future, that'd just be a stupid thing, right? Like I can't say it can never, it's impossible to become a nationalist country because if we just started fucking murking anybody that wasn't of a certain culture, there you go. We're a national, we're a nation now. So obviously, but yeah, I said it can't be because of it's not a single nation, which means right now it's not a single nation. Yeah, it can't be. It can't be. But if you want to say in a hypothetical world where we just eliminated every culture except fucking a certain culture or something, obviously you can be a nation then, right? So to avoid all that stupid shit, it's implying in the way that America is now. Don't you guys? Are you guys really? Is that really the way you guys want to do it? Well, if you can concede that in a hypothetical world that we would be able to eliminate all of one culture and then only be this other one culture, is that a nation now? If that's bruh, if that's all you got for that, easy work. Let's just go with the Merkin. Let's start fucking Merkin. I would go there. I know you would, JS, and I would just say, yeah, this is just a stupid argument. I'd say cool, and everybody in America could have blue eyes if we just killed everybody who didn't. What's that? What meaningful debate are we going to have here? You know? And I'd say, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. No, I'm just kidding. All right, I'm sending you guys over to Terry. I drop him some bears when you guys get over there. We got Nora Prep debates tomorrow, Verbal Combat Friday, and I'm giving you guys a debate on Saturday as well. Christianity. The prompt is Christianity does more harm than good for society. I'm obviously on the negative of the prompt. So if you guys want to see a great debate, I have a good argument for this one. I don't think he's going to be able to get past the starting. And I already know what I'm going to do with my opening for this one because I've been wanting this topic in particular for a while. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Yeah, we got lots this week, and then we got some more coming next week. So listen, guys, remember, it could be 30 in the chat. It could be 2,000 in the chat. Best chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. All right. Love you guys. God bless you all. Have fun over there at Teriak's. All right. If you're not staying, at least drop them a like and a sub, all that. Okay. Have a beautiful morning, evening, night, whatever it is, wherever you're at. And for now,
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?